Welcome, everybody. So I'm Mark Rains. I'm the head of solutions at Chainlink Labs, and we're here to talk about the evolving landscape of stablecoins, touch on some of the regulatory developments and scalability challenges. I'm joined here by a great panel. I'll start by asking everyone to introduce themselves. Alex?
Yeah, Alex, I have the pleasure to run AllUnit. It's a joint venture between DWS, Galaxy, and Flow Traders, and we're the only BaFin German-regulated Euro stablecoin.
Angie Walker, I run commercialization for Apex Digital, based out of London.
Charles Jensen from S&P Global, leading index provider and rating agency.
Sunil Sachdev from Fiserv, head up digital assets for the firm.
Thanks. Okay, so we'll kick things off with a question for all the panelists. Stablecoins have become the backbone of digital asset markets. What does their current role in global payments and capital markets reveal about the convergence of on-chain assets and traditional finance? Start with Alex.
No role. Zero. I mean, literally, the volume in classical financial transactions with stablecoins is literally zero. Yeah, but there's a lot of, let's say, prerequisites that still have to be fulfilled. When you talk about classical corporates using stablecoins for cross-border payments, then the corporates don't want to change their banking relationship just to use stablecoins. So the banks need to offer a wallet. The next thing is they want to use this treasury management system that they use for global transactions. So you need to be embedded into the treasury management system. You need to be embedded in the classical banking system, and then they can use the stablecoins. This is currently being built, and this is going to be introduced, but we are not there yet. So will it be a major step in global financial services? Yes, absolutely, but we are not there yet. And the big thing that has not been tackled yet, which comes after that, is how do you manage actually global off-ramp? Because sending a stablecoin is easy, but if the stablecoin is issued in one country, you send the stablecoin in another country, and you want to off-ramp in that country, the reserves are still in the sender country. So that is then the next big hurdle that has to be tackled. So zero yet, but a lot coming mid next year, I would assume, and then it really kicks off.
So lots of progress, but lots still to do. Any other thoughts on that question?
I've got a bit of a slightly different angle, but I'm just talking a bit more into the future. So I think there's a very interesting pattern that's emerging around the use of tokenized money market funds or money market funds to back stablecoins. We are building a platform to run money market funds 24/7, and we're using the same operating model for stablecoins. But what's happening is that we're seeing an increasing number of wealth and asset managers tokenizing money market funds and then providing that as collateral to DeFi for them to either mint and distribute stablecoins off the back of that collateral, or to use it for things like DeFi lending and what have you. So I think one of the ways in which we'll see convergence is through the use of tokenized money market funds being used to effectively become the backing assets for stablecoins. And I think that will bring convergence between DeFi and TradFi relatively quickly. But I agree with you, we're not there yet. Now, a lot of that is held back not by technology, because we can do it and we can do it 24/7, but it's held back by regulatory asymmetry and uncertainty. So.
Well, that brings me on to the next question, which is around regulatory clarity. Obviously, there's been a lot of progress in this area in recent years, but there's still a lot of inconsistency globally. How are each of you navigating this patchwork, and what models of governance and reserve management do you think will ultimately set the standard for trusted compliant stablecoins?
Yeah, so I think just kind of jumping on to the last question as well, I think the regulatory framework that we're seeing introduced in the US is helping promote that convergence. I agree with Alex that we're not there yet, but as a financial software provider to financial institutions and merchants to facilitate commerce in the US, we are introducing those on and off ramps as we speak to allow people to commingle digital assets with fiat currency, whether it's through a custodial wallet or through a third-party wallet, and being able to build that asset platform to allow for that interoperability across different compliant coins in the marketplace. So we're extremely excited that we have a rule book in place. But to the other comment, we're looking for that reciprocity globally, so we could have a standard set of rules to allow digital assets to flow freely.
But I think we're pretty close there already, because everybody's complaining that there's maybe still a lot of gaps. But when you look at Genius and also regulatory regimes in South Korea, Japan, Australia, Singapore, and Hong Kong, they are pretty comparable to MiCA. not necessarily by the reserves, but from the general structure. And actually Genius, although it was not targeted for payments, if I may say, helped a lot because it a little bit killed or pushed backwards the discussion about CBDCs and pushed really stablecoins in the forefront. So there is already enough interoperability on the regulatory side that you can actually build a global bridge.
So on our side, we don't issue stablecoin, we don't use them directly, we do a lot of risk assessment, etc. But we speak with regulators all around the world, and we saw the impact of the Genius Act in other jurisdictions. For instance, in Japan, there was very little conversation last year when we spoke with all the bigger players. Now everybody is speaking about stablecoin. And going back on the previous question, there was something that we are saying, being a vantage point where everybody is asking us what can be done with risk, etc., is the emergence of institutional DeFi. And it's backed by stablecoin, right? Stablecoin being the cash on chain, they are the first step that enable the second step, which is really growing right now.
And I'm just reading the question again, actually, on the reserve management side, one of the things that we've done over the last few months, big shout out for Chainlink, is that Apex and Chainlink have actually integrated their core technologies for our stablecoin as a service offering. And the reason that's important is because you want to make sure that if you're minting stablecoins, and we've seen a recent example of how that can go horribly wrong, with 300 trillion being minted with no reserve backing at all. Things like proof of reserve is super important. We've got to be able to not only monitor the amount of coins in circulation in real time, but we've also got to monitor the treasury that's backing that. And we've got to be able to value that treasury to make sure it's commensurate with the coins that are being circulated. So one of the things that we did when we launched our stablecoin as a service offering, which we're launching now, it's being announced today, is we actually used a proof of reserve from Chainlink to monitor permanently the reserves versus the minted coins in circulation. And we also used it in conjunction with the Chainlink compliance framework. So we can actually define certain policies around where those stablecoins go. For example, jurisdictionally, if you look at jurisdictions like the UAE, the dirham-denominated stablecoin can't be used other than domestically. So that policy engine is really important in how we circulate stablecoins, and we've integrated that in alongside the proof of reserve and the secure mint function to make sure you neither can over mint nor can you circulate outside of the jurisdictions in which the coin can be operated. So these things are really important because we need to give people consumer confidence, and they're vital components of that. So,
yeah, we're very excited about the compliance engine. We've seen tremendous demand since announcing it, so it's good to see. Alex, turning to you. Obviously, AllUnit is focused on a euro-denominated stablecoin. How do you see regional stablecoins complementing or competing with dollar-backed coins?
I think in the light of the time that we have, I don't want to go into the details why US dollar stablecoins were the starting point, and rightfully so. But when you look at global payments, I mean, there are national currencies, and just because we tokenize the stuff doesn't make the national currencies go away. There's about 600 billion euro in and outflow on a daily basis into the European Union. And as long as we have the euro, there is a means and a right to have that tokenized. In that sense, you will have locally denominated stablecoins evolving. Yes, there are dominant currencies in the world, like you have it today. US dollar is the dominant currency. Euro is the number 2 reserve currency. This will not change. And so therefore, the local companies and the local market participants, they want to ideally pay in their local currency. But they also want that then whoever does the support takes care of the FX, that the relevant currency arrives at the end of the transaction. And therefore, I think they play the same role they play today. Just because we're tokenizing the stuff doesn't make CBDCs, deposit tokens, central bank tokens go away. I mean, this is just another technical solution, so to say. So in that sense, it plays the same role as the classical fiat currencies.
Neil, turning to you, Fiserv operates at the intersection of banking and payment rails. How are stablecoins and tokenized deposits transforming commerce, particularly around how merchants, consumers and institutions handle instant settlement and liquidity?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So for us, as we kind of move billions of dollars every day between financial institutions and merchants around the world, one of the things that we've been hearing from both audiences is leveraging the programmability in stablecoins. Because exchange of value is great. Having access to a 24/7, 365 rail for settlement is great. But I think the ability to basically go beyond ISO 022 or ISO 8583 is the real promise for stablecoins. So for us, being able to provide payment optionality instead of just pay in and pay out functions, that's the real win. And a lot of these financial institutions that we're talking to and merchants we're talking to are looking at stablecoins as a way to create more efficient middle and back offices as well. Because when you look at how escrow accounts are handled today, when you look at how cross-border is done today or other types of commercial money movement, there's a lot of if-then statements that can be made in a stablecoin contract, right, that can be handled automatically without waiting for somebody to actually press a button. So we see this as more of a much more efficient payment rail, but leveraging the smart contract itself is unlocking a lot more value for these customers.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, turning to you, Angie. From an asset servicing commercialization perspective, how is Apex helping its clients integrate stablecoin infrastructure? And what operational hurdles need to be overcome for large-scale adoption?
So I'll cover the operational hurdles first, because that's the easier of the two questions. So from an operational perspective, stablecoins are, as you can imagine, high velocity as an instrument, so they're 24/7. You want to be able to access them 24/7, and we need to be able to basically mint and distribute and control the distribution on an ongoing basis, on a follow-the-sun basis. That's the whole purpose of having stablecoins, so we can use them 24 hours a day. That requires quite a big shift operationally. Well, if you're starting from scratch, it's an enormous lift anyway, because you've got to run the operational function of minting, distributing, maintaining, auditing, and constantly matching against the treasury what you're distributing and circulating. But for us, because we already had an existing service offering which was underpinning 3.8 trillion of private markets assets, we've had to lift the operate model from a sort of a traditional 7x5 to a 24x7. That's actually quite a big lift. And we've also had to incorporate more functionality in our treasury so that we're constantly monitoring. And of course, stablecoin operators won't leave all of their backing assets with one custodian. They're going to spread the risk around multiple custodians. So we're actually having to make sure that from a treasury perspective, we are monitoring those backing assets through the various custodians effectively in near real time. We have to do that even though we don't report in near real time, and that's one of the reasons why obviously being able to access data via data oracles becomes incredibly important. In terms of the integration into existing systems is incredibly important as well. As you can imagine, if you're delivery versus payment, which is one of the big use cases for stablecoins, then you need to be able to facilitate that transaction in a situation where the actual asset may not necessarily be sitting on the same chain that you've got your stablecoin. So you need to be able to facilitate that delivery versus payment either off-chain, as an off-chain, on-chain transaction, or as a cross-chain transaction. So that's very important that we can support that, and we work very hard on the integration and the APIs, and also using cross-chain interoperability protocol, which allows us to do that. But also we need to be able to integrate into legacy or existing systems and payment systems to receive messaging and transaction instructions and data. And so again, we've worked really hard on that. So there's going to be a long period of time. In fact, there will always be a coexistence of traditional centralized technologies alongside decentralized technologies for the use of facilitating stablecoin payments and other forms of digital currency. And that's blockchain is not a silver bullet in that regard, and we'll have both types of technology existing pretty much forevermore. And therefore, the integration is very important. But what we're doing is we're trying to make that relatively seamless. So if you think about the front-to-back experience, hopefully it's relatively frictionless, whether we're going on-chain or off-chain or between chains. We're trying to make that as frictionless and seamless as we possibly can in terms of the end-user experience. So it's a really important part of what we're doing, is that integration between on-chain and off-chain.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, Charles, You recently announced the stablecoin stability assessments on chain using Chainlink data link, which is great. Why was it important to get these ratings on chain, and where do you see this going?
So first, what is the stablecoin stability assessment? It's a score with a report that gives you visibility on the probability of depeg of stablecoin. Now, in our team, and well, most of opinion are my own, but we believe in the tokenization of everything. We believe that blockchain is the next set of rails for the financial system. Now, in this new world, the pace we know is increased, and the need for risk assessment remains. Now, for stablecoin specifically, if we're saying that there are different risks, does it make sense to be able to check that at the transaction level? So we know, for instance, that, well, we need to look at having faster risk assessment and all that, and that's kind of the writing the data. But when you're from a reading standpoint, now with this on-chain, you can check the validity and our opinion on the risk of depeg of stablecoin, and eventually later on it could be applied to ratings real time. So you can have a lending protocol, a decentralized exchange, whichever application that will at every transaction be able to check is the risk the same as per the opinion of S&P. And when it changes, it doesn't change often, but when it changes, it usually matters. When it changes, then you can have already pre-coded what will happen. Do you still accept this as a collateral? Do you want to change the yield you're using? So we'll be in a world where a lot of this role will be coded on-chain, and the data for that has to be also on-chain. So that's the first step for us, showing we could do this with Chainlink. Now it's on base. If you want it anywhere else, let us know. And if you're interested in other type of data point that can be from ratings or other division that we have, we can do it. And when we have use cases, so people came to us asking, to do tokenized green bonds, but they would like to have the data on chain to do such bonds. So it's the first step, and it's needed in a world where everything is acting on smart contract.
Oh, no, you go.
No, please.
I was only going to say the attestation thing is really important, because you can't, the green bond's a great example of that, but if you remember last year we did a project with Brazilian Central Bank and Banco Inter, and they actually used data, going on-chain data to effectively trigger payments. So they use a wholesale CDBC, cross-border trade finance, agricultural commodities use case. They were shipping soybeans between Brazil and China, and they were basically using on-chain data to deliver confirmation that the transaction or the consignment had reached various stages in its journey. We were involved in that. Obviously, Chainlink was involved in that, and it allowed them then to trigger payments that were then facilitated through CDBC wholesale between Brazilian Central Bank and HKMA. Now, the reason that was very interesting is because for trade finance, for the small and medium-sized participants, the cost of funding is incredibly painful and high, and if you can facilitate a mechanism where that payment comes back to the supplier, the producer, in stages throughout the journey, it massively transforms trade finance for small and medium enterprises. And it is excruciatingly expensive, and so if we can find an alternative way. So that's a really good example of where we can use attestation on-chain in order to allow an event to happen, which in the case of Brazilian Central Bank was a trigger payment. But I think for things like green bonds and sustainability type initiatives, I think putting data on chain is incredibly valuable, because we can then continue the attestation throughout the life of the contract or the asset, which is really important.
But this will trigger, and it's super important, don't get me wrong, this will trigger some challenges, because imagine that currently everybody jumps into stablecoins, it's hard as shit, everybody wants to list their own stablecoin, all the banks coming up with their own stablecoins. Now imagine that you're a corporate and you have decent cross-border business, and you have a subsidiary in another country, and you have maybe a supplier, and then you have a customer. And everybody's banking with a different bank, and every bank has a different stablecoin, and every stablecoin has a different rating. Hey, you as a company just want to pay. I need an OTC desk to manage my currencies. This is ridiculous. It's not going to work because it's not working today. Today you have a euro is a euro is a euro, or a US dollar is a US dollar is a US dollar. In the future, a US dollar is not a US dollar anymore because there's various grades of risk in US dollar usage when it comes to stablecoins, euro the same or whatever. And it is super important to have the ratings. Don't get me wrong. It's super important. It is crucial. But the next step is then how do you manage that as a global corporation, because there's the benefit. And if you ultimately have to handle more currencies than you handle today, then adoption rate might drop dramatically.
It's always the challenge, isn't it, the new technology, not to just create a new set of problems that we have to manage. So, yeah, it makes sense. Okay, final question to everyone. Looking ahead, do you envision stablecoins evolving into core settlement assets underpinning global markets, or will they remain a bridge technology until we see CBDCs and tokenized deposits mature?
So CBDCs were discussed a lot, but since the US made a ban on them, there's been a lot of reaction on, well, if the US is against it, should we really do it? I think it's being rediscussed in Europe. Tokenized deposit, I was listening to a very interesting panel on that in Washington last week. A bank was explaining that, well, as per the Genius Act, to be able to have a stablecoin, you have to have an independent subsidiary and that kind of thing. That it was a non-starter for them. So there will probably be space for both. Stablecoins, so when we launched the stablecoin stability assessment around 2 years ago, we were reached out, like all the banks in the world reached out to us saying we're doing a stablecoin. Some sovereign entity came and do the same. So is there too many stablecoin? Well, I mean, opinion on my own, but probably. But then, well, we see, I think when we'll have JP Morgan launching their own token deposit, there'll be use cases for both. It's really hard to know where they go. I don't think any will disappear because country like China will prefer CBDC, but yeah, they'll all remain.
Yeah, I agree with Charles. I think where we are, it's good to appreciate what's happening today, but we also need to take a longer lens and say the adoption curve in terms of digital assets, it's at the very earliest nascent stage, right? Especially in the US with the regulatory framework just getting passed. So if you look at in history when we came out with a debit card, a credit card, there was a lot of fragmentation before there was a unifying standard. Right? And I think you spoke to that a little bit ago. So for us, we kind of see a room for all. And we believe that so much in the blockchain that there'll be an opportunity to change states, right, on the token based on use case. So what may eventually start as what starts as a stablecoin transaction could get converted into a tokenized deposit, as an example. And I know there's different rules from a collateralization perspective on both of those areas, but we believe that on-chain we can work through the smart contracts to be able to change state based on the transaction and who the recipient is of that coin. I know that seems very far out today, but that's the promise of the chain, for at least from our perspective.
So I do think, I'm going to answer the question, I do think that stablecoins will become a core settlement asset, and I'll give you two examples. So if you look at the EU pilot regime, and you look at what N21X have done, they are basically issuing assets and settling, securitized assets and settling them using a stablecoin, and that's regulated under BaFin. It's on Polygon, it's on a blockchain. It's the first time that a license has ever been granted for a multilateral trading facility on a blockchain. So it's game-changing from an industry perspective, but they are settling, their plan is to settle atomically using a stablecoin. So that's DVP, securitized assets settling. So that's core capital markets type activity. And then if you look at what's going on in the digital security sandbox in the UK, similar situation. They started off originally saying that they would only allow settlement using central bank cash for securities, but they are now shifting, and I think the view is that they will change their scope to allow for settlement using stablecoins. And again, that's securitized instruments, and the first example of that, of course, will be the digital gilt. So I think you're seeing, and look at what SDX, I mean, Mark, you and I built SDX 8 years ago, right? SDX have had a digital exchange in digital CSD on Corda, and it's been settling atomically using central bank cash delivered by SNB. So, I mean, whether CDBCs are widespread or not is sort of a little bit irrelevant, I guess. But the point is, you're right. Stablecoins are part of a range of digital currencies, and it's horses for courses, as they say. Depending on what you're doing, you might want to use a stablecoin, you might want to use a tokenized deposit. It's entirely up to, I guess, the quality of the cash, whether it's M0 money or not, commercial bank cash, and the risk profile of the use case. So I do think it will be core. I don't think it will just be a bridge.
I don't want to repeat what the colleagues already said. There's a reason for various payment means today, CDBCs, deposit money, commercial bank money, and e-money. Just tokenizing it doesn't make it go away. So there's use cases. But you can only use what the other counterparty is using too, as I said before. If the US is not using CDBCs, then my European CDBCs don't help me to do business with the US. So I think ultimately stablecoins will be maybe, if I want to say so, the winner, because and core asset, because they're the most flexible one. As soon as said, programmability, freedom of movement, freedom of parties to use it. Not everybody can use CDBCs. Not everybody can use deposit tokens of a special bank. Yeah? So stablecoins are the most flexible tool, are the most accessible tool from a programmability standpoint, also the most flexible one, and therefore my take is it will be the core asset to be used in the future.
Okay, well, I think that's the last question. You know, I mean, it's loads of progress, lots of excitement, but still lots to do is kind of what I'm hearing. So, but thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was a great discussion. And now we'll be moving on. We have Building Web3 Businesses That Last, featuring the co-founder of 21 Shares, Ophelia Snyder.
All right. Thank you all for joining me this morning. I am giving a slightly different kind of talk than I think what we've been hearing. I've spent the last 8 years building in this space, which, quite frankly, often makes me feel like a dinosaur. I started a company called 21 Shares, primarily to help my mom. So I got into crypto, and I think I have the rather distinct honor of having gotten into crypto because of my mom. So in 2013, I came home from college for the weekend. And I sat down on my mom's bed and we were watching a documentary about the financial crisis. And she told me, you know, we're in a geopolitical anomaly. Everyone's getting along. SWIFT is not going to last. Merck spends too much money hedging. We need a global reserve currency. Have you heard of a thing called Bitcoin? No, absolutely not. I had not heard of a thing called Bitcoin. But that started a journey that ultimately led to building 21 Shares, wanting to build a product so that she would feel comfortable investing and accessing the space. And 8 years later, 21 Shares is a great business. And not just a great crypto business, but one with actual solid fundamentals. We built from 0 to 12 billion in AUM, from 0 to 175 million in ARR. We've been profitable 6 out of the 8 years, and we only raised 30 million in outside funding over that time. And really what we do is we make crypto accessible. We make people feel comfortable buying it. And if I were to distill absolutely everything I've learned building in this space, it actually comes down to 3 pillars: discipline over drama, substance over signals, and profit over promises. So let's start with the first one, discipline over drama. Discipline is what turns innovation into a repeatable system that works. You don't cut corners. You do it better and faster and cheaper, emphasis on the word and. At 21 Shares, this translated into speed with real oversight. We could launch products in days versus the weeks or months it would take others in this space. And that was because of robust process and research, not in spite of compliance. And it made being first to market part of our DNA. We launched 60 products over the last 8 years that were global world's first in their categories. This required discipline and a willingness to be contrarian. And that started all the way at the beginning. So when we first started the company, I moved to Zurich, a city I had never been to, betting on building in Switzerland, which at the time was quite contrarian, and there was extremely limited infrastructure to do anything. My first day in Switzerland ended with me begging my garbage man for help, because I couldn't figure out how to get rid of the ocean of cardboard that had taken over our office / my apartment from the IKEA furniture I'd been building. And the apartment had no internet, and I didn't have a Swiss data plan. And I couldn't figure out what to do, and this very nice man took pity on me and helped. I had no idea, if I'm being honest, what I was doing or how to do anything. I had no idea how to build products like this, and it took buckling down and getting it done. And so I figured out how to get rid of the cardboard. I figured out how to get the Wi-Fi on in a country where I don't speak the language, and ultimately figured out how to build an ETF. That required discipline, not hype. You actually have to deliver. You have to focus. And this applies to your customers, to your team, to your investors, ultimately to yourself. Our discipline meant that when markets crash, clients increase their allocations. Velocity matters, but velocity without discipline is just chaos. The second pillar is substance over signal. Loud does not mean sustainable. We have never had a single year of outflows. Why? It's because clients turn to us in their hour of need. Market downturns, market disruptions, we show up, we support our clients. And that's ultimately what makes us as a business special. And in one particular example, we actually added like 50 to 100 million from a client because of how we helped them through a crisis. We built for resilience and not headlines. And there were a lot of companies over the last 8 years that have been really consistently in the press. But where are they now? And so you really want to build something with real substance. The last pillar is profit over promises, and I wish that were less controversial in this space. We built regulated products when regulation-light solutions were popular and trendy. If someone pays you every time you press a red button, do you press it because you enjoy pressing buttons or because you're getting paid? What happens when you're no longer getting paid? Are you going to keep pressing that button? In this space, there have always been people who seemingly built businesses out of thin air or printed money out of thin air so that they could build their companies. And quite frankly, I was jealous. It was easier, it was sexier, it was flashier. But again, where are most of those companies now? Our industry is one of the very few I can think of that does not prioritize profits. Profit was never a vanity metric. It was the test of product market fit. And in the early days of my company, I was the finance function, which means it had absolutely terrible reporting because I am not an accountant. We used to spend in CHF and USD, and we were using the bank account where we'd raised money to build our business from. And my co-founder came up to me one day and was like, okay, well, what's the status? How much do we have left? How much can we burn? And he thought there'd be maybe a couple 100,000. And I'm like, yes, in that bank account, but what about all the crypto that we've been collecting from our fees? And we realized we had about a year in burn rate in crypto from actual revenue. And it's when we realized we were profitable, and I've been chasing that feeling ever since. In crypto, staying solvent is the ultimate statement of integrity. You can't change the world if you can't survive its cycles, and profits is ultimately how you do that, which is why profits beat promises every time. 2 weeks ago, we actually sold 21 shares to FalconX based on a vision alignment on the convergence between crypto and TradFi. The next chapter isn't crypto versus TradFi. It's TradFi built through crypto rails. Better, faster, cheaper. That requires us to deliver on these pillars even more than the last cycles did. Changing the world takes time, but step by disciplined step, we're getting there. We built 21 shares without hype. We built it on trust, on proof, and on the belief that crypto deserves to be as open and as accountable as the technology that underpins it. What we've learned through every cycle is simple. Discipline compounds, substance scales, profit sustains, and transparency, especially when it's on chain, earns trust that can't be faked. Thank you.
Thank you, Ophelia. It was really, really interesting and inspiring for all of us to hear. Now we're moving on to collateral mobility, optimizing liquidity with intraday on-chain solutions, moderated by Chainlink Labs' Ryan Lavelle. Welcome to the panel.
Oh, there's no water because there's no chain. There you go.
All right, good morning. Thank you all for joining us for this panel. This panel is all about collateral mobility, easy for me to say, and liquidity. And just to set the stage here, using blockchain technology and smart contracts, liquidity and collateral are moving from manual and very delayed settlement currently to more programmable in real time. So the addressable market is huge. Some cited at 25 trillion globally for the global collateral market. And even the small efficiency gains in that market really matter. So we're here to talk about what's real, what scales, and how we work together to get there. So I'm Ryan Lavelle, Director of Capital Markets at Chainlink, and I'm delighted to be joined here by Lamine Brahimi, co-founder of Taurus, Nadine Shakar, Global Head of Digital Assets at DTCC, and Ryan Rugg, Global Head of Digital Assets for Citi Treasury and Trade Services. So first question is going to be for all panelists, and maybe we'll go left to right. So you've all designed and shipped blockchain-based liquidity collateral tools. What was the hardest part to get right, and what was that aha moment that unlocked adoption? We'll start with you, Lamine.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I think there are a couple of bricks you need to get right before you even imagine moving collateral. So we built first a custody platform, then we built initially that custody platform only for one type of assets. Then we built a tokenization platform that is smart contract agnostic. And the main aha moment is when we started making clients talking and working with each other, which means that basically some of our clients, are custodians of global funds, whereby, for example, you can trade securities on the secondary market without them moving the funds from, their custody platform. And it was an aha moment for them, which was a clear, indication from us that we were solving a problem. We're going to talk about that by launching an interbank settlement system among our clients.
Thank you. Nadine?
First of all, love your iPad. Well done.
Thank you.
I think for us, at least for me, realizing that what we need to do to solve the collateral movement in terms of increasing velocity, reducing costs, releasing capital, really at the end of the day was not a technology issue as much as a fundamental market structure and trust issue. And that was an eye-opening moment for me and actually for our clients as well. And Ryan, you're absolutely right. There are trillions available there. The amount of capital that we can free up could be measured in the billions of dollars. And the operational simplicity and the risk effectiveness of being able to move collateral anywhere at the speed of the network was there. And I think as people realize that it is feasible, right? We've been able to demonstrate that. We're starting to see a lot more engagement, and the possibilities are endless. But people need to keep in mind it's a lot more than technology. It's all the underlying stuff that we don't think about. It's finality, it's settlement, it's enforceability, it's legal recognition. And that's what makes collateral liquidity interesting in this day and age.
Thank you. Ryan?
Yeah, so I love seeing Angie and Mark on the panel before this that, now at Chainlink, worked with me at R3. And, we started with collateral use cases a decade ago, literally. Tokenizing everything from bonds, equities, you name it, real estate to really provide that. But we always had to go back to TradFi rails to settle the cash leg of it. So when I, joined Citi 3 years ago, it was really focused on that cash leg of the trade for optimization. So over the last 3 years, we've been building out what's called Citi Token Service, which is focused on liquidity on the cash side, to be able to move it around the globe frictionlessly. So we're live in US, UK, Hong Kong, Singapore, with additional branches and currencies coming later this year to really scale. So I think that, once you can get, because if you can't tokenize cash, which is arguably one of the most simplistic assets, how are we going to start tokenizing other assets, right? To have that frictionless network. So that's where we've been focused on the last couple of years and really starting to scale.
Thank you. And maybe as we get into more specific questions in each of your projects, I have a question for Nadine. And the DTCC's app chain work, the great collateral experiment, really showed that you could do this, actually, tokenize real-time collateral mobility, treasuries, equities, money market funds. What did you learn about standards, interoperability, how DTCC will safely connect to things like Ryan's tokenized cash, as well as even external networks outside of DTCC's app chain?
The great collateral experiment, if you guys need any help marketing, naming stuff, just call me, as you can see from the title of that project. But what we set out to do was really try to show the art of the possible. So you're absolutely right, Ryan. What we did is we showed that TradFi and DeFi can live and be accretive to each other. One doesn't have to win because we do have a transition period where we both need to live and operate in the same way. We also, and we showed how you can finance a trade in Japan and leverage your DTCC assets when we're all asleep here. So being able to mobilize this collateral and move it around, doing repos against crypto, Bitcoin I think it was really important. But that also showed that, again, I go back to my last statement, we know the technology works. We've been at this for a while. We know that it works. Now, what do we need to solve for is there's been a lot of fragmentation within the industry because like all of us set up our own different infrastructures. That's normal. When you're innovating, that is normal, and we've seen that in TradFi and all the history of finance, and over time, it will move and settle somewhere in between. But standards are really important, and when I talk about standards, I'm not saying we all need to use the same platforms and the same technology. That's not what standards mean. We just need to be able to speak the same language when we transmit data, when we transmit files across, right? To have the same level and DTCC has been working with the industry, with the larger ICSCs as well, Clearstream, Euroclear. Recently we got Swift involved because we throw around this word interoperability quite freely and loosely, but what does it really mean? Does it really work in practice? And the answer is no. It doesn't. So what we've been striving for are data standards, some legal standards, and where we already have a good framework, and we're working now to understand what can we translate from TradFi into DeFi. But at the end of the day, these standards are going to be critical to ensure that we can all work and interoperate at the same level. And I think the last question you asked around the network, part of what DTCC is also working on, and again, I don't know how many of you guys know that, but we are owned and governed by our participants and users. So all the feedback that we get and all the development that we do is done with the industry, for the industry. So obviously, there's not a day that doesn't go by that you don't have a firm somewhere issuing either a stablecoin, a new stablecoin, a new L1, or a combination of both, right? So there's a lot of choice out there. And what we believe our work and job is doing right now is trying to figure out where the most liquidity, where the most demand are for these L1s, and build these connectivity or orchestration layers on top. Part of our partnership with Chainlink is really designed to help do that safely and effectively. And when you think about all that, having the assets, having the standards, and the risk controls, which are really important, and also having the network, we believe that is the impetus, hopefully, that the industry will need to speed up a bit on the adoption front.
Yeah, for sure. And I really think DTCC's role in creating these standards and then having them being adopted, it's basically the same role you've had since the 1970s, when it was a very fragmented world before securities became standard, right? Like the paper crisis was kind of a very back to paper.
Somebody did his research.
Yes.
No, you're absolutely right. And that is the beauty. I mean, a lot of papers have been written that CSDs and market infrastructures are a relic of the past, right? Like blockchain technology and tokenization are going to make them all obsolete. And I subscribe to the fact that they will make obsolete the way we do our job today, but we evolve with the technology in really trying to be the center of ensuring that when you do tokenize, there's a good control location, right? When you move assets across the network, that you can track them in real time. And Ryan and her team have done an amazing job. You've got what the technologists are doing as well. But at the end of the day, there is always going to be a certain level of, I'd hate to say it because I'm going to get crucified by this crowd here, but the path to decentralization for the immediate future is going to have to go through a centralized body like DTCC, like Euroclear, and then as we mature and grow up, our role transitions more into a good control location.
Let me have a follow-up.
Let me just die to jump in. Go for it.
I think maybe a couple of things. On the standard, I can, we are headquartered in Switzerland. We have now 15 offices globally. And back in 2019, we recognized the need of building, capital market standards. So I can, give our 2 cents of how things happen. So we worked with, the largest law firms in the country, the stock exchange, the largest asset managers, largest banks, and, we created those standards. Monochain. So if we want to tokenize securities, whether equity, debt, funds, those are the legal standards and their technology implementation, which is, by the way, open source. 5-6 years down the road, I am very pleased to say that 100% of any tokenization initiative in the real world in Switzerland is using those standards. So I encourage you guys in the US to define jointly, DTCC, banks, large law firms, those standards. Otherwise, you're going to risk having asset manager A coming with that smart contract, asset manager B with another one. This doesn't scale at all. It creates operational risks, creates also compliance risk and security risk. So that worked pretty well. And I understand that CMTA is trying to go global, spearheaded by UBS. Maybe just one word before we go to the tech. There are still some impediments to make on-chain solutions scalable. Today, tokenized money market fund needs to be eligible, collateral, and announced so by the CFTC and others. I give you a simple example. For example, here in the US, selected third-party funds can be approved as collateral, and you mentioned Euroclear. In Europe, third-party funds are not selected or are not considered as eligible collateral. So there is still a couple of things to be solved on the regulatory side to have this truly scalable, not only within the US, but also on both sides of the Atlantic.
Agreed, and thank you for that follow-up. I'll go down to Ryan there.
Yeah, no, interoperability is definitely extremely important to us. Like, we recognize no one wants a Citi token, an X-Bank token. They truly want a multi-bank, multi-asset network that is always on, 24/7, 365. So, you know, when I think about rolling out Citi token service and the different regions that we've done, you know, because of the, you know, either lack of regulation or not clear regulation, like, we've had to engage every regulator in each of those jurisdictions to make sure that we get the permission. So, like, that's one from a, you know, kind of interoperability across the globe kind of standard. But then ultimately, like, you know, if we think about synonymous to email, like, I don't care if Nadine's on Yahoo and Ryan's on Gmail, like, I just want the email to get there, right? I just want it to be able to, and that's what we need to get into a world of, that literally information, assets are transferred instantaneously. And, like, because of the way that, you know, regulators are setting up, like, the different jurisdictions globally right now, and there's not one gold standard, you know, it's definitely going to slow kind of adoption across the network. Like, especially for, like, highly regulated institutions like myself, like, we don't operate in a gray area. Like, we don't ask for forgiveness and do something. Like, it has to be 100% permissible. And that's why it's so key, like, even within the US, like, these legislation acts that have passed, like, helping give the clarity to, like, large regulated institutions, like, the permission to kind of enter as, you know, working closely with our regulators.
Yeah, and I think Citi is a very unique position because you're so globally, you know, you're truly a global bank. You have many branches in many different jurisdictions. And, you know, it's hard not to have a panel and talk about cross-border payments.
We're in 90 countries. We still have 19,000 plus clients. I mean, there's capital requirements in all of these different countries and reporting requirements that we have to abide by like legal. And, like, you know, I've talked to my prior roles, some startups, they're like, well, there's no legislation, you know, so it's legal. It's like, we have banking license in these regions. We're going to always default to the most conservative, you know, kind of measure. And unless we get 100% permission to do it, we're not going to.
How do you think about then? Because obviously you have multinational clients, they're running businesses, they're shipping things, there's all types of supply chain transactions that I'm sure they want to do. And like you rightfully said, each jurisdiction treats the capital requirements, compliance, operations all differently. Like, how do you think about that? Do you go by, like, jurisdiction by point to point of, like, where the client, like, payment corridors? Do you go by like that, or you're just trying to figure this out at scale all at once?
So for day one, our strategy was targeting our largest money hubs. So US, UK, Hong Kong, and Singapore. One has the biggest time issues, right? So if it's 5 p.m. in New York on Friday, it's 5 a.m. in Singapore, you traditionally couldn't send money and assets, like, to be able to remove that friction across the network. You know, two, it's based on the demand of our clients, right? We have what's called an early adopter program where their demand is for this technology to be launched. And then after that, it's working closely with the regulators and legislators within the individual countries to get the approval to kind of go live with these. And, you know, it's been, we launched last September, so it's still a relatively new product. And, you know, we've got close to 100 clients on and processing billions. So, like, again, in Citi terms, it's really small because we move $4 to $5 trillion a day. But, you know, starting to see more adoption across the board with large enterprises. And the size of liquidity that our enterprises are moving are double-digit millions. Like, that's really large amounts of notional money that they're moving around globally for everything from, you know, BAU operations to M&A to cap markets. It depends. It's kind of across the whole board. But, you know, again, going back, like, if we can't move fiat frictionlessly, it's going to be really difficult to start moving other assets.
And Ryan, I think we all have that problem. The issue always with innovation is it goes ahead of the regulations. So our rules and laws, as Ryan explained, they're very local in nature, right? The problem now is when we do issue a token, it could go anywhere. Right. So I do believe our regulators understand the need for more harmonization across, but I think each jurisdiction right now is just trying to deal with their home markets first, fully understanding that once it's out of the gate, it could go anywhere. So that's why, again, we're as highly regulated as Citi is, and what we've done is we've embedded compliance rules in the tokens. So if you're operating in the US, it's under SEC jurisdiction or CFTC, it will comply with these rules. And in theory, and I say in theory, you can issue the stock in the US, you could settle it in Singapore, and you could trade it in Europe, because you can, and that's the beauty of the programmable impact of what we're doing. But we do need to give our regulators time to come up with their local jurisdiction before they start harmonizing. But harmonization is of critical importance. We all deal with global clients, as you said it, but the problem is now it's the nature of that security that just operates 24/7. It can go anywhere it wants to.
Yeah, and I really commend the DTCC's work on kind of adding compliance on-chain, because I think for the longest time, the answer to this was, oh, just make a whitelist. And it's like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean a whitelist? Is that some off-chain thing, or is that like an on-chain programmable thing that can interact with the asset? That sounds like a better way of doing that.
Yeah, but the white chain is more that identifies the person behind, or the entity behind the token. And I wouldn't knock whitelisting. It's an important, it's a piece of the arsenal, but not, it's stagnant, right? Like it's done at a point in time. So you need something more dynamic to give the regulators comfort that these tokens are not doing anything nefarious or the people behind them. But the compliance component, the ability of codifying the compliance of certain jurisdictions and make sure that the token is smart enough to comply with them. Now, at the end of the day, we're still responsible for that. You know, tokens don't look good in orange, so there's still the people behind them that are enforcing all of that. But there are technology solutions to do that, and now we need to work with our regulators to get them on par where we need to be. It will come.
Right. And maybe I'll go to Lamine, because you mentioned you've done a lot of work with the CMTA standard, and you have a unique perspective coming from Europe. And you've launched the Taurus network. How do you guys think about identity, privacy, things like that?
Sure. So our job, our mission number one is really first to provide ultra-secure fortress for clients to preserve their assets. And that's our constant priority. However, while it's super necessary, it's not sufficient now. So we need now to be able to connect our clients to others. With respect to identity, privacy, obviously, most of our clients are regulated, so KYC identity is critical. So members of our network are vetted, curated. So when State Street has Deutsche Bank in front of it, they know it's State Street. They know it's Deutsche Bank. On the privacy side, there are multiple challenges. So our clients now are increasingly asking for privacy compliant solutions. We've been working with you guys. We have also published our own research and also open sourced in February this year the first, I would say, privacy compliant token together with Aztec Layer 2. We are also working, sometimes these solutions are already embedded in the L1, so we're also working with Canton. So this is super important. And there is still not yet a definitive solution on how to fix this. And we're working with our clients on a constant basis, either at the protocol level or a smart contract level. We've embedded, you mentioned compliance, travel rule is super important. We've embedded that by design. Proof of reserves is also important. We've been working with you, but we've also provided that by design. Ultimately, what we want our clients to do is, I would say profitable, but also compliant business together. And that's the idea for a Taurus network. You'll be able to also to mint stablecoins. We've integrated with Circle, but also some asset issuers will be able to distribute their token in a, I would say, flexible but still walled garden.
Yeah. And maybe to wrap us up with a final question, we'll go forward-looking here, and maybe we'll go right to left this time. So in 12 to 24 months, what's the visible signal of increasing adoption? So let's say we have this panel a year from now. What are going to be those signals of everything we said today put into action?
Yeah, I think about our goals this year and then moving into next year, what our goals are the next 12, 24 months. And, we really wanted to hit kind of that inflection point where we're actually seeing people use their product BAU, where it wasn't a shadow record, where it was their record of choice, and that they were actually putting flows through it. And we now have a large e-commerce platform, on Citi token service that is sending money from US back to Asia real time to be able to, end up ultimately paying the suppliers more on a real-time basis. And, it's not used off hours or weekends and holidays, which I think is really powerful. And that's what our original thesis was, that we thought people would use Citi token service when the traditional banking hours weren't open to be able to move collateral and liquidity across the globe. But we're actually seeing them use it, on a regular basis, which is wonderful. So I think that, as we look to the next 12, 24 months, continuing to increase the number of clients on the platform, increase the volumes, increase the, I would say the functionality of the platform. We're one currency right now. We truly need to be able to, in a multi-currency world, multi-asset world, multi-network world. The future of networks is going to be frictionless across the globe. The way that assets and cash move is seamless. And that's what's really powerful about this technology, is it gives that ability to have a single account, a single wallet where you could have multi-assets in it versus having, separate for your stock, separate for your cash account. So I think that in the next 12 to 24 months, we'll love to see the industry as a whole move more towards that, especially with enterprise adoption.
Thank you. Nadine?
I would say 26 for us is going to be a big year where we're going to transition from hopefully speaking points to proof points. So we are looking forward with great anticipation to roll out our tokenization services, our collateral services, the integrated L1, L2 network, which are all important components for adoption for the industry. And Ryan is absolutely right. I think hopefully we'll move away from constant education. I think it's been a little bit like skepticism to a bit more curiosity. So hopefully people will dip their toe in the water and start to use this as a primary platform versus, I think a lot of people are using digital as a shadow platform right now. I think it needs to move more into the limelight. But the most important thing that I'm worried about, and Ryan hit on it, is we're moving into an economy where everything will be governed and driven by a wallet structure. And I can tell you with high levels of confidence that the banking industry is not ready for that shift, right? We have accounts, everything that we do is governed by an account structure, and getting that now to transition into a wallet structure is going to be, it's a big deal and it's going to be painful. So while I hope 26 we'll start to see more movement, we do need to work together in industry to help that shift. So getting the old and the new to work better together and seamlessly, I hate that word seamless, but integrated is going to be a key initiative into 26 as we move forward.
On my end, if there are two things that could make the industry go from speaking points to proof points, is one, the usage of stablecoins, not just for crypto trading, but as a settlement currency between banks on traditional business. And I have good hopes, provided some regulatory clarity on how they are accounted for. And the second one, we've seen some of our clients, and there are some people in this room that built private chain ecosystems where everyone is on those private chains. And the idea for me is that those guys go more public, either using public permissions, less blockchains, or connecting their systems together. And this will be a good, important signal that this industry is scaling.
Well, awesome. I thank everyone for joining us for this panel and our esteemed panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying this morning. It's been a really great morning. We're going to go ahead and move to a break, so please be back by 11:10. We have some great sponsors outside you can visit. The developer lounge on the 3rd floor. Show your social posts to the help desk for some swag, and be back here soon. Thank you.
Our program will begin in just a few moments. Please make your way back in and take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please welcome back to the stage Zaji Reyes.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. We're going to be kicking things off for the rest of the morning with our next panel, Convergence in Motion, where crypto and capital markets collide. And this will be moderated by Token Relations' Jacqueline Melanek.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 at SmartCon. I am Jacqueline Melanek, like she mentioned, and today I am joined by Andrew McCormick. He is the head of eToro US, and then next to Andrew is Stan van der Straten. He's the CEO of Deutsche Boerse Group, the finance or the crypto finance part. Yes. And then we got Nicola White, the VP of crypto institutions at Robinhood, and Stani Kulechov, the founder of Aave Labs. Excited to have you guys all here today to talk about everything about the convergence of crypto and traditional finance. We're starting to see it kind of emerge across capital markets, asset issuance, payments, settlements, and so on. I know Stin works in a purely institutional space, while Andrew and Nicola's firms, eToro, are both on institutional retail, and then we got Stani on the DeFi side of things and also tapping into those spaces as well. So with all that said, where from each of you sit, how do you kind of define this acceleration and adoption today? No pressure.
Yeah. All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Andrew McCormick from eToro, and pleasure to be here. I love this topic. When I left Wall Street to come to eToro, it was to have topics like this and bring these worlds of traditional finance and DeFi and crypto together. And in my 15 or so year career, I don't think I've ever seen the pace of change happening so quickly. And just as one example of the Genius Act was just passed in July. Right. Since then, it seems like every single day there's some new M&A announcement, some new product release, some new firm, something as traditional as a credit union saying they're going to launch a stablecoin. And so Things are moving fast, and I say that on Halloween night, much to my kids' chagrin. I was dressed up as Sonic, and Sonic always says, you got to go fast, and I've never seen the financial space move as fast as it is right now.
Yeah, for sure. Stan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we see currently in the market over this year and also start at the beginning of last year is the vast adoption in the banking sector when it comes to crypto, right? But also now this year, stablecoin, big topic, tokenization of securities becoming more and more a topic, and how do we bring that all together? And the speed that we see today is just extreme, right? I mean, unparalleled. I'm in the space now since almost 8 years, and so last year was already crazy. And I feel that this year is even more crazy. Also now with the US leaping forward under the new administration with the Genius Act and so forth. So really a lot going on here.
Yeah, and I would say we've gone from talking about if we're going to do this to when we're going to do it, and really talking about like, you know, small pilot programs to how do we launch large-scale implementations. So that's really exciting. I'd also say we've seen just barriers to entry come down. So, you know, you're starting to see businesses that were historically reserved for institutions be opened up to retail clients. And you're seeing institutions just be a lot more efficient with how they think about implementation and how they move forward in the space.
Yeah, from the DeFi side, I think also DeFi has been growing quite a lot, and these protocols have proven their resiliency, and we're topping over 200 billion worth of assets in DeFi, and now kind of like with these tokenized assets and more inbound from traditional finance, there's this kind of like an interesting aspect of using the existing DeFi infrastructure that we use with these traditional, well, let's say like crypto native assets into tokenized assets. And I think that's really a powerful concept, because once you tokenize assets, you still have to create some sort of a utility that makes it more convenient and a better proposal for tokenizing assets in the first place, because tokenization is simply a tool. So I think that has led a lot of interesting experimentations. The regulatory climate is much more favorable at the moment, and Genius Act definitely brought a lot of attention, and not just from fintechs and banks, but also commerce, big tech, and there's a lot of initiatives around how stablecoins could be used in various use cases, and including in DeFi. So I think if we go back 1 year from now, I think it will be really hard to actually get anything done. So I think all of us are quite excited about the upcoming months and years now.
Yeah. When it comes to DeFi innovation, you know, a lot of institutions are actually eyeing this now, which is so interesting to me. Maybe Stani, from your perspective, starting on that front, how do you kind of think about like DeFi protocols integrating with traditional financial institutions? Because it's going to look a lot different than integrating with like a crypto application or a blockchain, right?
Yeah, I think there's two paths there. There's the asset path with tokenization, and then there is the embedded DeFi path of actually using DeFi as a kind of like a resilient infrastructure to replace some of the kind of more traditional backend systems, and creating diversity of, for example, yield source or other types of DeFi functionality. So on the asset side, I think what's interesting is using DeFi to power tokenization, being able to effectively use these assets as a collateral, borrow liquidity at 24/7 on chain, and this is something that we're doing with the Aave Horizon, which recently grew over $500 million in market size, and Horizon is an example of a market where you can use tokenized assets such as tokenized funds, tokenized money market funds, tokenized credits as a collateral, and borrow stablecoins. And this provides a really unique risk profile for lenders as well, because they're lending stablecoins not against native crypto assets, which is already widely available and almost fully conducted on chain instead of the centralized businesses, but actually lending out against traditional assets in a market neutral lending markets. And I think that's a really interesting offering. And things like Black Friday is a good example why you want to have traditional assets on chain, because you have faster access at any given point around the clock in DeFi. So I think there's a little bit of chicken and egg problem with tokenized assets, because you have to have a lot of capital, a lot of assets on chain until actually you start to see network effects. But the direction is great.
And I think that's a really good point. I mean, everybody talks about whether you want to call it Black Friday or whatever it ends up being, but there was still this massive reliance on traditional finance banking rails, right? Like the conversations we were having with clients was, you know, what can you do for me until, I mean, it was a long weekend, so it wasn't even Monday. It was, what can you do for me until Tuesday? Because, you know, while a lot of people go into the weekend and think, well, what do I need on chain? I don't think anybody was prepared for an event of that scale on a Friday afternoon after the banking rails had closed. So it is, you know, we are still, while we've made a lot of progress in this space, we are still heavily reliant on banking rails, and I think we need to quickly find ways in which it becomes second nature, right? So we're not talking about, you know, stablecoins for payments. It's just payments, and stablecoins is the mechanism by which we're doing that. It's still kind of this, like, you know, a mechanism where we're forcing it. It's not natural, and I think hopefully over the next year we get to a part where it's natural and we're not as reliant on those underlying rails.
Yeah, I was going to ask for the three of you here, like institutional perspective and then exchange perspective. Would you rather be more on like the DeFi side of things than opposed to kind of like these centralized rails that you've existed on today? Because we've got Stani's perspective, which is probably the external side, but then you guys are on the inside kind of deciding like what do you adopt, right? So.
I mean, from my perspective and what I see in the market is you have two angles, right? You have the more crypto native side, which from a technology perspective has great stuff, great solutions to existing problems. And then you have the traditional financial institutions that eye into those solutions, but are also aware into what framework they have to push that into to make it happen in a day-to-day basis, right? Regulatory risk, compliance, blah, 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 all of that. And this is where, from an institutional point of view, we also struggle, right? I mean, DeFi has some really great concepts, but then again, if you look at decentralization, how do I make my AML KYC work that I don't run into money laundering? Then you are very quickly in a closed circle or closed loop, and then you start losing those benefits, right? But I think we are going into the right direction, but it just needs more time. And I think it's brilliant that all those startups and platforms keep pushing with new ideas, because that keeps the incumbents also on their feet, right? They're under pressure and they know that. At least, I mean, if you look at Coinbase now moving into the traditional markets, this is being discussed on board level in TradFi banks, right? Now they are moving with their client base into our business, and this is exactly as what we see. Yeah. But it remains, from a pure DeFi perspective, quite complicated to implement that in larger organizations today.
Yeah. Totally agree. It would be cool if we could just build a whole new system, but we have the traditional financial rails that this whole world operates on, whether it's paychecks, salaries, money movements, and we're stuck with it, but we can still make it better every day, every week, and it's cool to see DeFi come into that space. And I think items like, transfers being quicker, more efficient, get a lot of the attention. The thing I'm very excited about is automated decision making. So, and I come from one of the world's largest banks before I joined eToro. I loved it. It was great. Something that large banks struggle with is making decisions. You'll have risk, compliance, AML, legal, and people just want to have committee meetings and talk about it. But on the end of those decisions are real people, real transactions, real money, and you don't have to do that thousands and thousands of times again. So the thought of hey, let's have smart contracts, so if certain risk alerts are flagged, it's automated decision making, the money moves, the money is rejected, and that kind of automated decision making will be a huge win. I'm excited about DeFi coming into that space.
I think that hits the kind of a point of DeFi. There's really interesting primitives and protocols and financial opportunities, but actually when you look deeper into decentralized finance, what it really does really well, it reduces the the cost of business. So if you think about, let's say, the typical on-chain lending model, lending against crypto-native assets. When Aave started, there was centralized business models at that time, and virtually now most of the crypto-backed lending business models are on-chain at the moment. And if you look at the centralized businesses as of today, you might see interest rates between 7, even 9 to 12% lending against your, borrowing against your Bitcoin or Ethereum, as an example. When DeFi does it at 5%, fully automated, liquidations are fully automated. So like I think the operational side is what kind of will be interesting down the line to reduce operational cost. And when we take the same protocols and apply to these traditional assets, and not just what we have today, tokenized money market funds, but down the line to equities, ETFs, credits, private equities, we get that efficiency with smart contracts into the kind of like a traditional assets. And I think macro is really important. So it's maybe not appealing to have like DeFi integrations and embedded DeFi when the interest rates are high. But the first wave of DeFi actually in 2020 summer came in a kind of a scenario where interest rates were at 0 at that point. So users were actually searching for wealth preservation and yield at the same time. And I think if interest rates are going to go down from now, next year, that creates an opportunity for embedded DeFi and find these new yield sources on chain.
Yeah, building off of that for Andrew and Nicola, eToro and Robinhood are primarily like retail apps, right? Or solely retail for eToro, and then institutional as well with Robinhood. How do you kind of think about crypto providing like a new edge for retail traders, right? Because we talked about how it could save money for the businesses, but what about for the little guys who are trading on the apps?
I think for us, we're really excited, to Stani's point about tokenization for a couple of reasons. One, if you look at private equity or private credit, those are markets that historically have been off limits to retail investors. And that's where you see a lot of the wealth generation and appreciation happen is kind of before the IPO events. Seeing more and more companies aren't IPOing. And so, I think tokenization does a couple of things. One, historically, these deals have been off limits because you need 15, 20, $30 million to invest. But, when you introduce tokenization and you can fractionalize offerings, then, you're a retail investor, put $5 in it, put $10 in it. Not investment advice, but I think it at least opens up the possibilities for retail investors to get access to some of these asset classes. On the institutional side, I think it's about efficiency, right? It costs a fraction of the money to run a business on chain versus running a traditional finance business. And so that's, I think, what's really driving institutions into the space is the possibilities and the savings that they can generate with moving on chain.
Yeah, tokenization is absolutely huge. I think in 5-10 years, everything is tokenized. Whether it's real estate, private investments, securities, stocks, ETF, options, crypto, of course. And I think it's a powerful moment. And it sounds like a bit fanciful, like I can't imagine that world. But if you look back 5, 10, 15 years ago, a lot of securities business investing was the paper stock certificates. And that seems laughably outdated now. And I suspect in 10 years, our current system will also look outdated. So there's tokenization, breaking down barriers, giving more people access, but also just the round-the-clock nature of crypto has changed everything. For decades and decades, our markets are 9:30 to 4, and if you have a great idea to buy Chipotle stock or sell Nike stock at 4:05, too bad, because someone 50 years ago said that's not how it works.
Yeah.
But the world of crypto at 24/7, you can trade with anybody around the world. It's amazing, it's beautiful, and it's giving people more and more freedom each day.
Yeah. And I would say we're already seeing this, right? We launched our tokenized stock offering in Europe earlier this year. We have 480 symbols, where European investors historically would have a hard time getting access to U.S. investments, and so I think it's starting to break down barriers. And maybe last year we thought it was something that was this pie in the sky idea that was no one was going to talk about, or was just going to talk about and not implement. Now we're actually seeing those implementations out there. we would love to see regulation in the US or a sandbox in the US that would allow us to do something similar to what's happening in Europe. But I think we're solving the issues in real time because we have these real-time use cases that are in play today.
Mm-hmm. Do you see any opportunities or synergies to work with Stani's company, Aave?
Absolutely. I mean, from a DeFi perspective...
Let's make a deal.
Right now, right on stage, let's do it. No, but I think people think, like, when people think of DeFi, they're like, it's almost this concept, if you talk to someone from traditional finance, that seems off limits. But if you look at even some of the like practical use cases today, whether we're talking about Hyperliquid or something along those lines, like those are kind of fully embedded in the DeFi space, and people just don't realize what's going on because a lot of the complexity is abstracted away. And I think that's really what a lot of your job is to make these things a little bit simpler for people that can't get their head around them.
And I think that's the kind of idea of like embedded DeFi that I like to call, where essentially a lot of the complexity is just abstracted away from the users, and DeFi is just that kind of like a backend that is resilient and secures all this activity and provides the best efficiency. And I think the cost savings down the line, they will be passed to the end users because they can transact with a lower, the institutions can transact with a lower operational margin. And I think that's really great way.
How do you see the point? Because we currently struggle very much. I mean, the technology side is all fine. We see the benefits of DeFi. It's cheaper, it's faster, it's just making the world better. We see that. But we have a hard time explaining that to the regulator, and the regulator signing off on processes that contain those models that rely on solely platforms, blockchain, etc., but they say, no.
Sell harder. But that's an interesting point because a lot of this is new, right? So it's new for the fintechs, it's new for the banks, and there's been a lot of regulatory uncertainty for years. It's a completely new thing, and a lot of innovation comes from regulatory uncertainty because people are really going outside of the existing modes and trying to bring something new. DeFi, for example, it has clear benefits from transparency, from execution, and also from the asset kind of control custody perspective. And I think there's a path there. There's a lot of argumentation that kind of like waters down. I mean, DeFi is the same as a technology as Bitcoin or Ethereum. It's just one layer on top. It's still software, financial software, permissionless. There's no kind of like a true DeFi doesn't have a one single issuer or kind of like a focal point. And I think that's the same way as DeFi should be treated as Bitcoin and Ethereum, in the sense that you don't regulate the technology, you regulate the financial services on the edges that are providing still financial services, and they have the KYCs and whatnot. So I think the same way as financial institutions today are able to interact with Bitcoin or that is a permissionless technology. And I think a lot of you are here, have been long enough here to remember all the headlines about Bitcoin being used for money laundering, and guess what, in crypto, based on Chainalysis and TRM Labs, there's maybe 14 basis points of illicit activity. Wow. So a lot of these arguments will water down, especially if the education is there. And I was last week in Washington, D.C., and doing a lot of policy actually together with Chainlink, and we noticed that it's actually an educational problem. So having the right information for regulators, sandboxes are great, and also just trying to explain all the risks and why the system is better and how you can mitigate. And also finance in general has a risk-based approach, so why not use the same risk-based approach into DeFi and just adjust to the peculiarities of the system. And I think still, and this is my last point, and this is where I'll help you with the regulators.
I hope it's not your last point. We still got time.
Well, this is really important, is that a lot of DeFi is issuer-based. So stablecoins are issuer-based. USDC has an issuer circle. A lot of tokenized assets are issuer-based. And a lot of on-chain will be issuer-based. So you have the same control mechanisms down the line. You still have the the kind of like a true crypto native assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum, but most of the stuff that will be on chain in terms of assets are issuer based. So the actual kind of like AML KYC risk is even mitigated down the line and becomes less of an issue as well.
And I would just say on that point, like I think this is really where we can start to bring TradFi and crypto native firms together, because it is, I mean, it's repetition, it's going into the regulators and everybody having the same conversation, but it's also taking a lot of the concepts that have been tried and tested in getting new regulation across the line with regulators, and taking some of those lessons and applying them to crypto, and how you frame the argument and how you talk about mitigating risks. And I mean, even if we look at the event from October 10th, like it was, I mean, we still have a lot of work to do in the risk perspective, right? Like I think that's the one thing that it showed us is, you know, we talk about, you know, some of the issues that happened in crypto winter. They're still not all mitigated, and I think that's where we need to spend a lot of time and focus and shore up some of our protections and our controls, so that the regulators can get comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, like building off of kind of all your points there, I think about obviously there's a lot of innovation going on, and you know teams want to move fast, they want to stay ahead and still be competitive, but then you also kind of want to retain, or of course you want to retain user trust and security. So from your perspectives, how do you kind of balance between the two, where it's like we're going to move fast, even if like regulatory clarity isn't fully there yet, but we also have to consider a million other factors on that front?
I think it is really having a risk lens to everything you're doing. So I want to, like, you don't want to lose the speed that crypto brings to the financial system. We've all spent, I mean, I spent 2 decades in traditional finance, and I know how slow that space can move. So I don't want to go back to that world. But I would say that I do want to make sure that we're bringing some of the risk lessons that we've learned over the years. And look, TradFi isn't perfect in that space, right? There's been lots of risk issues in traditional finance, but we've learned from those issues, and we need to bring those lessons in. We need to bring them in a way that we're not slowing down, right? Like, I get really frustrated when people say, oh, well, we should do it the way that it happens in TradFi. Well, as long as that means that we're retaining the core principles, like, I don't want to go back to, markets that close at 5 o'clock. I don't want to go back to, world in which the transparency only exists to a small handfuls of players in the market. Like, those are the benefits that we need to make sure that we're retaining as we sprint towards whatever the end goal looks like here.
I think it's like when you think about DeFi and like it's just like better, faster, stronger finance, but it is touching like the very fragile part of our like society, the banking system, the economy. So, if something happens in DeFi or in the space, in the tokenization space, that will obviously have a big setback because it is a pioneering industry. So, certain type of kind of like I think our space moves fast, and that's because there's so much innovation, and the barrier to come and innovate is quite low, and that's why you see DeFi protocols, tokenization happening everywhere in the world, and that's amazing. That's like a part of the whole open source movement. But at the same time, you have to retain the trust, and it's a lot about self-governance and ensuring that everyone understands the kind of like a threshold of how to build these DeFi protocols, and the tooling also improves over time. But end of the day, DeFi is a financial infrastructure where you have 24/7 visibility, and you can even quantify the risk end to end across all the protocols, all the assets at every single second, and everyone has the same access to that information, and it's verified. It's as a kind of like from like technical standpoint, economical standpoint, it makes more sense. But as you pointed out, it still takes time to sell, because obviously every setback every incident will set us back, and it becomes harder. So it's going to be a long journey, and it's a long game both for tokenization and DeFi.
So the risk and innovation question is so complicated and so critical, and a lot of what we're doing is in the gray space, and you're trying to apply 21st century technology to laws from the 1930s. We try to simplify, like, hey, what we're doing, is this going to help the customer? Is it for his or her benefit? And that's the North Star. And sometimes it might be a little off, a little sideways, but if that's what you're marching towards, I think generally you'll end up in the right spot.
When it comes to regulation, there's obviously like competing interests always. And I think that education should also apply to traditional financial institutions, because regulators also will listen to banks. And if banks are basically afraid of this technology and they don't have a positioning how they can adopt and embrace it in the future and position themselves, it's going to be harder to sell this to regulators as well.
And I think this is one of the biggest challenges about operating in the U.S. Like we're in 75 countries at eToro, and so colleagues in the UK, France, Germany, they have like a regulator. In the U.S., eToro U.S. has over 100 regulators, 50 state regulators on the brokerage side, 50 state regulators on the crypto side, SEC, FINRA.
Yeah.
It's like such a mess. So you can spend all this time talking about one random state and DeFi and whatever it is, and then another state disagrees. And we really got to fix that system, because the U.S. can't compete like at that level.
Yeah, that's the American government for you.
It's coming. Don't worry. Clarity. Here we go.
There we go.
We'll see if the government opens again, but hopefully.
Yeah. Do you kind of see a future where the traditional markets are 24/7, though? To Nicole's point before, she doesn't want things to close at 5. I know a lot of people in crypto don't even think about that. Everything's 24/7 for us. But in the traditional world, things do close. There's obviously like after hours trading and things like that. But do you see a future where, like the title of this panel suggests, where it does converge and, maybe the traditional finance adopts things on the crypto side, and then crypto maybe adopts some things on the TradFi side?
Definitely.
100%.
100%. I mean, we going in that direction. I mean, we had T+2 settlement, right? Everybody from a security world knows that. We went to T+1, T+0. Here the US is leading the pack. The EU is now coming with T+1. But if the new generation doesn't understand, if they sell something, why the money is not on their account instantly, right? Why do I have to wait 2 days? I sold why is that? I mean, and if you think about it, we don't have to have that, right? So I think we will have, and it's not going to take 10 years, 24/7 trading, and then also instant settlement, right? And that opens up, of course, new efficiencies, new ways of also managing your risk, because you have collateral management over the weekend as well. You have a price over the weekend, so you can manage over the weekend, and that changes a lot, brings the risk down, and a lot of advantages, yeah. So.
And one thing I would say is that I don't think people, in this space really realize what that means for traditional finance. I mean, we're talking about decades of legacy infrastructure that needs to be, modernized and needs to be brought into like the world in which we operate. That's a big lift. And so banks and other organizations are going to need to make the decision. Do they rebuild that stack? Do they layer on top of it? Yeah. But, part of the reason why the markets close, and maybe a lot of people don't know this, is that there are batch jobs that run at banks in the background for 2 or 3 hours from 5:30 till 8 o'clock at night, so that you're ready for the next trading day. And to be able to take that away, and we're used to running in this world where we patch code in real time and we do all these upgrades. That's we have a lot of education to do on the tech side in the traditional banking space with large firms and large organizations who do control all of this money today.
Yeah, Stani, Aave could help with that, right? It's never turned off.
I think that 24/7 is definitely good. Just having the access to your funds and being able to transact, that's really important. But also I think another important thing is that the accessibility. So I think that what Robinhood is doing with token as assets is really interesting, because there's a lot of financial opportunities in the world that a lot of people don't have access. So whether it's private equity, for example, before going to IPO, and in some part of the world it might be just access to dollar and dollar yield. So, and being able to do that 24/7, I think that just creates a better financial outcomes for everyone.
Real quick before we wrap up, what is the timeline for TradFi and DeFi to just become finance?
Oof. 2 to 5 years. Then it would be awesome to never say TradFi ever again.
Well, DeFi will become TradFi, but I would say it will take another 5 years.
Okay, 255.
I'm more in like the 5 range. I think you're going to start to see it be more broadly adopted in 2 to 3 years. But to revolutionize every workflow and bring everything on chain, you're probably looking at 5 to 7.
Yeah. Say like all finance, maybe like 10 to 20 years. I think that's probably.
Well, hopefully we get you guys back on stage then.
Yeah. I mean, we're still running some of the financial and banking rails with some of the hardware and software from the 70s and 80s and 90s. So it's going to be slow, but there are fast movers, and I think they will have amazing opportunity to create better financial products.
Amazing. Well, Andrew, Stan, Nicola, Stani, thank you for taking the time. And thank you to everyone for listening in.
Cool. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Moving on, we're moving into bringing real-world assets on chain, moderated by Chainlink Labs' Frank Seibald. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's all good. Welcome to this very exciting panel. My name is Frank. I'm here with Matt Siegel, heads of digital asset research at VanEck. Thomas can't come at Kamino, but we have Marius, the other co-founder of Kamino, here as well. To set the stage a little bit, pun intended, across the industry, RWAs are driving the next wave of tokenization. Solana is obviously emerging as one of the most active ecosystems for on-chain finance. From tokenized funds and treasuries to credit products, institutional DeFi is becoming a reality, as I think we all agree. Solana brings speed, low cost, and composability, and I'm glad to be here with the key players that cover the entire food chain for RWAs. VanEck, an issuer of assets, and Kamino, the liquidity platform that makes these assets full of utility. So the first question to Marius in this case, Kamino is recognized as a leading liquidity and yields platform on Solana. How is Kamino positioning itself to support RWA activity, and what kinds of products or investors are showing the most interest in your mind?
So hi everyone, thanks for having me. The classic use of these yield funds that are coming on chain right now is people looping, which is kind of known in traditional finance as like carry trades, where you essentially borrow cheaper to buy something which has a higher yield. You capture some kind of yield spread, hoping that the carry trade doesn't blow up, essentially. But they're like extremely popular and appealing kind of strategies. The way Kamino onboards them is it tries to understand what the product is, show as many disclosures as possible, what the token is, work with the token issuer, work with Oracle providers such as Chainlink to calculate the NAV, calculate the price, and then basically put it on, work with some risk curators to put it on a market. That essentially becomes a collateral so that people can loop them. This is the most basic way of working with them, and it's like it's a crypto-friendly way of introducing the natives to these kind of strategies. In theory, you can just go and swap them and buy them and just hold them, but it doesn't fulfill the full potential of what DeFi can do. For example, on my brokerage account, I do not have access to all of these things that are coming on chain right now. And maybe I just want to just simply hold them. You know, let's say I would want to just hold them. But because you have access to some cheap liquidity on chain, people are willing to lend a bit cheaper, then you could do much more than just holding them. So this is the way we're dipping our toes into RWAs right now. I think the final form of people consuming RWAs is not this. I think that things will evolve in time, but I think it's a great way to introduce the natives to RWA.
Amazing. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Now, from the perspective of an asset issuer, what are the specific characteristics that you find with Solana that makes it an attractive platform from your perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, to set the stage, think of VanEck as a family office, the VanEck family office attached to an asset manager, and we're looking to build intelligent investment products. So with all of our gold holdings, we found Bitcoin to be a competitor to that and started investing 8 or 9 years ago. And I think Bitcoin price really still does drive the wealth creation in the space and the ability and willingness to speculate on other assets like real world assets, stablecoins even, not speculation, but you're moving assets within the on-chain economy depending on your risk budget. And for an issuer, trying to find product market fit, we have a stablecoin, we have an NFT project. It's much easier and cheaper to get your product out into the hands of customers when the transaction fees are so low and the speed is so fast. And you've got a team at Solana Labs Foundation who is really willing to support issuers in experimenting on chain. So when we did our NFT drop, we actually did it first on Solana. Our stablecoin Agora that we're running the reserves for, AUSD, available on Solana. You'll see more real-world asset issuance from us, but we're taking it a little bit slowly because it's not so clear what will be the liquidity hub to trade these assets. And the fragmented liquidity landscape makes it more expensive to put out products into the market. So I'd say we're kind of watching and observing. Many of the early RWAs are more like receipts, where the owner of the token doesn't have a legal claim to the underlying asset. And that is kind of a subpar solution from the client's perspective when you think about the benefit of self-custody. So the path is in the right direction, but at the moment, it takes a lot of capital to launch these RWAs. Who's going to make markets on them? That's a leverage story, and as long as the ecosystem is so fragmented, the leverage providers have to touch too many ecosystems. So it's capital intensive to launch these RWAs. So I'm looking forward to observing some of the winners. Maybe Kamino can be one of them and begin to aggregate some of this liquidity, and then you'll see products, hopefully like our semiconductor fund and things that are really liquid in the real world, and we'll take a crack at moving those on chain.
To be fair, the traditional cap markets have taken decades to get that capital efficiency going, and we have a couple of good ideas how to do this in our markets. VanEck has been, now that I have you, long been at the intersection of regulated funds and digital assets. What are the learnings that you can talk about in terms of the tokenization efforts and how investors are responding to on-chain products?
Yeah, I think I mentioned some of the challenges. But the obvious opportunity and really the biggest change since the election is the willingness of the largest financial institutions to experiment and invest in the space. And I think that for 2025, that's an equity story, really. It's investment banks that are underwriting SPACs, IPOs, pipes, secondaries. Some of them are in DATs, but some of them Bitcoin mining, companies expanding. And these investment banks are getting comfortable with touching the assets. The regulation is making it much more easy for them to do so. And the comments from, whether JP Morgan, BlackRock, it's clear that the writing is on the wall, that they want to work with the regulator so that the regulator can accept the blockchain ledger as the canonical ledger for asset ownership. And right now, the regulations are not set up to do that. So once we have the Clarity Act hopefully passed, that should turbocharge the ability to trade some of these receipt assets in DeFi without triggering certain regulatory issues. And I think what we've learned is just how important the deregulation is, and really looking forward to that continuing.
Awesome. Talking about turbocharging, Marius, how is Kamino enabling new yield and liquidity strategies around RWAs, and how do you ensure that these products remain transparent and composable and safe?
Yeah. So just to add to what Matt said, we've seen a lot of RWA standards on tokenization. Different issuers or different tokenizers try different ways of creating these receipt tokens. A lot of them proceed with caution by permissioning them as hard as possible, such that you have to KYC, you don't really have the right, you have to wrap it and then wait 3 days, and that's just, it's understandable because they're defensive about, and everyone is like trying to dip their toes, but it's not, it does not fulfill the promise of DeFi. So that for the past year, things have changed a lot. We've been working with various providers of tokenization mechanisms that confer different rights to the people. But ultimately, the end game is that, like Matt said, if you own the token, then you have the right to whatever the token represents, and therefore you can freely move it between protocols or exchanges or wallets, etc., etc. And we've seen a few come to market that offer that. They have lots of, let's say, rights that comes with the token that give them full permissionless and transferability. And once that happens, then you basically have, you can just put them in a lending market, you can loop them, you can market make them. Kamino offers this market making where you can kind of peg it to a specific oracle, which is the NAV. So if there's enough volume, you can basically receive it. That LP token can be leveraged, for example. If they're a kind of stable, just like a yield bearing, some kind of maybe treasury fund or a yield fund, then you don't even have necessarily inventory risk or impermanent loss risk. So we're trying to create basically a product suite that allows these RWA issuers to come and fully offer these things to users. But ultimately, the end game is holding them, buying them easily, and then using them as collateral to, maybe just hold them, or if you want to borrow against them for a short period of time to something else, use them as collateral in lending markets.
That makes sense. Basically replicating the utility that real-world assets have in the traditional markets.
Yeah, but it's but in an open system where you can get competitive borrow rates. It's 24/7 accessible. Code is open source. You know exactly what you're getting. You can get in and out whenever you want. It's a lot more, better UX basically.
Perfect. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. A panel always has to end with a prediction, in my mind at least. So the next couple of years out, what are the things that you see happening in the industry, the mega trends, one or two maybe?
Yeah, I'll make one prediction about real-world assets. So I run an equity fund, ticker's Node, and you'll see that many of the stocks that we own, I would look at as beneficiaries of tokenization from a market share perspective, but actually the biggest beneficiary in my view is going to be the consumer. So my prediction is that within 3 to 4 years, you'll be able to transfer your assets from Robinhood to Interactive Brokers via token, right? And that'll make it, you know, it's going to be, when I think about Vanguard, right, to take your money out of Vanguard, you have to fax them a letter. And you can't get someone on the phone who can confirm that they've received your fax. And then someday, 3 weeks later, the assets just kind of disappear. It's an anxiety-producing experience. And I think IBKR and Hood have realized that they can make customers happy by making that process easier. There's an innovator's dilemma because you never want to, it's hard to embrace making it easier for your customers to leave you, but those are the firms that will gain consumer trust. And so my prediction is you'll be able to move an equity position from IBKR to Hood, you know, via token within 3 years.
Amazing. That would be nice. That would be nice.
My prediction and actually my hope is that we will decrease the costs a lot of buying these tokens. There's like some tokenization mechanisms that charge you 2% a year to hold it or 50 bips to mint it. And it kind of defeats the purpose of buying it in the first place. But because it converges everyone to the same platform on chain, basically with one wallet, then there's going to be competition between people, and then the cost will be decreased. So then it will make sense for me to just buy and hold it on chain, as long as at the same time we solve the kind of like self-custody problem, where like lots of people are still afraid of losing their keys, losing their assets. I think that's apart from the competitive nature of it, which will decrease costs. I still think this is the last hurdle. I think self-custody is still scary, and for people, but custodians solve it. So, but it's not extremely accessible yet.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Thank the audience as well for staying with us. Other VOAs are going to excel for sure, and these gentlemen are part of the journey, and I'm very happy to have you here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, folks. Up next, we have from Offchain Labs, Ed Felten, to deliver a keynote. Give it up for Ed.
I'm going to talk about Arbitrum, where we are, and where we're going. But let me talk first about why Arbitrum, and in particular, why a layer 2 chain, and why the Arbitrum technology in particular. And the starting point is just that it's incredibly expensive to build and operate a layer 1 chain. Layer 1 chains have to pay for security. They have this very large staked consensus, and that's expensive. People are locking a lot of assets, and you have to compensate them for that, locking a lot of assets through staking. So they tend to have near zero retained earnings in the chain itself. And any value beyond staking tends to flow often to foundations or other organizations. So bottom line is it's an incredibly expensive thing to do. Major L2s, major L1s tend to issue 3 to 7% new issuance of tokens to pay for those staking costs. And that, of course, is value that comes from token holders, and it fundamentally means it's super expensive to operate an L1 chain. So why build another L1 and pay that cost again? Why not instead work with an existing L1, build an L2 that anchors its security in the security of that L1? And that's the approach that we took by building the Arbitrum technology to work on top of Ethereum. Okay, so L2s are built different. They pay less for security. There's zero new token issuance because that security cost is simply paid directly by buying gas in the layer 1, and that's passed through to users in transaction fees, which are very reasonable. So the L2 is able to retain earnings from the transaction fees that it charges, and this compounds and grows the treasury, and we see this happening in Arbitrum. Most L2s funnel their earnings directly to some foundation or organization. They're not controlled directly by the DAO, by the token holders themselves. But Arbitrum is different. Arbitrum is unique. The Arbitrum DAO accrues all of the value that's generated by the technology. That value goes to the DAO and into the DAO treasury. The Arbitrum Foundation helps to steward and grow the technology, but the foundation reports to and is a creature of the DAO. It receives its budget because the DAO has voted it. So the DAO is in charge. If you're a token holder, it's your chain and your rules. That's unique. We like to talk about the way that an ecosystem like Arbitrum can create value by using this analogy to a digital sovereign nation. Let me talk a little bit about what that means. A digital sovereign nation has a set of constituents and stakeholders. These are both token holders, these are people building applications and users. There's valuable natural resources that are part of this. That is things like the block space and the access to chain information. And all of this works together to create an economic zone of opportunity, a zone of opportunity for developers and users, but those zones of opportunity also create value for the DAO and for the token holders. So it's that positive feedback loop through the assembly of this community, putting the DAO, the community, in control of what's happening, and then creating a zone where economic value can be created without a lot of top-down control by any one entity. So the natural resources we're talking about are things like block space. Arbitrum One Chain sells block space for user transactions, and 93% of the revenue from that goes to the there's a 93% margin on that, which goes to the Arbitrum token holders. Arbitrum also supports the Orbit program, which allows anyone to launch their own chain, provided that that chain either settles to Arbitrum One and supports the DAO that way, or if it settles, say, directly to Ethereum, then there's a 10% revenue share from those chains. So this also grows the zone. It builds a set of, if you will, allied nations that are contributing revenue and contributing to the growth and the size, the network effect of that community. Arbitrum is the only EVM chain that supports multiple languages, not just the Solidity programming language, which is super specialized for blockchain building, but also supports more standard and popular languages like Rust, C, and C++ through the Arbitrum stylus technology, which is really unique to Arbitrum. And there's an additional revenue stream via Time Boost, which captures additional value from by charging fees to arbitrageurs. So all of that is part of the natural resource, which is controlled and owned by the Arbitrum DAO. Okay, I want to shift gears a little bit and start to talk a bit more about where things are going. So let me zip forward a bit. I could talk about we can talk about adoption, the adoption by Robinhood of the Arbitrum technology has been a really key step. How that drives revenue and so on. But I want to move forward a bit and talk about sort of the approach to the market and the approach to the development of the technology. This starts with this barbell strategy, which is Arbitrum One is the most credibly neutral, secure, and decentralized platform that's available among all the layer 2s. But similarly, the Orbit tech, the idea that people can have their own chain under a your chain, your rules, but share revenue model. That's the most flexible and feature-rich way for people to launch their own chains. And the fact that both of these exist in the same technology ecosystem is really important for adopters, because they're able to, for example, start launching as an application on Arbitrum One and then migrate to have their own chain if they want to do that. And so what you get is this flywheel where the technology platform is driving value to the DAO, and the DAO is investing in continuing to grow the technology platform. So what does that look like? Let me talk a little bit about what is coming soon in terms of technology and functional upgrades to the Arbitrum technology. The first one is ZK proving. Arbitrum Tech has focused on using an interactive or optimistic proving mechanism simply because that is the method that drives lowest cost and good user experience for users. We're always focused in thinking about architecture for the technology on driving down cost, driving down response time, and driving reliability and ease of use. But ZK technology has now matured to the point where it makes sense to incorporate it. This will provide some advantages, and work to incorporate ZK proving into the Arbitrum technology is well underway through a cooperation between Offchain and Succinct. So that's one of the big things that's coming. It's an important internal upgrade, although the user experience won't change that much. You'll simply get more capital efficiency for liquidity providers. Okay. Second, and really important, is horizontal scaling. What this means is getting more throughput, processing more transactions, more gas, more activity on the same nodes. So the nodes that operate the chain are obviously getting faster. All computers are getting faster. But the ability to drive more traffic using the same hardware resources, and therefore at the same cost, is incredibly important, and there's work going on here, for example, to enable parallel execution as well as radically new models for executing EVM code, so you maintain compatibility while getting a big factor improvement in how much activity can happen. That grows that economic zone, and it also drives more revenue to the chain. Next, responsive gas pricing. And this one is a little bit less high-tech, but I think it's going to be a really big and significant change for Arbitrum. And this has been proposed already for a vote to the Arbitrum DAO. And responsive gas pricing comes from a very common sense place. So common sense idea, complicated technology to implement it. And the common sense idea is this. Some days there's more demand for the chain than others. Some hours there's more demand than others. So rather than having just a fixed gas target or gas limit that's the same in every day, same in every hour, the technology should be able to say, there's a lot of demand today, there's a lot of demand right now, let's temporarily raise the gas limit. Let's temporarily let people do more stuff without raising the price of gas. Now, you have to be smart about that. You can't get too far in the hole. All that needs to be managed, and that's where the rocket science comes in. But the research is there. And let me show you the result that it can give. This shows this is based on data from the Arbitrum One chain on September 22nd of this year. On the x-axis, we have time in seconds. It's about an hour and a half across here. On the y-axis, we have the gas price. The red curve is the actual gas price on Arbitrum One. We see that because of a surge in demand that happened during this time, the price went up to about the gas price went up to about 4 gwei. So the two lines at the bottom in particular, the blue line, this is the new responsive gas pricing algorithm without an increase in the gas limit or gas target. This is simply smarter pricing. And what you see is that the increase is almost not there at all. The price goes up to just a little bit over 1 gwei instead of 4. If you also increase the gas target so that you allow the chain to use more gas on average over time, you can get down to the green line and below. But the key thing here is responsive gas pricing means that gas price spikes are much less likely. And then finally, cross-chain interop. This is one of the big pushes to grow that economic zone by reducing friction in cross-chain transfers. And there's some amazing technology in the pipeline, which unfortunately I'm not quite ready to talk about yet, but stay tuned. Arbitrum is in a great spot. The community is strong, the economic activity is strong, strong adoption, and the technology is only starting to advance. So I'm really bullish about what's happening in the Arbitrum tech, and I hope you join us. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a presentation on XLayer, the new money chain. So for that, please welcome to the stage from OKX, Jason Lau.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jason Lau. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at OKX. I know I'm between you and lunch, so I promise I will make this as interesting as I can and make it worthwhile for you. So today I'm here to talk about XLayer. XLayer is OKX's layer 2. It's an EVM-compatible chain, highly performant, scalable, really designed for secure, high-throughput, on-chain use cases. And we're just getting started. I want to talk a little bit about why we're building XLayer, what we plan to do with it, and our approach to building our own network. I think first and foremost, at OKX, we think about the user experience at its core. And so when we came to build out XLayer and work with partners and build out the ecosystem, a lot of it was focused on how do we make sure that this is deeply integrated with the existing products that we have. At OKX, if you don't know, we have 100 million users around the world today. Institutional users, retail users, obviously, and they come to us for a wide variety of products. Our exchange products for trading, they use our wallets for self-custodial and DeFi activities. People come use us for our DEX aggregator for cross-chain swaps and on-chain swapping. So there's a lot of places where we think XLayer has value to add and really serve as a foundational layer for what we're building now and into the future. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a preview on where we're taking this. First and foremost, I mentioned trading. OKX, we have a DEX. We also have on-chain trading. We're looking to eventually merge a lot of these experiences, on-chain liquidity, centralized exchange liquidity, put that all onto and use XLayer as that core foundational layer to enable all of that. We're thinking about payments also. In Singapore at Token 2049 just last month, we announced OKX Pay going live in Singapore, partnering with Grab, which is a local kind of merchant payment processor. And now users in Singapore on OKX, they can use OKX Pay to pay with stablecoins any merchant that accepts Grab Pay basically across the country. And that's powered on OKX Pay and using XLayer as that foundational layer. And there's more to come. There's actually announcements that will happen later this week around OKX Pay globally that will, again, ride on this foundational layer of XLayer. On the wallet side, too, XLayer is going to be a core piece of how users can earn and get rewarded for their assets in self-custody. So, for example, today, if you hold USDG on XLayer within the OKX wallet, again, this is self-custodied assets that you hold the keys to, you get to receive rewards on top of that. And again, this is powered on XLayer, running on XLayer, and this is just really the start of what we're building out within the wallet. And of course, none of this can be done without our partners, our friends, and you guys here too. So yesterday we announced our joining the Chainlink Scale program. Chainlink is live on XLayer, providing developers and builders Oracle pricing, Oracle data across. We've also announced our use of CCIP as one of the bridges that allow for interoperability between XLayer and other chains. Really excited to see how this will enable more use cases and more protocols to come on board. We've got more to come with the Chainlink team. So again, stay tuned for that. And then lastly, a sneak peek into what's happening soon. We are also, actually, I think we've already announced this, launching an ecosystem fund that will allow for us to provide financial and also venture-type support for builders and projects and protocols that are deploying onto XLayer. we'd love to invite you to participate in that. We've been talking to a lot of issuers, RWA issuers, and businesses that are looking to build on top of Xlayer. So again, we invite you to come reach out to us and talk about that with us. Next, in 2 weeks, we're actually going to be in Buenos Aires also at DevConnect, hosting an event. And so again, we'd love to invite you guys to come connect with us and see how, if you want to tap into the OKX ecosystem, the community, the worldwide 100 million community that we're hoping to bring on chain via Xlayer, we'd love to work with you and build together with you. My colleague Shen is here. He's driving our efforts on the Xlayer front, leading a lot of our partnerships. If you see him around, feel free to grab him too. We're happy to talk. And with that, yeah, that's OKXlayer. That's Xlayer, and that's what we're here at OKX building. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, just a very quick announcement before we break for lunch. If you are attending the SmartCon After Dark event this evening, please know that the venue has a restriction on bringing in bags and things like that. So please plan to not bring any bags. I think ladies are allowed to have a small bag of some sort, but the venue does have certain restrictions. So please keep that in mind. Now we're going to break for lunch, but we will see you back here at 1 p.m. sharp for the rest of day 2. See you then. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our program will resume in 5 minutes. Please welcome back to the stage, Zubin Pretap.
Welcome back. Hope you all had some lunch, are feeling suitably refreshed, ready to go for the afternoon session. We've got a lot of speakers and a lot of panels for you this afternoon, so we're looking forward to having you accompany us for the rest of the afternoon. So next up, we have a panel discussion on how TradFi can join the stablecoin and RWA economy. This is going to be moderated by Jacqueline Melanek from Token Relations. So let's welcome the panel to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope it was good. I am Jacqueline Melanek, like they mentioned, and today I'm joined by two chief business officers. So you guys are in for a treat. We're going to talk business today. We've got Raja Chavorty from the Stellar Development Foundation and Salman Tesfaye from Aptos Labs. You two obviously spend a lot of time in discussions with potential partners, major institutional players, and more. How would you kind of define the current state of institutional engagement with RWAs and stablecoins right now?
Yeah, I mean, maybe to start, I think the reality is it's moved from beyond this, let me figure out if I want to do it, to I'm going to do it. Now, how do I actually engage? And I think that's really been the biggest transition we've seen, which is real engagement, pretty much at scale. I think what we're starting to see with a lot of the institutions we engage with is this much deeper question around, okay, how should we resource our teams? What should we build first? What is the opportunity that needs to be able to meet? And then what can be the next iteration? And so we're seeing this really deep engagement, and it's been incredibly exciting.
Echo all those points. We really have seen people really look at it from three different buckets. One, it's either I want to enhance distribution of a legacy product. We want to actually introduce a new product that blockchain enables, or they're taking a more back office approach where they believe it's going to have some cost savings and they're looking to implement it, or it's a parallel of a number of these different workflows.
What percentage of institutions, and I wouldn't imagine it's a massive one, but what percent are actually engaging today versus like on the sidelines?
Yeah, I think I would almost say like half of them are actually engaging. Now, engagement is like different metrics. It is, they've actually got the team and they're building, but like talking about actually rolling out a pilot, having the discussions at the C-suite, like I think there's like true engagement. And then you've got like this like maybe 30% that's just like really just tiptoeing around, and then, maybe like 20% to a quarter who really have absolutely no idea, but we're seeing a lot.
From an institutional perspective, we think everybody basically at least has a strategy and thinking about it. I know EY put out some research that they said about 13% of the 500 and change that they actually interviewed actually are implementing stablecoins, for example, and then 80% said that they at least have a strategy around blockchain, but it's really hard to put your finger on it, and it's obviously jurisdiction by jurisdiction based as well.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere between all of the numbers that we said.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Between 0 and 100.
Yeah.
So how do we get that range of numbers to kind of like actually understand the perceived, or I guess go from like the perceived value to the real value of this, and like knock down that barrier, so to speak? Like, how do you kind of get the naysayers or skeptics?
I think I think Solomon was starting to touch on this, which is, if you think about like all of the things that are enabled with blockchain, blockchain isn't one thing. It is multiple components that are really oriented around, I think, the efficiency lever. So I think that is a really kind of easy discussion to start having, which is, hey, let's make things faster. Let's make them easier. Let's make them more cost efficient. And then you talk about distribution. Hey, like you have a product. Let's go out to a broader TAM because you're having more capability here. Or internally, like, if you're a CFO and you're thinking about how do I actually manage a function and turn it from a cost function to something that is revenue generating, how do I look at that? And so I think that is, it's turned into a much easier discussion, especially because we've now seen some really strong institutional grade opportunities out on the market. And so there's now also this opportunity to reflect and say, okay, look, what have other institutions done that we're seeing success at? And now let's potentially replicate that or expand on it.
Yes, I think historically, regulatory line of sight was the biggest barrier. And now, of course, with the Clarity Act and Genius Act, and not just from a U.S. perspective, and look at other geographies, whether it's in APAC or UAE or whatever the case may be, you're getting a lot more clarity when it comes to regulation. But now it's more so, I think, interoperability. All right, how does this fit within my current tech stack? How do I plug in, let's say, an RWA product into my existing distribution pools? So I think operationalizing it now is something that everybody's trying to figure out.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think like ensuring that when we do this, there's liquidity is really, really important. Interoperability, I think, is one of the most important things for institutions as they think about, hey, look, like we're going to go issue the first thing, but how do we make sure it's broadly usable in all of the avenues we use it, so it's actually accretive. We talk a little bit about this idea that when we talk about tokenizing things, like you don't just tokenize an asset because you can. It actually has to have inherent value to being tokenized, and that incremental distribution, because it is like an attractive asset. It has a new yield profile that you want to be able to get out to other folks, or it represents some additional function that is going to generate value for the banks. Like that is actually the key. And so I think that is where the conversation really lies.
So you're not team tokenize everything?
I don't know that tokenizing everything makes a lot of sense. I mean, sure, you can go, tokenize a Lambo, but to what, to what end?
Tokenize.
I really want to emphasize the point you just made is when you tokenize something, it doesn't immediately increase distribution from a primary perspective. You still need buyers. It doesn't increase secondary liquidity. You need buyers and sellers. So inherently just is actually just a back office solution. It's a ledger that allows for reduced friction, right, when you're actually moving anything of value. But it is very important to actually just look at it from a more practical perspective of what needs to be tokenized. Because even in the traditional markets, if you look at very esoteric asset classes, they don't even trade to any meaningful degree, let alone if you add tokenization. So there's just some practicalities around having a strategy around any particular asset class.
And that actually just triggered one additional conversation that I've been having with financial institutions is, like, they also have to reconcile all of this on the back end. And right now, I think we are in a place with all the folks around here where we've been in it for a while, but like we're still at the very, very early stages. And so getting 24/7 liquidity for every asset may actually not be what a financial institution wants to do. They may not be ready. They might say, okay, what we actually want to do is do like a mirror ledgering system, but we also are going to still have our internal team reconciling all these things, and being able to like actually scale up to meet that is still something I think we're working through, which is why we see this kind of metered approach by financial institutions talking about, well, let's think about, and I will call this like a vanilla tokenized asset at this point, like like a tokenized treasury. Like we are seeing that plenty. T-bills, that's fine. But as we start thinking about private credit and we start thinking about access to different sort of things there, I think it is, let's make sure we've proven this, let's make sure we can handle it and we see the value, and then step into the next thing.
I mean, tokenization is not necessarily a new topic or narrative out there, but I think it's gotten a lot of steam in the recent months to year about. And I think a lot of that probably is due to like the regulatory changes. Now institutions feel like they could touch this. Based off of that and the conversations that you guys are having, what is actually being sticky when you talk to these institutions? Like, to your point, Roger, you're like, don't tokenize everything. And I agree with you on that. I've been saying that. I think it's kind of a waste, and it dilutes the value of things that actually should be tokenized. But when institutions come to you, like, what is their interest? Where do they lie on that?
Yeah, and I'd say, like as Solomon was kind of describing, I think initially, like the idea of like regulation being a barrier, I think that's somewhat been, at least like in the institutional mindset, been solved with,
right.
The
Genius
Genius
know it's
Act.
coming, if not already.
Yeah, and now it's really about operationalizing the asset. And so the things I think about with that are they're thinking about, is this an interoperable thing? Like if we release it, is there going to be true liquidity? We spend a lot of time thinking about velocity of that asset. So, is it important for that asset to just be tokenized and then somebody just as a buyer holds it? Or is it going to actually have velocity in that asset? Does it increase and take advantage of the distribution capabilities? I'll use this opportunity to actually potentially plug, one of the things that we've done with Stellar and why I'm so excited to be here is we just joined Chainlink's Scale program. And part of that is incorporating CCIP as well as their oracles to really help lean into that idea of interoperability. But for us, I think that's really important to kind of unstick where the financial institutions are.
Yeah.
And from an institutional perspective, what we seem to see that resonates with them is they see all the capital formations happening on chain. When you think of just Aptos, we traded about 60 billion of stablecoins last month alone. So they're seeing all this activity on chain, and they want to have their legacy products have interoperability. They want that capital to be able to be deployed into their very traditional assets, whether it's money market funds, whether it's private credit, whether it's commodities, whether it's synthetic exposure to public equity, whatever the case may be. And so they need to tokenize those assets so then they can have that connectivity. And then also they're looking at creative ways to enhance yield of those very traditional products. And so whether it's having some level of interoperability on the DeFi side, whether it's adding some utility so it's not just a position you hold, can you use it as collateral in a centralized exchange? Creative aspects to basically create some level of connectivity between these two worlds is where we see the most enthusiasm from the institutional perspective.
Yeah, and then I also want to kind of get both of your takes on like the utility and use cases beyond just like vanity metrics like TVL or something. Obviously, people love to like kind of boast those things with RWAs and stablecoins. But what do you kind of see as like the true unlock on that front then?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a lot at the foundation where TVL is that vanity metrics, but like, to be honest, like you can game that pretty easily. Like you tokenize something and somebody just holds it, and that to us isn't really doing the thing that you want with the asset. So for us, we've really leaned into this idea of velocity as being the most important metric. Once something is tokenized, how is it moving? How is it changing hands? And most importantly, and I think you just touched on this, yield. I think like yield and creating opportunities to get access to that at scale, I think is really the driver here. Being able to put RWAs into DeFi so that you're able to generate more value than would otherwise be able. Creating liquidity for something that would be really attractive, but you may have to be in the current state like a qualified institutional investor, like for like a CLO, like a AAA rated CLO. Once you tokenize it, put it on the chain, now you've opened up the aperture in a tremendous way, and I think that's really exciting.
Yes, echo all those points. Really, that's why I was emphasizing volume as opposed to TVL. We want to see the capital being put to work as opposed to being stagnant. And so we're really focused on any type of either volume metric or utility metric. Once you have an asset tokenized, how can it interact with the broader universe?
It's almost like we're the same blockchain.
That sounds right. We have to
like
do a lot more collaboration.
Business officers, yeah.
I think a partnership's coming out of this.
Yeah, you guys are going to work together?
Yeah, that's right.
I made the panel earlier also agree to a deal, so you guys got to agree to a deal.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll take a small commission.
Yes, just a small one. Yeah, of course. With RWAs and stablecoins, I see them kind of transcending beyond where we are today. I feel like, they're in early stages. We're kind of testing out and seeing like where things are actually going. Roger, you brought up like yield-bearing assets as something of interest to you guys. What is kind of like the next level for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think I like to think about this idea of like lazy money versus active money. And so I think the first iteration of stablecoins that we saw, I think really solved very specific problems. I think the user experience problem, very important, making sure that cash was able to, it's basically like digitizing cash. I think now really that next aspect of how do you drive yield to users who otherwise wouldn't have access to it, that's everything. And again, we talk about like the first things that we saw that have had scale. You saw Franklin Templeton issue Benji, you've got BlackRock Spittle, like you've got institutional grade players showing the ability for these assets to drive a lot of value. Now it's really kind of expanding into some of these other areas. And so we talked about some of these other opportunities. I think the other area that I'm really excited about is starting to think about like international kind of assets, like Mexican sovereign debt, for example. We're working with a company called Etherfuse within our ecosystem that is focused on tokenizing that, putting that on the blockchain, which creates a lot of value, particularly for other local markets outside of the US. And I think once we build that and build kind of a global system for that, that's going to be incredibly valuable.
From my perspective, it's really diversification of use cases. Right now, when you think of like stablecoin volume, it's primarily driven by trading. We're really excited about remittance, microfinancing, cross-border transactions, whether it's B2B transactions and so forth, and really parsing that data out. And from there, once you start to add broader access to this stablecoin usage, the wallet really becomes like a brokerage account. And then you start to see, okay, now they're looking to have yield, all right? Maybe they need to deploy some of that stablecoin into money market funds, into private credit. And so really it's that, goes back to that democratization of access and basically portfolio management and so forth. But really that's kind of the areas we're focused on more so than just pure trading.
I think this is like one other component which is really important, which is just ensuring that the ramps work really well. So again, like the idea is how do you make these assets incredibly usable and valuable and part of your everyday life? Being able to ensure that you're able to off-ramp them in a local economy is really important. On-ramping makes it super easy. And so you're almost kind of obfuscating the idea that is now on the blockchain and more just like an infrastructure play that allows somebody to use it however they want to use it.
What would you guys kind of define as the tipping point for institutional involvement? Because obviously we're in the early days. You guys talked about the percentages. So maybe they're coming in, but how would you kind of define that, and by like what time frame would you feel confident that they're fully here?
I think
go ahead.
I think in my mind, like the tipping point is when it is the treasurer of a financial institution saying, here's how many bips I saved and here's how many days I saved, rather than the innovation team. Like that, I think, is the nirvana for financial institutions. And I think, in terms of a time horizon, I think there's still that adoption curve, but that to me is what's going to signal like this is full scale.
I think the indication when it's truly like we have that level of adoption is probably when we stop even talking about blockchain, right? When I go on Amazon, I don't care if the website's coded in PHP or Ruby on Rails. I just want my package in under 2 days. If I go trade, I don't talk about electronic trading. I just simply trade. So it just becomes synonymous with any type of commerce. I think that will be an indication that there's broader adoption. I think it will come down to interoperability. Once we have clear regulatory line of sight, not just in the U.S., but in any of the geographies where obviously we're trying to drive adoption, I think that's a given. But then interoperability will be the second phase of that.
Yeah, amazing. Well, Raja, Solomon, thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you to everyone for listening in.
All right, next up, we have a fireside discussion with Stani and Sergey, moderated by Aaron Arnold from Allcoin Daily. Welcome them to the stage.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Good.
Doing well. Hello, Wall Street. Hello, Washington. Hello, New York. We are joined today. By the way, my name is Aaron, Altcoin Daily. I run one of YouTube's, in the US, biggest crypto YouTube channels. And these two gentlemen here need a little introduction. Founder of Chainlink, founder of Aave. And I remember coming to crypto conferences back in the day, and most of the people attending, cypherpunks, tech people, the crypto culture has changed a little bit. I've been rubbing elbows with Wall Street, bankers, congressmen, White House representatives, SWIFT, even the Federal Reserve. So my question, gentlemen, for both of you, and we'll start with Sergey, is how important is it for institutions to adopt DeFi, and how do you see it happening?
Yeah, so institutions have all the money because everybody put all their money into institutions. And while some people will take their money out of institutions and get their own private keys to use DeFi, I think in many cases the clients of institutions will want to use DeFi through the institution, right? So the institution will become the conduit through which large, and I'm going to say large, I mean hundreds of trillions of dollars, right? Like there's only so much retail capital out there to buy into DeFi. And I think the retail capital can get the blockchain industry to 5 or 10 trillion. And it can get DeFi to 1 or 2 trillion. But really, we want to be in the hundreds of trillions in our industry. And we want DeFi to be in the tens of trillions. And I think the only way that happens is that all the world's institutions have a clear and simple way to adopt, and a good reason to adopt DeFi. I think the way it happens is that the economics and the lower risk of DeFi attract the retail community and the fintech community and the institutional community to all use DeFi for yield, and yield that in reality has better risk management than yield from traditional systems. I think that still isn't understood. I think it's partly understood that the traditional systems and DeFi are somehow becoming equivalent or something. Like DeFi is as good or close to as good. I personally think that the transparency of DeFi makes the ability to manage risk much, much better than in traditional systems where, one day Silicon Valley Bank is solvent, the next day Silicon Valley Bank is insolvent, right? Because you don't really know what's inside of Silicon Valley Bank. And then once it becomes clearer that the yield is greater in DeFi and lower risk, then the question becomes, what are the technical rails? What are the cross-chain ways to send money and capital from my institution to a DeFi protocol like Aave Horizon? What is the way for me to comply? And oh, look, there's an automated compliance system that makes sure that when I use Aave Horizon, I am complying, and so it's easy for me to onboard and use Aave Horizon. And then what are all the risk factors like data and other things and the contracts? Oh, and those have been vetted and validated, and all the inputs into the contracts and the contracts themselves have been operating very successfully for a decade plus. So you know what? I am going to put $100 billion of my clients' capital into Aave Horizon, right? So that's how I think it happens, right? I think people realize the value of it, and then there's a technical pathway to putting the value in there. Stani and Aave and the Aave Horizon team are doing a great job at creating, the value of DeFi, and I think Chainlink is providing the technical pathway to get more and more institutional capital into that great product.
Stani, I want to ask you specifically about Aave Horizon, but before that, any thoughts on the general question of how important are institutions adopting DeFi, or how do you see it happening?
Yeah, I think it's very important. And me and Sergey, we've been doing this for, I think, since 2017, 2018, when we first started to talk about how DeFi can scale and what's the future of DeFi. And that was when DeFi was in point. That was very early days. We didn't have stablecoins on Ethereum, for example. But we were believers in the technology because of the properties that DeFi can bring, being able to have best execution, automatization with smart contracts, and the transparency and the non-custodial aspect of decentralized finance. And obviously what happened over the past half a decade is that DeFi has been able to prove to become extremely resilient infrastructure. And we proved it with these native crypto assets. So during the Black Friday, for example, Aave had at roughly 76 billion worth of net deposits. And we liquidated 200 million worth of collateral in less than an hour. It shows how you can build really resilient systems on the blockchain and ensure full transparency, that every single market participant has the same access. Now, if we can do this for native crypto assets this successfully, and obviously native crypto assets will grow down the line, the second step is to think about, so how do we take this thing that works really well in decentralized finance, Aave protocol, Chainlink, and take this combination and then just reapply to traditional assets, but in the same format, in tokenized form. So why this is important is because down the line, the biggest growing asset base will be traditional assets that are currently in the existing banking rails that could actually benefit from decentralized finance. And the way the benefit is to have a market opportunity. So if you have a market opportunity to collateralize these assets, borrow against, that creates utility. And by using smart contracts, you can get a better efficiency. We do that already on the native assets side, and being able to borrow from DeFi at a lower cost than centralized businesses, for example. And institutions are important because they are essentially the distributors of DeFi. And what happens in the future is that these traditional rails are just going to be replaced by blockchain rails, stablecoins, and decentralized finance in an embedded DeFi way. And the market opportunity needs to be there as well. So when the traditional assets and interest rates are going to go down, that increases the opportunity to integrate DeFi because there is a market opportunity there as well. So I see institutions quite crucial in the adoption.
So let's talk about one of Aave's most promising products, Aave Horizon. And as I understand it, it's a way to allow institutions to tokenize their real-world assets to be able to borrow stablecoin, whether it's USDC or Aave's native stablecoin. And I guess as we're learning more about this, can you help us understand the key success factors for Aave's Horizon? How is that going to look as it continues to see success in its future growth?
Yeah, Aave Horizon is exactly kind of like the next frontier of DeFi. Taking something that works really well, is battle tested over multiple years in terms of architecture, infrastructure, and applying to these traditional assets. So Aave Horizon is an Aave market where you can use tokenized assets as a collateral from money market funds, tokenized credit, tokenized funds, and down the line as well, equities, ETFs, debts, any sort of traditional assets can be used as a collateral. And you can borrow stablecoins. So two perspectives there. So one from the borrower's perspective, when you have all your financial opportunities and your financial assets on the same substrate on chain, you'll be able to access these opportunities 24/7 basis. And the Black Friday is a great example where if you would have traditional assets off-chain in the traditional rails, you won't be able to access during weekends or outside of trading hours. But also from the yield perspective and the lending perspective, you will be able to lend your asset against stablecoins against these traditional assets. And that's a really unique offering. So over time, I think the model of Horizon is a way to actually get institutions on board, bring their assets on chain, and more importantly, creating the utility of these assets, because just tokenizing by itself isn't really innovative. But once you start to tokenize, use these assets as a collateral, being able to exchange and allow a developer ecosystem to actually build these interesting structured products, you get into a place where the network effects are going to be stronger. And with using smart contracts, the cost of DeFi or just cost of doing business in finance is going to be lower. And what I like the most is the transparency. So you will be able to, and anyone will be able to assess the risk from the same standpoint and make better decisions, because everyone has the same level playing field and access to information.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask a question to the audience. Do you guys think crypto is more volatile today or less volatile today? Who thinks crypto is more volatile today? Who thinks crypto is less volatile today? A resounding less volatile. But still, of course, gentlemen, as we know, volatility and uncertainty is still something that kind of plagues people's opinions on the space. And certainly quality protocols like Aave and Chainlink have rose above the rest. But my question is, how do Aave and Chainlink help ensure stability and confidence in the market, especially in times of volatility?
Yeah, so I view Aave and Chainlink as kind of two parts of what makes up a financial institution in the real world, right? So in the real world, you have the part of the financial institution that makes the financial products, and you have their IT department that allows them to operate, right? So I feel like the smart contracts of Aave and the conditions of those contracts and the risk management of those contracts is the extremely high standard that the Aave team and community have set. And then for those contracts to work, you need a number of inputs. Data inputs, you need bridging. For institutions, I think you're going to need even more inputs like compliance-related oracles, risk oracles. For example, we recently on Aave Horizon launched risk oracles using Chainlink CRE, which we put into production and made live at this conference. And so I think that what you've really done with the DeFi ecosystem is you've pulled apart a financial institution where everything would opaquely be in one entity. And no one would understand how the conditions are made, and no one would understand how the IT systems work, and no one would have assurances as to how price was determined. And all of these things would be opaque, right? And you would have to trust the brand of the institution until there was a problem, like with Credit Suisse failing in Switzerland or a Silicon Valley Bank in the US, or a whole bunch of other examples. And I think the real guarantees of DeFi is actually that the standards for how these contracts work and how these oracles work are very high. And so there are teams that openly and publicly set those standards, right? The Aave team sets the standards for how the markets work. Chainlink sets the standards for how the oracle infrastructure works. And so everyone can look in and understand, here's how the system works as a whole. And you have groups of people that are specialized, right? And they're specialized in what they're good at. And it's really, I think, impressive and great that those specialized groups can come together to build, something, help together build something like Aave and Aave Horizon, and have it have, at many points now, over 100 billion, I think, or something like that, 80, 90 billion in Aave, right? Yeah. So it's been really impressive to see the high standards that have been set by the Aave community and that have been set by the Chainlink community, and how those two sets of high standards can work together to make a reliable financial product.
I would say also that these tokenized assets are really, they're layered, and you have the technical part of it of ensuring the pricing of the asset, but also you have the kind of a risk assessment aspect of it as well. And it's a kind of like a more of a mixture of like traditional risk management with also more kind of a sophisticated technical solutions to actually bring the right data, but also apply the right strategy on pricing assets. So typically, I think when it comes to oracles, I find oracles more of like strategies. How do you price an asset? And in many cases, it's not necessarily just taking a particular market price of an asset, but you might have to think about different peculiarities. For example, if there is fewer price sources for an asset, you might need to set certain bounds where the price, for example, can move within ranges and add different kinds of protection measures. So it's a really kind of a unique field. But once you enable that, that actually unlocks the utility of these assets. So tokenized assets are nothing until they're actually utilized. And utilization, in most cases, will mean to a lot of these traditional financial institutions, DeFi. So I think Horizon is a great way to package something that we all love in DeFi at the moment into something that is really usable for traditional financial institutions as more of these assets are coming on chain.
Crypto adoption happens so fast, you take a break and you miss it. So thinking about, this question's for Stani about Aave Horizon, thinking about the next year or so, short to midterm, what are the most important areas of focus for Aave Horizon, and how is secure Oracle infrastructure helping achieving that goal?
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting next few years. Obviously, Aave v4 is coming out, which allows to create different kinds of risk profiles in the markets without segregating liquidity and concentrating the liquidity provisioning as well. And what's going to be interesting, especially when it comes to Aave v4 or these tokenized assets, is the strategy that I was pricing strategy. And you're going to see assets that have also volatility. Crypto is not the only place that has volatility. And equities, for example, how do you price and have price discovery during the weekends? What kind of mechanisms could be used? How do you guarantee the liquidity? And now we've been focusing quite a lot from Horizon's perspective on off-chain liquid assets. So assets that are liquid off-chain and they're redeemable. And that's how we grew the Horizon market to become $500 million market within 2 months from the launch, which is pretty amazing growth, given that these assets are permissioned on the asset issuer level. But in the future, for example, we need to figure out how we can price equities, how we can price debt, also liquid asset infrastructure, we're going to see in the future asset classes that we never have been able to tap into or even imagine. And that's going to be a big part of the unlock as well.
One of my final questions for Sergey before final thoughts. You know, you talk to some traditional crypto people. They say, hey, Wall Street's good, but why do we need to interoperate with them? You talk to some traditional Wall Street people, say crypto's great, but why do we need to interoperate with them? So, Sergey, why is it important that DeFi and TradFi infrastructure seamlessly interoperate?
Yeah, so I think what'll be really necessary is that it's easy for capital to flow from the institutional world into great protocols like Aave Horizon that has all these tokenized assets available in an easy-to-use, efficient, highly liquid, large market. And the conditions under which capital can move from large institutions technically, cross-chain conditions, data conditions, compliance conditions, and others, are really quite numerous. So they have a lot of the conditions that need to be met. And one of those conditions is actually the ability to move the capital from their existing systems on-chain. And so Chainlink is working with a lot of institutions to enable them to be able to take all the capital they have and to move it on-chain for the purchase of tokenized assets, the tokenization of assets, and the movement of that value into DeFi protocols like Aave Horizon. Because we really see a very bright future where I think those institutions and the clients of those institutions are going to want to put their capital into Aave Horizon because of the superior yield, the superior transparency, the superior reduction of risk. I think that's just kind of going to be the way of the world.
Mm-hmm. We're going to end today's session by standing in the front of the stage, an opportunity for pictures. But I want to give these gentlemen an opportunity for brief final thoughts, if any, either what's next for Chainlink and Aave generally, or any kind of call to action you have for those viewing in the audience or at home.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say, and that's DeFi will win.
That's what I was going to say.
DeFi will win. My name is Aaron at Altcoin Daily. Look me up on YouTube. Check out Chainlink and Aave and all their suites of products. Thank you, everybody in the audience. Thank you at home. We'll stand for pictures and have a great day. Give these guys a round of applause.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to be moving on to our next talk, which I think you'll find quite interesting, called Why RWAs Are Broken. And we do have Movement's CEO, Tarab Tarabi.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Yes? All right, so I have 10 minutes. You guys are probably hitting your carb coma post-lunch right about now. So we're going to make it short and sweet and to the point. First question, who here has heard of the word narcissist? Who here is a narcissist? Just joking. So if you guys know the history of the word, there is a Greek mythology story of this young youth. His name was Narcissus, and he was very handsome. And this nymph named Echo made some advances. He said no, and then the gods punished him by falling in love with his own beauty and image. He peeped into the river, he looked at himself, fell in love, and he stayed there for all of eternity and died. My fear, my brothers and sisters, is that's what's happening to us as an industry, especially when it comes to RWAs. And I want to talk about why we're building it and who we're building it for. Now, before I do, I'll introduce myself. My name is Tarab. I am the CEO of Movement. And I'm not going to shill you movement, all right? We're just going to talk about RWAs. Now, we just passed Halloween, but do you know what's scarier than goblins and ghouls? It's your father, your mother, or your grandparents asking you, what's my password? We've all been there where they call you and they say, hey, what's my, and my dad does this once a month, what's my Apple password? Dad, I have no idea. Or Netflix I can deal with. But the reason I bring this up, and by the way, he calls me Bachim because I'm from Afghanistan, that's how I say son, and I always tell him the same thing, Dad, I don't know, and I have to keep it in my notes. But the reason I bring this up is because if we want to serve the next generation, 100 million users, we have to meet them where they are. And so I don't know how long you guys have been in crypto, but there's this not your keys, not your tokens, right? And so what they used to tell us to do, and I think it was the Winklevoss twins, they said that you take your seed phrase, you etch it into a steel frame, and you have to do it into steel because if you do it on paper and your house burns down, you lose all your money. Then you take one, hide it somewhere, and the other one you put into a Swiss bank account, in some place where they can protect it. Now, that is not a realistic solution for most people. And now, as an industry, we have moved towards making things easy with account abstraction. And so for example, my father, he told me, hey son, I want to buy gold. And I tried to hook his Robinhood account up, it didn't work. I want to buy him GLD stock on Robinhood. And what he did is he got tired of me and he went and bought this gold ATM. He downloaded this app and they charged him 5% for $5,000. Which is insane. And the reason I bring this up is that we need, if we're going to provide these solutions for people, we have to meet them where they are, and that's just not where it is. Because I was contemplating, I'm going to buy him, was it XAUT, the new Tether gold that's on-chain, but I have to make a wallet for him, I have to fund the wallet, I have to memorize his keys, and I just didn't want to take that risk. Secondly, I want to talk about is that as an industry, we lead with names that no one cares about. I love, Goldman Sachs and Franklin Templeton and Biddle and, BlackRock. But the average person, if you go outside and talk to them, they don't give a damn. If you ask them what's BlackRock, aren't those the people that are buying up all the houses in America? And which we say yes, but in crypto we don't talk about that because we love BlackRock. I can make these jokes because my sister works there. And so for us as an industry, if we are going to be able to reach these people, we have to speak their language. Which brings me to the word RWA. I hate it, and not to sound by Linkin Park, but it makes me crawl in my skin, all right? I really am not a fan of RWAs. When I was preparing for this presentation, I was talking to my wife, and she actually was peering over my shoulder, and she's like, what's a RAWA? I was like, this thing is not intuitive. It's not an intuitive acronym. And also the question is, what does it mean? Is it stablecoins? Is it on-chain equities? Is it private credit funds? And so I'm hoping that we can move past the RWA acronym and we can come up with something better. And the second question is, so what? So we tokenized all these assets. Who gives a damn? So this is from 3 days ago because I had to do my slides 3 days in advance. But if you see, there's $35 billion worth of assets that have been tokenized. It sits in about 500,000 wallets. But let me ask you guys a question. Who here holds a tokenized RWA in their wallets? If you guys look around, we have two. Okay, you're holding your hands up. And how long have you had them? And is there any use cases that you have today that you can't do in a traditional? No, they are saying no, sadly. So then the question is, who the hell are these 500,000 people? I will tell you the dirty secrets of RWAs and TVL. You pay to play. For example, I think we have like 400 million TVL on movement right now. I can easily get that to $1 billion, but I just have to pay for it. So the question is who are we doing this for? And if we look at the more interesting number, it's the total stablecoin holders. There's 200 million holders of stablecoins, and that's because that is the one true product, in my opinion, that has PMF. This is the chart of the USD to Naira. So generally, if you love the US dollar, you just want to start chanting USA. But if you are Nigerian and you're a holder of the Naira, this is nightmare fuel. This means that just by doing nothing with your money, you're losing. Actually, let's go back. When I was at this company called Fluid Finance, we actually built a stablecoin. Now, the whole company blew up in incredible fashion. I'm happy to talk with you about it afterwards. But what we saw is that up to 30% people were willing to pay for the US dollar. So they're willing to pay a dollar to get 70 cents worth of stablecoins. They would use our stablecoin, swap it to DAI, swap it to BUSD on Binance, and then take the dollar out. Why do I say this? People were willing to work really hard to be able to save their money. Second story. I was in Turkey for the summer, and there's two things that stood out to me. Firstly, well, three. First is they have a lot of cats, and they love cats. Secondly, a lot of the menus were in dry erase marker. And I remember talking to one of the owners. I said, why do you guys use dry erase marker for your menus? He goes, oh, because the prices change so much, it just takes too long for us to reprint the menus, and then it changes again, and so we just said we're going to use dry erase. So as Americans, I think we're pretty spoiled. We're in the belly of the beast, and we just have the global reserve currency. But these are use cases that are already there. The second cool thing is, and I mentioned this in my talk yesterday, I used to walk around and I'd keep seeing this Tether and Bitcoin symbol across these stores. And I was like, okay, I have to walk in, but I was with the wife and kids, and it's really hard to lug them in. And so one day I said, I'm going to run and go inside. And they were providing currency exchange, but their rates for USDT were better than a crisp $100 bill. So if I give a crisp $100 bill, they literally gave me market rate, no bips. But if I gave a $100 bill, they charged me 10 bips. And so the reason I bring this up is that the Global South already has PMF, and these are the people that are already using these assets. And so, look, when it comes to currency devaluation, I joke it's like divorce law. Either you know nothing about it or you know too much about it, right? So if you don't have to worry about it, you don't care. And so the big PMF for stablecoins and crypto is these two things. Number one is they want to save in dollars, and secondly, they want to earn in dollars. And this is where RWAs come into play, right? Because one of the biggest unlocks, and the big ones right now are obviously Athena, Maple, Ondo, and a few others. But this is where things get really interesting, because not only are you able to hedge against the devaluation of your currency, but you get to earn in the dollar, which is really cool. The problem, my brothers and sisters, is the complexity. I don't know if you guys know what this is. This is a Patek Philippe watch behind the scenes. And for most people, they don't care about they don't care about this. They don't care about all the wizardry on the back end. What they care about is, does it work? Now the question is how do we get there? So on the movement side, these are some of the teams we've been working with. So if you guys know Privy, Privy allows you to spin up wallets by using your Google login or using your Apple login and not having to etch 24 random words into a steel plate and hide it somewhere. Fireblocks is an institutional custodian, and this helps us obviously on the institutional side. Shinami, they actually built gas station. So who here has funded a wallet and then realized, oh crap, I need gas, right? And that is one of the most annoying things in the world. And so this is why we built this gas station, so that no one will ever have that problem again. And then last but not least, we have Cast, which is a neobank, which our marketing team begged me to, Rob, please do not front run our announcements, so I will not. And then Plume, which is democratizing RWAs. So, remember I told you I'm not going to shill movement? I lied, all right? Movement is the people's chain. And what we mean by that is we want to meet users where they are, and that's two things. Number one, make it easy, and also be more mobile friendly. 60% of web traffic is actually all mobile. And as we know, a lot of these, especially in the Global South, they kind of front ran the entire technological evolution. So for us, started with desktop, AOL, Mom, I'm on the internet, right? We started there, then laptop, then phone. But for most of them, they actually went straight to the phone. And so if we don't serve people on mobile, then we're literally cutting off 2 to 3 billion people. And if we say we want to democratize, we just can't if we're not being mobile friendly. We actually ended up launching these hubs. So what we saw is that our biggest communities happen to be in the Global South. So the ones in yellow are the ones we already have. So in Turkey, Vietnam, Shanghai, we have these already set up. And what they're going to do is serve as activations and distribution arms for financial instruments. And so, these are some of the community things that we've been working on. And what we've seen is that the people who just naturally have the worst currency problems are the biggest advocates of crypto. And so what our goal is, first, there's two things. Make it easy, and also stop tokenizing everything. Like, I have so many people coming to me saying, we want to tokenize this, we want to tokenize that. In my opinion, it's too much. I either want Coca-Cola or I want Pepsi. And they should be two, this is my thesis. There should only be two, maybe three options for people, and they shouldn't really care. All they really care about is, will I get yield, and how risky is it? If you can answer those questions, no one cares if it's BlackRock or Franklin Templeton and all these, like literally, I didn't even know what Invesco was until like a year ago, right? Because I didn't care and it was not in my life. And so if I, as a person who is like in tech and whatever, professional, there's no way some kid in freaking Istanbul is gonna care that we're using Franklin Templeton. With that being said, I will leave you with one hot take. I do believe that stablecoins are going to have a huge existential crisis very soon, because the one thing about dollars is that, for example, if I'm Nigeria, if all of my young tech people, right, all these people in college, they're all using stablecoins, that literally undermines my currency. So in the world right now, the US dollar, we've had all these wars over the petrodollar. I believe that there will be wars or legal wars over the US dollar and the crypto dollar, because if the whole world accepts the dollar, that's it. They just win the whole currency war. Secondly, with these T-bills, they're all buying US debt. And there's no way that other countries want to allow that to happen. And actually in the UK, I believe I don't know if it passed, but you can't have more than $3,500 in stablecoins. So it's going to start. That's my hot take. And the last thing I want to leave you with is, if you are building any cool RWAs and you're looking for distribution, I'm happy to talk to you and then walk you through our plan. Thank you. I went over 10 minutes, but I hope this is beneficial. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a conversation on real-time incorruptible finance. So please welcome to the stage from Meta Labs, Alex Gluchowski.
Hello, everyone. Okay, today we're going to talk about incorruptibility. My name is Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of Meta Labs. We're the company behind ZK Sync, which started 7 years ago as the pioneer of zero-knowledge proofs on Ethereum, with a mission to scale Ethereum and blockchains, preserving their incorruptible properties. And we shifted our focus recently much more on institutions. So for those of you who are maybe not familiar with ZK Sync, we are today the largest ZK ecosystem and one of the leaders in institutional adoption on Ethereum, with some of the biggest names in finance building on our stack, with recent big names such as ADI, which is a project by IHC Abu Dhabi and the First Bank of Abu Dhabi, with Fidelity, Deutsche Bank, a number of other institutions, and a large RWA ecosystem with many chains. But we started as a crypto-native project, and we heavily shifted our focus towards institutions. And the reason for this is, as you all are probably familiar, there is a spirit of change in the air that the financial institutions, banks, and enterprises are all feeling. You probably feel it as well. So I brought this quote when I was preparing the deck, but I could have used a quote from every second keynote or panel at this conference from today and yesterday. It's very palpable, and the reason for this is, in our opinion, is institutions are facing what I would call an adopt or die moment. The customer demand that is mounting from their customer base is demanding 24/7 settlement, the convenience of the Web 2-like experience that we are familiar with as consumers, and that is still locked away from the institutional players, the legacy systems they have are slow, ineffective. We still operate with T+1, in many cases T+2, T+5 days. And this is simply not acceptable for enterprise customers, for retail, for any cross-border multinational corporations that are operating with real big institutional money. And the companies that cannot adopt will be just outcompeted by the ones who are more agile. And blockchain systems offer a natural path forward for institutions to progress and become modernized. But the blockchain systems have kind of split in two large design categories over their evolution over the last couple of years. We have public chains that offer all the core properties of crypto that we know from Bitcoin and Ethereum, the credible neutrality, hard finality guarantees, and connectivity or composability with other protocols. So the barriers of entry are low, everyone can build and connect to each other. But if you're building on public chains, you're compromising control over your systems and over your infrastructure. And this is simply unacceptable to a lot of financial institutions, if not to most of them. For business reasons on the one hand, specifically for privacy reasons is like one of the largest concerns. But then also for compliance reasons. They operate in different jurisdictions. Sometimes they have to keep the data on specific servers in that jurisdiction. And they cannot even exchange data between the subsidiaries of the same corporation. So we have seen a lot of experiments in the last 2, 3, 4 years by banks deploying their own private blockchain systems as a way to kind of circumvent these limitations of public chains. And you probably all heard the phrase blockchain, not Bitcoin, as a motto of this movement. And it has not gone anywhere, because a private chain that is only living in your systems and not connected to anyone else does not give you much benefit over a mere database. So sure, there is some convenience. You can reuse some of the industry's best standards on smart contracts, access control, etc. But that's not a 0-to-1 enablement. That's just some improvement. So they really want to connect to each other. And they have tried consortium chains as another lane of evolution of this technology. That has turned out to be even more difficult, because it's hard to come to agreement on who is going to govern the system, who is going to introduce the rules, how the upgrades are going to happen, who gets to control the privacy aspects. Because if you have one big consortium chain between multiple different entities, then everyone will run a validator node and everyone will see everything that's happening there. So where is the privacy benefit that you're expecting? So this has not worked at all. And what we are doing at ZK Sync right now is we just introduced a brand new architecture called Previdium, which we believe is the best solution to this problem. And this is the feedback we are getting from a lot of institutional customers that we're having conversations with. The Previdium is the intersection of the private and public blockchain design spaces. And what it is, it's essentially a private chain architecture that you can launch and operate on your banking or enterprise infrastructure as you are familiar with the private chains that existed before, the legacy private chains like Hyperledger Bezu, Hyperledger Fabric, Corda, etc. But it's a ZK chain. So while you preserve full control and sovereignty and full privacy preserving aspects of it, and you have granular access control, you can settle on Ethereum. So you can anchor your chain on Ethereum using incorruptible ZK cryptography. And this enables you to connect to other Previdiums and to other public chains, starting with Ethereum, where you can tap into the capital pool of the largest DeFi blockchain in the world. And you connect to other private chains with direct connectivity based on ZK interoperability protocols, meaning you don't need some trusted third-party bridges, you don't need external capital injections, You can just interoperate the way you do today with HTTPS from one point to another point straight. And this is a unique architecture. Like no other technology but ZK can enable this, because what ZK really does, it creates the automation of trust. It gives you the incorruptible properties of the compute that blockchain systems are. Like, they are computers. But they are doing things correctly. Like, it's impossible for these chains to execute any invalid operation, to violate any contractual logic, to spend money on behalf of any of your users without authorization of those users. And it's guaranteed not by trust in operators of those chains. It's purely guaranteed by cryptography. And then Ethereum is the ultimate settlement layer that synchronizes the chains between themselves. And this only became possible this year. The ZK proofs have been around for now a very long time. The first rollup we launched on Ethereum was in 2008, like 19, I think. That was the very first working ZK rollup ever in existence. And then we brought the first ZK VM a couple of years ago. They were slow and ineffective from the performance perspective. Like, you could not run the proofs, you could not generate the proofs on your corporate premises. You would have to delegate them to the cloud, and this would compromise the privacy aspect. And it was just this year that the ZK technology matured to the point of us being able to generate proofs for a single transaction down to 0.1 cent proving cost per something like stablecoin transfer. We can commit the proofs for a single block within 1 second. So the full proof generation for a block takes only 1 second. So we can enable this 1 second interop between the ZK chains, which is this holy grail of T0. And we can sustain up to like over 15,000 transfer transactions per chain, which is double the average Visa transaction load if you take it annualized. So we are now finally ready with this infrastructure. And we just published a white paper in cooperation with Deloitte, with a number of largest institutions in the world participating as observers. We're including several central banks, big US, European, Asian, and Middle Eastern banks and financial organizations. I highly encourage you to just Google zkSync Previdium white paper. You will download the report, and you will have a lot more details there. And our team is also here. We'll be happy to talk to you after this keynote and share more if you would like to learn about Previdiums and how they will transform the future of private institutional chains that are connected in a incorruptible new digital economy on chain. Thank you. You can also use this QR code to download the link.
Thank you, Alex. We'll be moving on to our next talk, introducing AMP, enterprise-grade on-chain data, real-time, verifiable, compliant, and secure. And we'll have Edge and Node's Rodrigo Coelho.
All right. As she mentioned, I'm Rodrigo Coelho, CEO of Edge and Node, and I'm happy to be here today. And I'm happy to finally reveal what we have been working on for the better part of a year. And first of all, though, who is Edge and Node, and why should you listen to what we have to say? Well, Edge and Node is the founding team behind the Graph. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the Graph, it's a blockchain and indexing protocol that was founded in 2018. We've launched a decentralized network in 2021. And to put it in Chainlink terms, since we're here at SmartCon, we're complementary protocols. You could view Chainlink as taking outside data and putting it into the blockchain. The Graph is what gets the data out. So writes and reads, Chainlink would be writing. The Graph is reading the data out. And we've powered some of the top dApps in the ecosystem, and our infra is run by some of the top banks in the world. In fact, I think I can mention this now that the cat's out of the bag, but yesterday the CTO of DTCC, Dan Doney, mentioned in his panel that the DTCC uses the heck out of the graph. So if it's good enough for them, let's take his word for it. Our infrastructure has served trillions of queries over the years. We were the creators of subgraphs, which has become the de facto standard in blockchain indexing. And we're experts in blockchain data, and we're part of efforts underway to create new standards with ISO, for example. We had a couple people down at the conference going on this week as well in Miami. And the open source code we maintain has been downloaded millions of times by developers worldwide. So I think you could say when it comes to indexing blockchain data, we should know what we're talking about. We're also the founders of the House of Web3. It's a co-creation facility in the heart of San Francisco's Presidio, where builders from around the world come together to solve the world's most pressing problems. It's open for co-working, so if any of you are in San Francisco, please stop by as my guest. And it's got fantastic views of the Golden Gate Bridge. It's really a beautiful space. So let's set up the context for our desire to improve the current state of the world. Traditional databases are slow. Databases are a 30-year-old technology, and they weren't really designed for a transaction-heavy world like we have today. They're inflexible, they're general purpose, and they're not for blockchain transactions. So off-the-shelf databases, they bloat in cost, storage, and latency. And they're unscalable. There's no native support for AI, for blockchain interoperability. Many systems today are cobbled together with off-the-shelf solutions. And the number of blockchains is only increasing over time, so it's just compounding the problem. And it's a struggle to get consistent, reliable data across blockchains with current solutions. And with this, we're happy to announce for the first time publicly today, AMP, the world's first enterprise blockchain native database. So we took our almost decade of experience as experts in data infrastructure, and we asked ourselves, if we were to start over today and build something for the future from the ground up, from first principles, what would we build? And that is AMP. So let's discuss some of AMP's features. AMP offers verifiably extracted data with end-to-end lineage. So I want to double click on this really quick because verifiability is a huge point, especially for compliance. You need to have proof that the data sitting on your servers matches what is on the blockchain. And we can offer that proof. And how do we do this, you might ask? With math. AMP offers multi-chain access, and as I said earlier, the number of blockchains is only increasing. And data lives on many different chains now, and we can rapidly add new chains as they arise. AMP offers composable data sets, so you can piece together data like different Lego blocks and create single views from different data sources. And we have multiple delivery methods, so we meet you where you are. We can give you the data how you want it and how you need it. So now let's review a bit of the technical architecture without getting too technical. AMP offers flexibility in how it's delivered. So it's available locally, on-prem, or in cloud. And on-prem is important because many enterprises have a requirement to run code in their secure environments, maybe in a specific locality. AMP offers compliance and data sovereignty with no third-party access to logs or query data. And AMP is secure. It can be run behind a firewall and integrated with internal identity systems. And AMP is interoperable. It integrates with BI tools and enterprise data warehouses and data lakes like Snowflake, Datadog, Splunk, Grafana, etc. And lastly, AMP is accurate. It indexes events in real time with built-in reorg handling. And reargs are one of the nuances with blockchain that make it a challenge to work with. So let's look at some of the use cases where AMP can be applied, and this is certainly not an exhaustive list. For compliance needs, you can index and monitor on-chain flows with structured provable data. For analytics, you have cross-chain visibility for adoption, costs, and asset performance. And for audit trails, you can monitor exposures across digital assets. So these are just a few examples of how enterprises might use data from AMP. So now we're going to get into some of our initial benchmarking numbers. And let me tell you, some of these numbers caught even us by surprise. So AMP is more than twice as storage efficient as other full node databases. AMP is almost 6 times faster than BigQuery on public data sets. And we're just warming up here. AMP is 100 times faster than other competitors, and we have sub-second data freshness. So to give you an idea, we had a 1-second data load versus our competitors who had 101 seconds of loading for a similar test. That would be like you count to 1, your data is there, while you're waiting almost 2 minutes for the other competitor's data to load. And this one we had to triple check because it blew us away. We had over 4,000 times faster backfills as compared to other traditional RPC endpoints. And lastly, AMP processes 4 million events per second. Other competitors are in the thousands per second event range or less. So really impressive numbers. We were blown away by these, and we're really excited to share this with everybody. And that is AMP, real-time, verifiable, secure, and compliant enterprise on-chain data. So as you can imagine, we've worked really hard on this. We're really excited about this, and we're happy to finally release it to the world. We think this is going to set the new standard in blockchain indexing and blockchain data, and we can't wait to tell you more about it. And thank you all for your time. And who's ready to get amped? So if you'd like to learn more about AMP, scan the QR code to request a demo, or my contact info is on the slide, or come and find me and my team with the Graph or the Edge and Node team here at the conference. And thank you again.
All right. Next up, we have Joe Stico from Cryptex Finance is going to talk to us about the Index of Everything, a new global benchmark for digital assets at the convergence of DeFi and regulation. Please welcome Joe to the stage.
Hello, everybody. It's really, really great to be here today. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch that we had. We're going to get into a little bit of what we're currently building, what we're working on, who is Cryptex, and what we're trying to create. So to start the story, Cryptex was a protocol that we founded in 2021. It was a complete fair launch protocol. There's no VCs, no pre-sale, 100% DAO owned. We built a total crypto market cap solution called TCAP. It was the first time that we tried to take the entire crypto market cap and make it a single solution. The TCAP token launched in 2021, $100 million TVL. Obviously, it was DeFi summer. It was a very exciting time. We got governance listed on Gemini. Coinbase came in 2022. Then in 2023, we did JPEGs, which was an NFT token. 2024, we did RFI, which was a Arbitrum index that we put on that network, as well as integrated with Base. In 2025, we started TCAP 2.0, which was a second rendition of that token. And then we had the election. And when the election happened, it was time for us to get really active in Washington and really active with advocacy. So The previous years, a little bit difficult to launch things, a little bit difficult to put things out into the world, given the regulatory stance that we had here in the United States. All of that changed after November, and the past couple of months have been us just in Washington advocating for regulation and advocacy work, as well as getting ready for our upcoming launch. First DAO in the world that went from governance to government. We spent the entire summer working on the Genius Act, playing our small part with a bunch of other really, really great protocols, banks, institutions, and blockchain-based natives that we're developing in this space. Chainlink obviously being one of those biggest supporters. If it wasn't for the work that they were doing, I think we would not be where we are today. Got to speak to multiple different senators, congressional leaders, obviously the president, David Sachs, a lot of really, really great people. And the question a lot of people ask is like, why? You know, why would we spend our time, you know, wanting to work on these things? Well, we're at this very key intersection right now of governance and government, of building and bridging. And we did all these different things, got a chance to go and get the Genius Act done. I'm sure that was a really big moment for us because the president invited us to the White House for this. So I don't know if you guys could see me. I'm the tourist with the cell phone. That was me holding up the phone there while everybody else was kind of just sitting there. But it was a really big moment for us because we were just DeFi native builders. This was not something that we ever did before. So to be able to get to the White House, it was a really incredible moment to watch that happen, to have that invite, and to be there while this piece of legislation was signed into law. I think the whole purpose of this is, what are we doing here? Now that we have regulatory clarity, what's the point of this all? Well, we know the opportunity for digital asset indexes or digital assets in institutional markets, it's huge. There's $128 trillion of assets under management worldwide. 100 trillion of that is global equities. This was a couple days ago, but 4 trillion of that is total crypto market cap. And of that, there's currently 180 billion in digital asset products. So 100 trillion, 180 billion. It's a really, really big opportunity for upside. And now that we have regulation and we have different clarity coming, trillions are going to come into this market. I know Sergey and a lot of other really, really bright people here. Trillions is the word, and trillions is what's coming. So what are we doing? Why would we want to be a part of this? We are building an index called Cryptex 40. And what Cryptex 40 is, it's 40 leading digital assets in a single solution. Now, why we want to do that? Because we can capture 85% of the entire crypto market cap in one asset. And that one asset can bring exposure to trillions of dollars of assets that are going to come into this space very easy. We have the S&P 500 of traditional assets. There's going to need to be that solution for digital assets. So we're introducing Crypto 40. The Chainlink data feeds power this infrastructure. So obviously something that we need to always have verified is NAV. Data feeds are going to verify that with a validated answer. We have 40 digital assets that obviously we run through Chainlink's data aggregators and nodes. We always pull a reference price. This reference price is completely verified, audible, and open source, and provides an on-chain NAV to any institution or any bank that's looking to verify this specific price feed. This price feed can not only be verified in the traditional world, but also directly on-chain. And then in addition to that, we're going to use proof of reserves for all the underlying assets that are held here. Anybody can verify them at any time. So let's take what we're doing in traditional finance. That's great, But now let's build on the decentralized principles of making it open source, making it accessible, having anybody have the ability to track and verify this data at any given time. So a little bit about the index. What does it look like? How does it work? So essentially, you have the price feeds that are powering the NAV. You have BTC capped at 55% inside the index. So it's balanced exposure, it's dominance without distortion. We have 5 tiers of market structure. We have market majors, L1, L2 infrastructure. We have memes, DeFi, and innovative assets, all broken down by market cap. We're getting approximately 85% of total market cap coverage. We have a defined index methodology that's published and governed by the Cryptex DAO Onchain. We have quarterly rebalancing. And for the first time in the world, we have a DAO through CTX holders of the organization that power this index. So it's a DAO bringing an index to TradFi. And I think the ability for us to build these things on chain, it's absolutely incredible. It's powered by CTX, it's verified by Chainlink, and this index is bound for Wall Street and the world. I know the government's shut down right now, but let me reiterate, bound for Wall Street and the world. And with that said, I want to take a second moment to just thank Chainlink and the amazing team here. Without Chainlink getting involved in advocacy and other efforts, I do not think we would be where we are today. There is a room full of 1,000 different banks and institutions outside. It is really incredible to see our technologies being embraced on a global scale. I want to thank Chainlink for the opportunity to be here and talk about what we're building. Stay tuned for Crypto 40, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We're moving on to our next talk, the new market primitives, and this will be led by Fernando Vasquez of Chainlink Labs, and we also have Ondo Finance's Nathan Allman.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed the conference. I would like to thank you again for joining us, both in person and remotely. Today I have another very distinguished guest for you guys, Nathan, the founder and CEO of Ondo. Nathan Allman is one of the few founders building a protocol focused not just on issuing tokenized assets, but also building core digital asset infrastructure. Through innovations like Onchain and Ondo Global Markets, he's remanaging what happens when the infrastructure of finance itself becomes programmable and where liquidity, pricing, risk management, coordination happen natively on chain. Nathan, as you know, financial institutions have spent decades optimizing around clearinghouses, custodians, you name it, very discrete financial primitives and functions that with very clearly defined boundaries. But you guys are bringing all of that on-chain in such a way that all this coordination between all these financial primitives happens seamlessly on-chain. From your perspective, what does rethinking market infrastructure from first principles unlock?
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. There's a lot that we're focused on at Ondo, but I think for now we'll center the conversation around global markets, which is our tokenized stocks platform that we launched a couple months ago. You can think of it as stablecoins for stocks. And so in this context, what it unlocks primarily is global distribution, right? These products make it possible for investors all around the world, including in emerging markets in Turkey, Latin America, Southeast Asia, to have high quality access, with great liquidity, great investor protections to US financial assets, treasuries, stocks, bonds, ETFs. That's number one. Number two, which is going to take a little bit longer to emerge, is making it possible for investors to use these assets as collateral for margin, for derivatives, to trade them with deep liquidity 24/7. And those types of value propositions have appeal even for investors in the US and other emerging markets that already have access to these assets. So, a lot of what we're doing is taking what's worked well in DeFi, which is this very transparent 24/7 permissionless composable financial ecosystem, but which is built on crypto assets themselves, and reapplying that to traditional markets.
I would like to double click on one of the things that you said, which is utility. Many people, when they discuss DLT and blockchain in the context of capital markets, they always say, "Oh, we have a single source of truth, the golden record. It's all about efficiencies of the back office." But you mentioned utility, right? You want to bring utility to the investors, right?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the sort of loudest drums I was banging when I started Ondo is that we were against tokenization for tokenization's sake, because before I founded Ondo, I was at Goldman on the digital assets team, and we looked at so many pilot tokenization transactions. I mean, we did one. We helped the European Investment Bank issue a bond on public Ethereum, and these are great first, but it was a lot of innovation theater. It was great, investors took delivery of some security on a blockchain, but there's nothing you could do with it. It wasn't any better than taking it in regular way form. So, folks would just hold it to maturity, and that was it. So, necessary stepping stones, but I think we're past that as an industry right now, and we really are only focused on doing things that are better than they could be done in regular way form.
So, in the context of on the global markets, you will be doing the issuance part, you do distribution, but you also provide some of the utility. Is that fair to say?
We've dabbled everywhere in the stack, so we are very much full service in some regard. I mean, backing up a little bit, when we launched our first tokenized treasuries product, January 2023, it was a week later that we launched a DeFi protocol where you could borrow and lend stablecoins over collateralized by these tokenized treasuries. That was a fork of Compound with some small modifications. But we thought it was an important proof of concept for how you could use, in that case, even permission security tokens in a permissionless DeFi environment. So yeah, we play around the stack, but we also partner with others. I mean, our tokens are in 100+ DeFi protocols today. We're making a big BD push with global markets, our stock tokens in particular, at getting them as collateral on lending protocols. Morpho is a big announcement we made recently. And then they are distributed primarily through decentralized exchanges like Onchain and CowSwap as well.
You also mentioned liquidity. And you guys have been working toward 24/7 global liquidity that breaks through the fragmentation that we see in traditional markets. How does on-chain infrastructure change how and where liquidity forms?
Yeah, we're getting there. I mean, 24/7, at least deep 24/7 liquidity is going to take some time. Right now, our main focus is in making the deep liquidity that already exists for these assets, primarily during lit market hours, but also 24/5. I mean, there are ATSs like Blue Ocean in the US that do have 24/5 liquidity. So we are very focused on making that natively accessible on chain, and we have a pretty unique liquidity model where investors can go to secondary market venues, make a request to buy a stock token, and some other party can fill that request on a real-time basis by coming to us, minting the stock token. We buy the underlying stock on the actual underlying securities market, and then send them the stock token, and they can send it to that investor in real time. So that brings the the deep liquidity that already exists on chain. The next step is like forming new liquidity on chain that doesn't already exist traditionally, and we're not really there yet. I mean, technically these tokens can and do a little bit trade 24/7, but there's almost no liquidity over the weekend. And you know, I'm not quite sure how long that's going to take. I mean, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem. You know, market makers don't want to get too active there until there's more, you know, appetite from retail. So, you know, it's not our core focus today.
So
but
maybe the utility that you guys are bringing to the table might unlock that. It might help break this chicken and egg cycle.
Yeah, it's certainly a stepping stone towards it.
So we're discussing global liquidity, and technically that's doable, but different jurisdictions have different rules. So you see a future where we end up with, again, global liquidity, but different pockets of liquidity, or you think a future where this, actually everything is global, this one liquidity pool is realistic? And what's your take on it?
Yeah, so in crypto, you know, we generally operate with this model of pre-funding everything, right? I mean, people in crypto love to hate on clearing and settlement, especially delayed settlement, and you know, often deeply believe that all trades should settle on a real-time, you know, gross settlement basis. That's great in that you don't have settlement risk, but the downside of that is you have to pre-fund liquidity on a bunch of different venues, right? A bunch of different decentralized exchanges, a bunch of different centralized exchanges, on the DEX side, on a bunch of different chains. And when you're talking about thousands of public securities, that becomes totally cost prohibitive. So we do need a delayed settlement, you know, clearing layer for, you know, these sorts of products. And certainly that's something that, that we are working on. So I don't think we're going to end up in a world where we have fragmented liquidity on, you know, hundreds of different venues like we for tokenized stocks
and different jurisdictions. And
that is sort of the world that we're in today, because crypto infrastructure just doesn't really support at scale delayed settlement, and that's why we've built this you know, this sort of liquidity solution that we did with the RFQ decentralized exchanges, which is sort of a pocket of the space that does support that. But we need new solutions for the rest of the space, and that's definitely something we're working on.
So on a different note, on-chain markets offer, you know, real-time pricing and observable risk. But when everything is visible, what becomes the new source of information advantage?
That is a great question. I mean, certainly we've seen a lot of traders try to copy trade and like exploit different signals that, you know, can be sleuthed from the transparency of the blockchain. And, you know, I think that is definitely of concern for some institutional market participants. And, you know, there are going to be privacy solutions, you know, brought to bear to protect that edge for, you know, more institutional market participants. But it's not an easy problem, so it'll take some time.
Institutional adoption. Ondo and Chainlink have been working on that space together for a while. But as institutions explore on-chain markets, there is a tension between, you know, openness and control, as we just discussed. Do you think we are headed toward a shared open infrastructure, or a world where each institution builds its own walled garden to an extent?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's a lot of different lenses to look at this from. I mean, one that comes to mind is the fact that, especially for retail in the US today, you know, traders definitely have a walled garden experience where every broker-dealer, you know, provides trade execution, margin, custody, like, you know, the whole 9 yards. And if you want to get a different service from a different provider, you have to move all your securities elsewhere, you know, which takes days and, you know, is very cumbersome. And, you know, you can't shop in a piecewise manner like you can in DeFi. So I think DeFi is fundamentally more open in that respect, and users can choose where to custody their assets separately from where they get different financial services, and they can shop for those services in a piecewise manner. So we are very focused on maintaining that openness as we reapply DeFi towards traditional markets. I do expect, and there already is some resistance from some incumbents, towards that change, and so that's a tension that will have to be fought. On the infrastructure part, I think we're going to see a continued proliferation of institutions wanting to issue their own chains. Most of them will fail, but some of them, we're certainly going to live in like a very, very multi-chain world, and we already do to some degree. And so, I mean, that's where it's great to have partners like Chainlink that can, bridge all of that infrastructure together. And a great example of that is the work we did with JP Morgan. They have their own chain, the Connexus permission chain. We have a chain that we're working on, Onchain, which we're going to have a lot of institutional validators participating in it, including those who are making their own chains. So there's a lot of overlap here. But this work we did a few months ago, we made it possible for an investor to go from a tokenized deposit on JP Morgan's chain to a tokenized treasury on Onchain. It was sort of the first pilot transaction on Onchain, and that was enabled through Chainlink's cross-chain messaging system. So I do think there will be some land grab, if you will, but I'm hopeful that it's not going to degrade the user experience too much, and that from a practical perspective, we'll end up in a world that is much more open and accessible.
And I think things like what we did with JP Morgan might help bring more institutional adoption. But do you see any additional catalysts that will finally bring institutional capital at a scale?
Oh yeah, I mean, regulatory clarity is, here / on the horizon, depending on what the issue is. We acquired a BD, an ATS, a TA to, double down on the, more regulated pathway in the US. As we have alluded to, most of our offerings are only available outside the US today. Regulatory clarity for stablecoins is a big one. As we think about tokenized treasuries, which is still our main product, the ability to go 24/7 instantly between stablecoins and tokenized treasuries is a huge part of their value prop. So now that institutions can actually, get comfortable holding stablecoins, that starts to become more compelling to them. That's the big unlock, and that's really going to unlock the floodgates for what's to come.
So hopefully the floodgates are half open. So in that context, what do you guys have for us in the pipeline, product-wise?
Oh boy. So I guess some alpha leaks. We are working on margin, so leverage for the spot security tokens. We've really felt from the beginning it's important that holders of the tokenized stocks are on level ground with holders of the underlying stocks. And our first focus was making the liquidity to buy and sell as deep. And I think the next obvious one is making providing access to the same sort of margin capabilities. So that is a huge focus. We are also planning to make some moves in the derivative space. Perp equities are very, very exciting right now. So hope to make some announcements soon on that front.
So thank you for the teaser. Stay tuned. Thank you, Nathan.
Great.
It was
Thanks
a pleasure.
a lot.
Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hi. Next, we have a keynote by Jakov Burtovic from Lido.
Right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Today I'll be talking about building the cross-chain economy, where Lido meets Chainlink CCIP. So first of all, this is me. I'm a contributor to Lido, and I'm master of DeFi. So what is that? It's a fancy name for somebody who's trying to create as much utility as possible for Lido staked assets, namely RepStat and staked ETH, but at the same time make these assets more accessible. What does that mean? Part of the story is network expansions. If you see a new L2 or L1 popping up, obviously it will be super interesting for users. So you want to make sure that users can use your assets on those networks. So before going to what is new, what is cool, let's repeat where we are today and what we built so far. So Ethereum staking is natively available only on Ethereum mainnet. That's a fact. We cannot really change it, at least not super easy. So naturally, Lido RepStat is natively available on Ethereum mainnet, where it finds its home. However, L2s are not a new thing. A couple of years ago, they started popping up and becoming really important part of Ethereum ecosystem, which naturally gave us a signal, hey, like we have to do something to ensure that users can use RepStat on these other networks. So intuitively, we wanted to stay obsessed with security and go with a super simple and secure approach. And we started using networks native bridges or canonical bridges to bridge RepStat. Currently, Lido RepStat is available officially on 15 networks, even more with permissionless deployments, but these 15 kind of have officially been processed, so we can call it like that. And this approach is, as I said, very secure, but very slow at the same time. Also, if you have your RepStat on a network A, say Arbitrum, and you want to bridge it to network B, say Optimism or Base or whatever, there is really not a simple or fast way to do it right now. So basically, you have two options. First one, try to do it using one of the third-party liquidity bridges, which are essentially cross-chain dexes, rely on local liquidity on both chains. So you can do this kind of cross-chain swap if there is enough liquidity on both of these networks. Depending on the size, you will be facing some slippage and so on. If you're talking about a new network pair, most likely it's going to be like impossible. So option B, go back to Ethereum mainnet, withdraw, wait, sometimes for days if you're talking about optimistic rollups, potentially miss out all of the opportunity that you kind of wanted to capture on network B. Once the withdrawal matures, go and bridge to network B. So it works. It can be much better. That's the point of the story. So what to do about it? Well, create official partnership with Chainlink, where we are introducing burn and mint for Lido RepStat using CCIP infrastructure. It's a big step ahead. And what is actually bringing and what does it actually mean in practice? It means that now we can do fast transfers in size. The same example that I gave before, you have some tokens on Arbitrum, and you want to bridge it to any network, even a new one, will be going through CCIP, which means that tokens get burnt on network A, message gets sent using CCIP. Once it's received on the network B, the token is natively minted, which means there is zero reliance on secondary liquidity. It's kind of great. And it's standardized. It's using a unified lockbox on Ethereum mainnet. What is that enabling aside of transfers for retail, for large and small token holders? It is making RepStat ready for cross-chain DeFi. And I think this is something that is becoming increasingly more important. We are seeing many protocols that's originated on Ethereum mainnet, appearing on many L2s, and they're trying to leverage these cross-chain features. So RepStat is ready for that. One good example that we have is a vault that we spun up with collaboration with Veda. It's called GG, or GGV Vault, GGV. It is a super cool omni-chain vault, which means that users are able to deposit ETH or RepStat or staked ETH on Ethereum mainnet. But these tokens that are inside can be allocated by a curator on many other networks to capture opportunities basically anywhere inside the ecosystem. So imagine now you as a curator, operator of this omni-chain vault, you allocate 3 million worth of rep stat to network A, and suddenly on this network A, the opportunity is not good anymore, and at the same time you found a good opportunity on network B, what do? If you have to withdraw and wait 7 days, miss out on all of the rewards, and then potentially miss out the opportunity on network B, it's very frictionate. Of course, if you're getting like more inflows, you can work around it, but it's not great. But if you can burn these tokens and mint it in a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds on the network B, it's kind of great. It's not only great for Curator, it's also great for the users of this vault, because they will have better market efficiency. Ultimately, it will phase out as a higher rewards product. So this is just one example, but it's a very, very important one. And what does this upgrade also mean? This means that we are keeping the best UX. We are even upgrading the user experience with these cross-chain transfers that was not possible before, but without going, without increasing, trust assumptions, without like hurting the security aspect of the whole thing. The system is super, super robust. There are many limitations for like higher amounts of transfers to make sure that the whole system stays very robust. And one really, really important thing for all of the users, this is not minting a new rep stat V2 or something like that. This is a direct upgrade of the existing token, which means that for users, for holders, for protocols, this will be going super seamless. You don't have to do anything. The whole upgrade process will be happening in different phases. So there are already a couple of networks where RepStat is available using the latest CCIP deployment. The current existing ones, those 15 that I mentioned, will be upgraded in phases using DAO vote. So once again, this is super exciting for me. I think this is opening up a lot of great opportunities for builders and for users. And to sum it all up, just let's go onwards from here. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to our fireside chat with Sergey Nazarov of Chainlink and Austin Arnold of Altcoin Daily. Please welcome them to the stage.
Sergey, I want to start, obviously, New York is a buzz right now with tokenization, RWAs, blockchain, but you were just in DC talking to both Democrats and Republicans. What were some of the takeaways from that?
So I think the thing that people in DC are starting to realize is that our industry is about much more than cryptocurrencies. And this is the idea we've been trying to explain for a while now, for most of this year, ever since this new administration came in. And it became very clear that the US's stance on cryptocurrencies and digital assets will be, I would say, maybe the key determining factor for the speed at which our industry grows. And we've been trying to explain to folks for a while that cryptocurrencies are a good initial use case of this technology, but the financial system getting rebuilt in a better, more reliable, more secure, more transparent way is really going to be the big long-term value. And the interesting thing is I think that both the Democrats and the Republicans are starting to understand that. And so this market structure bill, I feel, is not just about cryptocurrency anymore. It's about cryptocurrencies, DeFi, and also the early stages of digital assets and institutional tokenization. And that's really good for our industry because once someone in DC understands the value of our industry is far beyond speculative coins, which they don't like. It takes on a new importance, right? Because the question of, do you care if the US is the leader in speculative coins? You sometimes, yeah, maybe you do. Some of them do. Do you care if the US is the leader of the global financial system? Everyone will say yes, right? So once people understand that our industry is going to enable the next stage or the next version of the global financial system, the US's role in that becomes very important, regardless of the party you're in. And so that's been very helpful that's finally happening. That understanding is finally starting to take root. And what I've seen personally is that once someone in DC understands that, all of the negative things about crypto that they've come to historically think about, like Bitcoin's used for money laundering, or cryptocurrencies are hyper speculative dumpster fires or whatever, all of that kind of falls away. So that's what I've started to see happen, which is really good for our industry, because then our industry's success in the United States is aligned with the United States' goals, which is what you want.
From your conversations in DC, is the Clarity Act just a matter of how and when, and no longer a matter of if anymore?
I think there's still actually an if. I think you're going to have midterms, and then midterms could reshuffle some things in terms of who can vote for what. I think that everyone is trying to get this done before the midterms, because the midterms will be very distracting. And so that's why everyone is focused to get this done by the end of this year, by the beginning of next year at the latest. Because in the midterms, who knows what's going to happen, right? I mean, you just had communist mayor elected in New York City. Like, it's, the twilight zone now, right? Like, God knows what's going to happen next. I don't know what's going to happen. Who knows? The lizard people will come out. Who knows what's next? I have no clue. So no, I don't think it's a guaranteed outcome in this administration. I think there's always stuff that could make it harder. Like if you have another FTX-like failure, if you have something that makes cryptocurrencies seem less positive in their relationship with the U.S. consumer, those things could throw cold water on a lot of it. But right now, I think it's progressing well, and I think the White House, just like they were really involved in the stablecoin legislation, are very involved in this. And we actually have Patrick Witt from the White House coming to speak here with us and share his views on these topics, which is another, I think, for all of you, clear sign of the level of commitment and interest from DC in our industry's progress.
In this new era of crypto regulation, this new paradigm, how does Chainlink fit in?
So Chainlink is actually built to enable a world of automated compliance and kind of proactive automated regulation. What I mean by that is, instead of codifying the regulatory rules or compliance requirements into legal documents and then telling banks and fintechs and startups, this is what you have to comply with, you can actually codify how the system has to work. So if you use a smart contract that does X, Y, and Z, then your transaction is compliant. Wonderful. Sounds good to me. Now the burden of compliance goes way down. Guess who's going to make and power the smart contracts that define and execute X, Y, and Z? Chainlink. This is what we meet with SEC about. This is what we released here. Well, we released it before, but this is what UBS announced using with us here at the conference, the Digital Transfer Agency Standard. So transfer agency is a great example. There aren't other open transfer agency contracts and standards that you can use right now to implement transfer agency for fund tokenization. And transfer agency is this category of regulated activity that has to happen on chain and has to happen against set conditions. And now it does. So actually, in reality, and by the way, transfer agency needs price data. It's not possible, well, not price, valuation data, NAV, net asset valuation data, which Chainlink is the largest Oracle system for delivering. So really what all this regulation will do, if it happens through on-chain contracts, is it'll skyrocket the demand for the contracts and the Oracle systems that power those contracts, you see? Because it'll be impossible to transact without those contracts. You legally won't be able to transact without the transfer agency contract. You legally won't be able to transact without the compliance contract. And the compliance contract needs an identity oracle. And the transfer agency contract needs a net asset valuation data oracle. And the other regulated contract needs, 2 more oracles. So really the more the complexity of the contract grows and has to deal with external data and systems, the more the amount of chains grows, the more the risk grows between making everything work across the chains and across all the different systems, the more you're going to need a system like Chainlink to simplify that risk down or eliminate that risk. And the challenge, in addition to that, is actually going to be, how do I, as a developer, write code against all these contracts? So if I have to deal with a transfer agency contract and a compliance AML KYC contract, and I have to get data in very specific ways, and I have to do reporting in certain ways, what is the system in which I write my code to do all of that? And that's the system that we released here, the Chainlink runtime environment, which is the place where you can write a single piece of code, a workflow, and that single piece of code can manage your application and your smart contract across chains, but also across all of these regulated contracts. And it can define its relationship with those contracts. That's a useful thing, I think.
And Chainlink runtime environment, CRE, New York City has been a buzz. This was a new announcement at SmartCon this year. Let's go into that a little bit more. What impact will that have on crypto?
So the impact that we hope it'll have is it'll reduce the time that it takes for a developer and the amount of developers needed to build institutional smart contracts. So we've built a lot of institutional smart contracts. We just launched one with UBS into production for their tokenized fund. We announced our work with the Central Bank of Brazil and the Central Bank of Hong Kong and Inter, the largest bank in Brazil. We have a huge list of folks we've done smart contracts with. JP Morgan, ANZ Bank, UBS, a whole huge list. Everyone can look it up. The DTCC, we've done corporate action, Swift, a whole bunch. And what we found is that when you make a smart contract in the institutional context, you start to have 5, 10, 15, 20 pieces of code that you have to manage, that do different things, written in different languages, that no one really understands other than one engineer or 2 engineers what each piece of code does. And it's also not really reusable. So you're building an institutional smart contract bespoke every time. And I can see some of the engineers kind of nodding their heads as I'm saying this, because I recognize some of them. And so what you're going to get with the CRE is a place where you can write a single piece of workflow code. And that one piece of code defines how your smart contracts work across chains, how the contracts are deployed to those chains, how the data flows into those contracts, what are the conditions under which those contracts interact across chains, what are the conditions under which those contracts are allowed or not allowed to do things. So they have to check an identity, they have to check the solvency of the coin and whether or not proof of reserves was attached to the coin. Whatever other checks that you want it to do. And now you'll have a single place to write that code. And what this should do is the same thing that JavaScript did for the internet and what the EVM did for tokenization in our industry, is that it should massively simplify the process of building smart contracts that work across chains, utilize external data, deal with identity, deal with internal accounting and other systems from existing infrastructure. And if that happens, then we should see a boom in innovation, right? We should see a large amount of new blockchain use cases, new smart contracts, new institutional contracts that were easy for people to build and launch on CRE that would have taken them 10 engineers and 10 months, but now it takes 2 engineers and 2 months. And then we want to get it down to 1 engineer in 1 week. And don't worry if you're an engineer. There's going to be so many of these contracts that you want a tool like this to make it simpler for you. I think as the smart contract, an institutional smart contract boom happens, it'll be a really booming, growing category of developer jobs and kind of jobs for IT folks in general.
So this is Chainlink's JavaScript moment, Chainlink's EVM moment. That's when all the ICOs popped up in 2017. Obviously, this is more compliant, but with that explosion of new dApps, new builders on the network, what use cases do you see really taking advantage of this?
Stablecoins, tokenized funds, really any real-world asset, the management of flows between chains, anything that requires compliance, anything that requires transfer agency. And really what's going to happen next with CRE is that after this initial period where anyone can write a workflow and we enable the deployment of more and more workflows, we're going to look to go to a system where others can write templates and workflows that are connected to infrastructure, and then they can sell those workflows to other developers. So there's like an ecosystem of workflows that you can run that's already pre-connected to a bunch of high-quality data sources, payment systems, and so on. But I think it's all the tokenization use cases that you see right now, especially the ones that are more and more complex. Like the one that we did with the Central Bank of Brazil and the Central Bank of Hong Kong was about trade flows, where there was the central bank digital currency of Hong Kong, the e-Hong Kong dollar. There's a central bank digital currency of Brazil through their DREX program in the central bank called the Brazilian Real, the digital Brazilian Real. Those were the two tokens, two currencies over CCIP. And then CRE synchronized and did the CCIP steps or invoked them. And then CRE also dealt with a bunch of trade-related systems around things like bills of lading and other complicated things related to a trade flow. So I actually think that the more complex a smart contract use case is, the more it's going to need something like CRE to simplify and make it possible.
Sergey, let's talk about privacy. Because to me, one of the biggest hurdles for TradFi institutions entering the space is they don't want everything public. These are private companies. Chainlink recently announced private smart contracts enabled by Chainlink. Describe the impact of this.
So privacy is really one of, if not maybe the final big unlock that our industry needs to go to true mainstream adoption. Privacy exists on the internet. It exists in financial systems. And I think our industry has always really valued transparency and the ability to verify things. I think that the transparency is valuable, the ability to verify things, that's not going away. But for certain categories of really important transactions, you do need privacy. If you don't have privacy, you just won't have certain transactions happen. And that would really limit what our industry was possibly used for, right? You could only use it for certain types of, like a limited group of transactions or a limited group of assets or tokens. Generally speaking, what Chainlink privacy is built on and what Chainlink confidential compute does is it gives you a place that sits next to a blockchain to write workflow code that's private. And then you can prove back to users and back to whoever you want, regulators or counterparties, that the workflow code that you ran does what you say it does. So if the workflow code that you ran was supposed to check an identity, verify the balance in someone's bank account, and check that they weren't on a sanctions list, the details of their bank account, the details of their identity, the details of their status of these things, won't be disclosed, but it'll be verified. That verification will be put on chain, and it'll trigger the next stage in the contract. And anyone, like a regulator, that wants to verify that that next stage of the contract was triggered correctly, because there was a system somewhere that verified all these things, they can check that, but all that personal information remains private, right? And so there are trillions of dollars in transactions that, unless you can do a verification like that, simply can't happen on chain. So that is really the benefit of privacy. It's really going to unlock, I think, a lot of identity. It's going to unlock a lot of compliance. It's going to unlock a lot of institutional capital that can flow on chain. And I think that the ability to write a workflow that defines all these other steps I told you about, and then selectively make certain parts of that private, will make writing a workflow even more valuable. Because now you're writing a workflow to manage the complexity of the different chains and the different contracts and the different oracles. And you're writing a workflow because there's no other way that you can privately compute or privately prove something to a chain, like identity information or compliance with something. So it's I think it's going to be a very powerful tool and unlock for our industry.
Tokenization has been a buzzword for the last year and a half with crypto. When do you think the moment is that tokenization goes mainstream?
So I think it started to happen more and more for stablecoins. I think stablecoins are basically, going more and more mainstream, I would say, this year with the Genius Act. I think stablecoins are very popular in emerging markets already, even before this year. I think tokenization doesn't exactly mean stablecoins for most people. I think for most people it means things other than cash. So tokenizing stocks, bonds, funds, equity, real estate, any number of other things. I'm a very optimistic person about our industry. It's November? Okay. So, we just missed the cutoff, because the cutoff for me is usually November. So if you ask me this question in October, the answer every year is this year. I'm putting this year. It's November now. So, it's next year. So now it's next year. My track record of being right on this is not great. I've been doubling down on this for about 5 years in this pattern. So just to give you a big kind of grain of salt on all this. But I think now with the regulatory clarity, the amount of people we see go into production, like UBS went to production live with real value today with us, with the transfer agency standard and system, and that's a very conservative Swiss bank. Those people do not make rash decisions. They are very thoughtful, calm, conservative people. I think next year is very possible. What you really need is a flywheel of commercial and market success, right? So you have all this on-chain cash, stablecoin, tokenized deposits, CBDCs, whatever. I don't really even care like what form it's in, whatever form you want. Then you have assets, and you need markets, right? So why is DeFi successful? There's a bunch of speculative assets. There's a bunch of people making markets. There's a bunch of people making lending markets and generating yield. So DeFi is a big thing, right? Like, makes sense. There's a market. There's a pattern of commercial success that you can participate in, many different ways. Okay, where is that pattern in institutional digital asset tokenization? Doesn't exist, right? You have kind of the building blocks. You have the stablecoin. You have the on-chain cash. Okay, good. That's people that can buy stuff. We have many cases where we've integrated off-chain systems to buy tokenized things. So it's not even clear that the on-chain cash in the stablecoin form is the critical factor. I think you need enough high-quality assets on chain, and you need people, retail, institutional counterparties, buying tens of billions of that stuff. You need lending markets that generate superior yield on a tokenized form of an equity or a commodity or a fund than you would get off of it in the traditional system. I think you need 24/7, 365 trading environments for tokenized equity, so that when the market closes on that equity in wherever, you just have more volume start happening on the 24/7, 365 tokenized equity market. But where's the tokenized equity, right? So I think we're kind of at the point where the assets are going to go on chain, and you're going to start seeing the formation of these markets next year.
And by the way, the CFTC, I love it. Hell yeah. And to back that up, the SEC, the CFTC, they seem to have never been in the history of crypto more supportive of the crypto industry. SmartCon, I believe, started in New York City in 2022, and it's years later, and it seems like the industry has totally evolved, changed. Can you talk about that transition and what's different now?
Yeah. At this point, it's hard for me to imagine how to make these regulators more positive. I mean, I can imagine a few things that would be like unreasonable for them to do, but just like release guidance and, we'll let the crypto people write it, whatever. But, they're within the realm of reason, they're about as positive as it's going to get. There is already a new SEC chair. There isn't yet a new CFTC chair. The people under consideration for the CFTC chairmanship are extremely pro-crypto. And I think that's even a factor in determining, whether or not they'll, get that chairmanship. And the SEC and the CFTC have already released joint statements around deep collaboration to simplify things for the crypto industry. I really do think that simplification is what the industry needs to make more of those tokenized assets. And I think we're going to get it one way or another. So to your earlier question, if the market structure bill doesn't go through, then we'll be in a world where the SEC and the CFTC have to create guidance. They have to create clarity through guidance and through rulemaking instead of legislation, which they will. So even if the market structure bill doesn't go through, which hopefully it does go through, right? That's what we all want. The very pro-crypto SEC and CFTC will create guidance and clarity and rulemaking. They'll create rules, which I think will also accelerate the issuance of these assets on chain. But it's like an extremely positive environment. I think our industry really has to make the most of it. I think like the 3 years that we have now with this administration, with the Trump administration that's been so supportive of our industry and pro-crypto, is really a unique moment in time. And we should make the most of it because, as I mentioned before, God knows what's going to happen next. Like, I have no idea. It just gets weirder by the day at this point, So, we should make the most of it.
And you were in DC in the room where it happens. For the Clarity Act, would you say 60% chance it's probably happening before midterms or more or less?
Before midterms, yeah. I think it's more than 50%. I think we're in like the 70, 80% realm. I do see the White House actively, pushing to make things happen. I think that's an important factor. I think they need to turn the lights back on in all the government buildings. That would help. So they need to end the government shutdown. But yeah, before the midterms, I can see it at 70%, maybe more, 80%. I can see it for sure. There's a lot of political will. There's still more education also. Like, there's many senators and congressmen that don't understand what DeFi is. They don't understand why blockchains reduce money laundering rather than increase it. Money laundering in the current system's up to 5%. Money laundering in the crypto system's below 1%. It's like some shocking, revelation. But it's true, right? So if we were in a situation where everyone was super educated and they still didn't want to do it, that'd be one thing. But we're in a situation where a lot of these congressmen and senators are still, once they understand what our industry does and how good it is for their goals, for the US and for the financial system, I've pretty much almost always only seen them get on board. So I think if we can educate more and more of the congressmen and the senators on both sides of the aisle, a lot of these concerns that they have just evaporate based on the truth of what our industry actually does versus the scary boogeyman of like what it's been kind of perpetuated to seem like it does.
Sergey, Altcoin Daily speaks to an audience of over 3.5 million across all social platforms. You've been on the show, and in one of our conversations recently, you've talked about this being maybe 1997, 1998 internet. What will 2001 look like, or 2005? Because for the internet, it changed so drastically. What's going to change for crypto?
Well, I hope we don't have a 2001. Just to be clear, I'll just comment on the 2005 after. But I think it's really those markets and that commercial loop of success. So that's what you see in DeFi, right? You see this big commercial loop of success. Loop's a funny word in that world, by the way, but there's a lot of loop going on, sometimes a little too much. But all that aside, like you see a flywheel of success, right? You see how DeFi, if it gets more capital, how it can scale to be even more successful. You can see how it provides value. You can see how it's a commercial opportunity that people want to get involved in, right? They want to launch DeFi protocols. They want to be vault curators. They want to be on the risk teams. They want to be part of it because there's a reason, because it works. We haven't seen that yet for the institutional side of our industry. I think when that takes off, I think that's what it'll look like. In another 5 years, we'll be looking at a world, I think, where DeFi is much bigger than it is today. I think DeFi will be the innovation area of the financial system. So DeFi will be the place where you do permissionless innovation, where you're not slowed down by regulation, you're not slowed down by some guy in a suit. You just do stuff. And some of it works and some of it doesn't work. And the stuff that works, lives, and the stuff doesn't work die in like this creative destruction capitalist model, which is, by the way, the right model, in case you're wondering. Keep that in mind next election, by the way. But all that aside, once that flywheel of success starts to happen, you'll start to see more and more institutions go on chain, right? So that'll actually feed DeFi. So the thing that I think isn't fully clear to people yet, because it hasn't happened yet, but I'm a big believer in, is that DeFi, will continue to do permissionless innovation. It'll continue to invent new stuff, great stuff, like mind-blowing cool stuff, which I'm a big fan of, and we're all a big fan of. But then the capital into that stuff will come from these institutions because their clients have all the money. They do. It's all the world's money in these institutions held by the clients, and the institution services the clients, right? And so the clients are going to say like, oh, wow, look, I can get 8% on the US dollar in DeFi. Let me make this percentage of my treasuries convert to DeFi. I mean, that's amazing. That's unbelievable. That will 10x DeFi overnight if that happens. Make the yield go down, but it'll 10x DeFi overnight. That's what it's going to look like. It's going to look like DeFi right now is servicing the degen community. How to create more loops with, juice it with some token, some stuff. Do it, please. I'm a fan of it. I really am. I'm not kidding. But once the success of DeFi is driven by institutional users and clients, DeFi will adapt. And it's already adapting, right? Because you see things like Aave Horizon, you see more institutional versions of DeFi because these folks realize this too. So I think that's what it'll look like. I think the institutional world and the DeFi world and the non-blockchain world and the blockchain world will just merge. It'll just be the financial system. And cryptocurrency will also be part of that. Cryptocurrency will be classified as like a commodity or something, and it'll go in the commodity part of the global financial system. And the global financial system will run on blockchains, smart contracts, Oracle networks, and it'll be very complex. And hopefully it'll be managed through CRE workflows. So that's kind of where I think we might be in 5 years.
And Chainlink connecting all of it. Sergey, thank you so much for sharing your time. I want to get a picture with you. Give it up. Thank you. And picture.
All right, next we have TradFi and crypto building winning products in a converging world. And this is a panel discussion that's going to be moderated by Archie Onabogo from Chainlink. So welcome the panel to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this panel, we'll talk about how Web3 leaders are building next-gen products at the intersection of traditional and decentralized finance. The sessions yesterday made it pretty clear. Convergence between DeFi and TradFi is happening now. It's no longer theory, right? The winners in this new landscape will be those who ship products that work. Protocols and apps that scale under stress, build user value and trust, and are able to provide value across markets. I am honored today to be joined by builders of some of the most ambitious financial services products at the intersection of crypto and TradFi. Maple Finance, the largest institutional lending platform with $5 billion in AUM, scaling Syrup USD across various ecosystems, from $1 billion in bridging volume across Solana and Plasma to unlocking new opportunities for native minting of Syrup USD tokens across more chains. Spyco, the largest tokenization platform in Europe, tokenizing on Ethereum, following fully regulatory framework of the EU and USD denominated money market funds, delivering NAV value on-chain and transferable tokens across Chainlink infrastructure using the Citi standard. And Hadron, the tokenization arm of the world's largest stablecoin, Tether, delivering tokenization of assets anywhere with a big focus on RWAs and upcoming regulated offerings. I am Archie Onabogo. I lead solutions architecture here at Chainlink Labs. My team and I work very closely with partners like Maple, Spyco, and Hadron, delivering white glove solutioning and really deep technical expertise across the Chainlink product stack. We'll dig deeper into the products being built here, what problems they solve, and how they're winning in this converging TradFi and DeFi world. But perhaps let's kick it off with a short round of introductions, maybe starting with you, Brian.
Yep. Thank you for having us, Artiona. And thank you to the diligent few who stuck with us after none other than Sergey himself. I oversee business and corporate development at Pointsville, soon to be renamed in a few weeks, but for now, Pointsville. And as Artiona mentioned, we have a particularly intimate relationship with Tether, where we partner on their RWA platform, Hadron. And the goal is effectively to take what has been successful on the stablecoin side and bringing $1 on chain and opening up that to a broader audience of institutions and helping to quietly power their tokenization efforts.
Joe?
Yeah, my name's Joe Flanagan, co-founder of Maple Finance. So Maple is the largest on-chain asset manager, and so we're currently managing about $5 billion in assets. And our major strategy is that we're deploying over-collateralized loans to the institutions across crypto. And so we're now the second largest lender with a loan book of over $2 billion behind Tether.
And I'm Pavel Nipolit, co-founder and CEO of Spyco. We tokenize, so issue and distribute money market funds, and also cash and carry funds that we've launched recently.
Awesome. Thank you for being with us today. Joe, I'll start with you. You guys keep breaking records. Maple, ServUSD tokens expansion across Solana and Plasma via CCIP was a big success. It did over $1 billion in less than 2 months. What's the secret sauce behind this rollout, and could you perhaps share some of the key takeaways for other builders so that they can follow suit here?
Yeah, as you mentioned, we've had a lot of success this year with the growth of Syrup USDC and now more recently the growth of Syrup USDT. And there's been a couple of major things. We'd say that the assets that we're delivering into the DeFi ecosystem build on the lessons of institutional lending that exists in traditional markets. And so we take our lessons from that and bring that then into an institutional quality product, wrap that into a DeFi accessible product and deploy it throughout DeFi markets. And so as you rightly point out, part of that expansion has been to be able to take these assets cross-chain. And that's where we've been able to partner with Chainlink to utilize CCIP to take these institutional quality assets that we've deployed on Ethereum mainnet across a number of other ecosystems. And so that's really Maple's commitment to the space, is that we aren't looking to provide the highest yield or the most speculative yield, but to bring institutional quality products, bring them into the DeFi landscape, and then enable builders and integrations and access points across this amazing landscape of all the people in this building today and beyond.
Awesome, excellent. Brian, what did you say are the main inefficiencies in scaling RWAs, and how does Hadrian view the partnership with Chainlink and CRE in particular to helping solve some of those inefficiencies?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think in developing any new type of marketplace, you kind of have like this chicken or the egg problem, right? Like how do you simultaneously stimulate both the supply side and the demand side? And on a quick little anecdote, we were actually catching up just the other day with a prominent ETF issuer who's going to be issuing one of their funds through us in the near future, before the end of the year. And we were just kind of joking. One of the guys was telling us how early in his career he was in fixed income. And this was around the time when ETFs were sort of becoming, were getting traction. And even in their own company, him on the fixed income side sat in one building. The ETF team who was covering fixed income sat in a completely different building. Nobody knew who each other were. They didn't have any of the same systems or workflows or standards. And so even in their own company, they didn't really have any shared systems and processes for how to scale it. And under the sort of ethos of we view tokenization as kind of the next phase of financial wrappers, similar to how ETFs have been. Today, there really isn't any shared standardization or processes or workflows. It's all very fragmented. And the end result of that is that there is really a dearth in secondary market liquidity today. And so we actually have a particularly exciting initiative with some key players from around the world that we will be announcing before the end of the year as well. Chainlink will be a part of that as well, and along the lines of standardization and spurring secondary market liquidity. And yeah.
That's great. Great to hear. And we're excited to be building with you even more so. Now at SmartCon, we announced the prime time for CRE, right? And so we're excited to continue building on that momentum. Paul Adria, so SPICO has brought regulated money market funds on-chain, addressing both access and transparency issues. Can you walk us through the main inefficiencies of bringing this type of funds on-chain, and like why was that a need, basically, and a big improvement from the world that we see today?
Sure. So money market funds are a massive asset class in the US. I think it's $7 trillion at the moment, but it's rather an exception, right? When you look at Europe, it's a much, much smaller asset class, and access to these products is way more complicated than it is in the US. So the first thing that we are solving with tokenization is actually simplifying access and just offering a better UX to subscribe and to redeem MMF shares. To our core ICP, which is European SMEs, European startups at this point. Through tokenization, we are also offering better transparency. The problem with money market funds is they are often a black box. You don't know how many investors are in the fund. You don't know the relative size of these investors in the fund. You don't know how active the fund is in terms of subscription, redemption. So with tokenization, we obviously give a read access to anyone on the shareholder registers. You can go and Dune on any other analytics platform and see that in real time. I think the main challenge in bringing these products to market for us has been like regulation. Launching a new money market fund is not that easy, especially if you want it to be offered to the public. And launching it on chain is even more difficult because you run into questions like, okay, what is a blockchain versus a centralized database? Is it a native issuance on chain? Can the fund shares be transferred, et cetera, et cetera?
Cool. I also wanted to touch a little bit on the fact that you guys decided to make these funds transferable from the very beginning, from the get-go. Could you maybe walk us through, the journey and how integrating the CCT standard to enable transferability across chains for these tokenized money market funds was the key differentiator for you? As we tend to hear from similar, endeavors that they aim to go live on one chain, but then a month or 2 months later, cross-chain interoperability actually becomes a reality, and you very soon see that there is some itching there to very soon, enable the funds on more chains.
Sure.
Can you walk us through this journey and how the CCT standard helped there?
Yeah, so at the very beginning, we really wanted to have a fund accessible to the public. So not only to accredited and qualified investors, and we wanted the fund shares to be natively issued on chain. So the share of the fund to be the token and not to be like a representation of chain of a fund share existing somewhere else. So that was the first very important thing. Then it was about transferability, as you said. We wanted the fund shares to be transferable as well. And what do you mean by transferable? Is it transferable only between qualified custodians, or is it like really transferable to anyone? Can you self-custody the fund share, for instance? Can you transfer it to like any custodian, even crypto custodians, that are not necessarily qualified from a regulatory perspective? And we managed to, go to the regulator, explain that, and actually have everything that I just described in the prospectus, so basically approved by the regulator. Now, because we run into a new application, so we basically want the fund shares to be usable in DeFi to create utility around them. The importance of being cross-chain and to be able to move from one network to another is really important. Because if you had like one market on Ethereum, for instance, but your fund share are on Polygon, okay, now I want my fund shares to be used, on a Morpho market on Ethereum, for instance. How do I go from Polygon to Ethereum? And that's where CC IP came in.
Yeah, that makes sense. So in a way, DeFi composability and also like incentives distributed across chains are indicative of the next chain that you guys should be deploying on.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Very cool. So we heard why these products exist. Now let's talk a little bit how you guys are different from other similar offerings in the market. If you can share a little bit of that, that would be very interesting for perhaps other builders here to follow your path and the same success stories. Joe, maybe starting with you. How does Maple differ from other institutional lending platforms in the market? And if we could go a bit deeper, what's been more challenging for you? Is it like gathering institutional borrowers or maintaining the DeFi composability and getting people to actually kind of use the assets that are provided via the Maple platform?
Yeah, so the more difficult thing hasn't been that one side of the market beats the other or one side is growing faster than the other. It's that market conditions vary this all the time. And so we're constantly having to balance the growth in supply of capital, which through Chainlink and other integrations, we've had the fortunate position to be able to access a large amount of capital. And we're starting to see our growth facilitate more growth. And so I always say to the team that size solves all problems. And so now we get an Aave integration, and now we get broader and broader access to capital. And so for us, it's ensuring that then the other side of the market is where we're allocating out to institutions in these over-collateralized loans, that can continue to scale. And we've been fortunate enough to position ourselves where we are able to see the scaling of that in lockstep with our supply of capital coming in. And so it's meant that we've been able to issue loans now that used to be only $5 or $10 million in size, now are $50 and $100 million in size. But what we've had to do is change the way and the type of institution that we're approaching, because an institution that's borrowing $100 million is very different to an institution that's borrowing $5 million. And so we've had to expand our network of borrowers, and the crypto markets have facilitated this. And so you're seeing the expansion of more and more institutions that are crypto native or adding crypto to their existing business that are looking to leverage their crypto holdings on balance sheet and borrow against that. And so that's where Maple's been able to differentiate ourselves, is that there aren't many protocols that are plugged into this type of network of being able to scale and access these types of loans at this type of size.
So are you arguing that it's actually product discoverability through these DeFi platforms rather than your excellent workforce and having the right connections, and or probably a combo of both? As I have the feeling you guys are extremely very successful executors. It's very rare that we see these volumes in such short amount of time.
Yes.
And so there's always some puzzle and wondering there.
Yeah, I'm an understated Australian, so we like to think that we're humble, but definitely the team is exceptional at executing. And so the saying back home is it's 10% inspiration, 90% perspiration. And that definitely holds true and is part of the core makeup of Maple. Then it is also about the quality of partnerships that we have. And so as part of that has been the integration with Chainlink. And the way that we've done that and why we chose Chainlink overall was not that, yes, we can take our assets cross-chain, it's that native minting was going to be possible. And so we're always thinking about what is the user experience going to be? And so it shouldn't be that, I can mint my assets on Ethereum and then take them wherever I want. It should be, what is my preferred blockchain of choice? Where do I have my capital sitting? Then Maple should be right there where the customer exists to be able to access the assets and yield that we provide.
Thank you for the flowers. We love to be part of the journey. Brian, moving on to you. I have the same question to you. There's a bunch of tokenization platforms out there. How is Hadron different, right? And maybe if you could also, since this is like a product-focused panel, right? Like if you could go deeper into what are some of the tough design challenges that you guys had to do. Were those technical? Were those regulatory? Were those market-facing challenges? Like if you could unpack that a little bit for us, that'd be great.
Yeah, 100%. So we're different in a few ways. So A, we are asset agnostic. So people usually ask us the first question, like, what are you guys tokenizing? I say pretty much everything. We obviously have we have a committee and a strict process for kind of onboarding those issues, who those issuers are and what they're trying to do. But we are asset agnostic. We are chain agnostic. So we similarly go through a vetting due diligence of different blockchains where we think there's some both technical and commercial viability to onboard. And third, we also, similar to the ethos of, again, one of our big partners, Tether, who has traditionally operated in regions that are kind of underserved. That's a big part of our ethos as well, where we think those areas are maybe the most ripe for innovation and some of the lowest hanging fruit to offer new products. Where, again, in the US, where we're doing stuff as well, there's certainly a lot of opportunity, and that's where a lot of the money is. Capital markets are relatively pretty good here, and there's much less robust capital markets in other parts of the world, and we think there's a lot of opportunity to serve those regions. And then the last way in which we're different is, again, from a philosophical perspective, we view ourselves as quiet providers, enabling and empowering institutions who have played an important role in capital markets to date, and we think will continue to do so in the future. And we want to be empowering them rather than trying to own the entire value chain on the tokenization side. So with that, again, you express some choices we had to make. So A, do we get certain licenses to compete in certain ways? Or B, do we exist as can we move quicker if we're just a technology provider in the background? Do we, again, some of the types of partners we look to work with, I think, are different than a lot of our peers in the space. And just to kind of tie you guys into the equation is obviously as we're looking to work with a lot of these highly credible institutions with very strict requirements, bringing that data piece on chain and really being able to tie things together across different ecosystems, across different products, Chainlink solutions are obviously integral to that. And we've started with kind of going down the path of integrating CRE to do so, and I expect that we'll probably see more and more of your guys' products intertwined with ours.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. It looks to me like you guys have very little technical issues, and the main challenges are more, on the regulatory front, on acquiring the needed licenses, to go to market, which is very pleasant to hear, and yeah, we'll continue to help and support there. Paul Adrien, does the same apply to you? Like any challenges regarding decisions around the technical side of the product, or was it primarily regulatory driven there as well? Or we have something very specific with you guys in that we have developed custom token pools and defensive sender receiver so that we could comply with the regulatory requirements behind these tokenized money market funds. So it's actually not the vanilla implementation for CCAP, but we did like a white glove solution, which it's very nice to see how we built on top of the existing stack. But other than that, it was very straightforward once we sat down and laid down requirements and all of that. What would you say were some of the main challenges to getting Spike on the platform to the state that it is today?
Yeah, so the regulation, we talked about that. I think it's go-to-market that comes right after. In our case, we consider that we compete against traditional banks, against bank deposits, essentially, much more than against other, fintech or crypto-native companies. And when we compete against banks, we compete on three things, mostly yield, product, so UX, and liquidity. And on these three aspects, tokenization helps us. On the yield, we have less costs, so we are able to basically offer a better yield. On the product, we don't have the integration of traditional securities accounts, all the essentially legacy stack of the traditional securities value chain. That can be quite cumbersome. And on the liquidity, with DeFi, for instance, we have new pools of liquidity we can tap into. Take the example of a lending borrowing protocol. You can bring your money market fund share in a lending borrowing protocol, borrow stablecoin 24/7. You can pay with that. You can trade with that. So that's strictly better than what you can get with the traditional money market funds, where you need to wait for the next cutoff, basically, for your redemptions to be proceed. So yeah, I would say this is our key focus right now: go to market and how we are better than banks and maybe other asset managers, thanks to tokenization.
Following the journey there, absolutely. Perhaps wrapping it up, as I'm mindful of the time. Joe, what's next for you behind the yield-bearing dollar? Like, are you looking to expand to more chains, which you probably are, or will there be any significant transformation in the way that the SyrupUSD products are actually architected?
Yeah, SyrupUSD products will remain as is, and it's all about distribution and continued risk management. And so that's the main thing. From a technical standpoint, it's that the smart contracts have now facilitated over 11 billion in loans. So there's nothing we need to change inherently at a core there. It's more about distribution and then where we're allocating the capital. And so continuing to produce this premium risk-adjusted yield that then the DeFi ecosystem can benefit from. The bigger thing for us is, as we look to 2026 and beyond, we've had great growth this year, and so now we've really afforded ourselves the opportunity to think about things in longer term cycles. And so what are the big bets that we're taking in 2026? And so I hope that when we're sitting here on stage at SmartCon next year, Maple will have 20 billion in assets, we'll be producing more than $100 million in annualized revenue. But those are just numbers. What would be more important is that we are going to define what on-chain asset management is. And so really the key word there is on-chain. And that doesn't mean that it just exists in smart contracts. That means that there's automation. That means that we're integrated. That means that there is AI. That means that we're able to start to build out what this new asset class is going to look like and how asset management can be facilitated at scale, utilizing the best elements of traditional finance with all of the technology we have available through DeFi and blockchain.
Love it. Paul Adrien and Ryan, the next important milestone in the upcoming 12 months for you as a wrap-up of this conversation today, what would it be? Curious to hear.
move up the value chain. So basically now we work mostly with startups, SMEs. We increasingly want to go mid-market and enterprise in terms of the customers we work with. And also institutionalization of use cases. Like tokenized money market funds are very interesting for collateral mobility, 24/7 across trading venues. So this is something we are working on, and I hope, a few key unlocks in the coming months.
Excellent. Brian?
Yeah, I alluded to some of it earlier on, but distribution really is key in the next phase of RWA growth. Again, secondary liquidity is not great. More and more we're seeing, I'm sure everyone here is seeing, issuers and very large issuers want to come on chain and bring their assets on chain. But there's a lot of things that need to happen to kind of make the other side of the equation improved. And so we are making very conscientious efforts to fix that problem. We think that will be instrumental for us in the next phase.
Excellent. So tying it back to the theme of the panel, convergence between TradFi and DeFi, we've heard it's not a matter of if, but how well all of these great partners will execute. That's the common denominator here. We're excited to be on the journey with you. Thank you so much for being with us today. And yeah, we'll be around should any of you have questions. Feel free to approach us. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Brian, Joe, and Paul Adrien.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to a stimulating conversation on building the rails for institutional tokenization. And we have Chainlink's Sergey Nazarov and Consensus's Joe Lubin.
Test. Hey, everyone.
Yes, so I'm...
Hey, Sergey.
Yep.
How are you?
Good to see you, Joe. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you speaking with me. You know, Joe is one of the folks, one of the first folks I met in the crypto industry who wasn't initially doing Bitcoin.
Interesting. Yeah.
And we met up, and he had this fascination with Ethereum, and he was so committed to it and so excited about it that it actually got me excited as well. So
took like a year or two, though, did it?
It took.
You're still doing the smart contracts NXT stuff for quite a while.
Yeah, I was doing smart contracts on some other stuff. I needed to see Ethereum become a little bit more real, but once I understood that you folks were going to deliver on even a small fraction of the promises you were making, I was pretty immediately.
Yeah, we were passionate back then, and we had I remember our first discussion, and then one or two other discussions after that when you were sufficiently Ethereum pilled.
Yeah, it was great, and it still is, but it was then like a super collaborative time, right? Because whoever was in the crypto industry then was not in because it was making you a lot of money. You were in there because you were interested and believed in what the technology did and what it could mean for society, right? So it's always great to catch up and speak with people like that. So, Joe, obviously, as a co-founder of Ethereum, you have a lot of thoughts and a lot of insight and a lot of historical context on Ethereum. So what do you think will happen next with Ethereum? And how do you think it'll evolve from here?
So it is evolving in so many parallel and intersecting ways. The obvious next major milestone is Fusaka. It's a hard fork that should happen in early December. And essentially the next two hard forks, Fusaka and Glamsterdam, without going into too much detail, will dramatically increase the amount of throughput at both layer 2 and layer 1. in particular, Fusaka is going to increase blobs and blocks and gas limits, and so it's going to be both for Fusaka, and it's looking like Amsterdam will really concentrate on dramatically improving performance at layer 1, and so can leave it there, I guess.
Yeah, all the Ethereum upgrades are always really exciting, some more than the others, but I think they've all been pretty meaningful. So definitely excited about this one. And you relatively recently have made this new entity, SharpLink, which has been very successful. For those of us who don't know what SharpLink is, what is it, and why was it created? What was the challenge that you hope to solve with it?
Sure. So there was one very clear challenge that we were addressing, and that was essentially a malaise inside of the Ethereum community. And so going back in the last 2+ years, we saw Solana get more energetic and establish the meme coin casino meme or meta and really surge. And on the other side of the barbell, we saw Bitcoin do a brilliant job of essentially landing the narrative in the mainstream that it's an important store of value. It is a new kind of money. And in between Big Brother and Little Brother, where both of them were quite relevant in the moment, Ethereum was still heads down doing what it's been doing for over a decade with nonstop performance, nonstop uptime. We were building for the future, and we thought the future was sometime forward. We're actually now in Ethereum's future, and a few things had to happen for us to get there. So we've been building layers and layers of enhancements towards horizontal and vertical scalability. We built a ton of block space at layer 2 and layer 1. We've made block space and transactions extremely affordable. It was intentional with the roll-up centric roadmap approach that the layer 1 network would cede pricing power to the layer 2s to enable them to establish themselves and to flourish, and that's been enormously successful. All this time, the United States government was either trying to kill us or slow us down or co-opt our technology in some weird way. And so we had essentially a boot on our throats in the form of Chair Gensler's SEC and debanking of our ecosystem. And Ethereum was by far the larger target of that, essentially because there were political forces, the more progressive wing of the Democratic Party that it wanted to have control over as many aspects as possible of life in America or maybe in the world. And then you've got, on the other side, you've got the Bank Policy Institute and the big banks wanting to continue to win a rigged game. And so as a result, it was hard to get institutional adoption for our technology because no GC is going to say, yeah, let's use DeFi or let's issue a token, or they couldn't even hold tokens on their balance sheet. And so no sane builder from TradFi or smart Web 2 builders would come into our ecosystem unless they were really passionate about decentralization. But all that has changed, and we've seen a tremendous surge. We've seen legislation. We're hopefully seeing more legislation, and so we do have the builders coming into our ecosystem and building new applications and bringing new users. But we had this malaise which was affecting the price of the token. And so even while the Ethereum Foundation was making changes and has really re-architected itself in brilliant ways, and even while we were internally doing great things because the price of the token dropped, because we had essentially slack supply-demand dynamics for block space. People with the Ether token started looking around for who to point their finger at, and so there's a lot of complaining on crypto Twitter. So what we did was recognize what Michael Saylor had been doing for a number of years. I had dinner with him in December, and I just figured that we could do this so much better than it can be done with Bitcoin because Ether is a productive yielding asset. We can essentially set up situations where we can get very significant risk-adjusted yield. And so a few months later, we found a vehicle that we could make a major investment into and sort of reshape the strategy of that company. The intention was to light a fire under the Ethereum token and the Ethereum ecosystem. We were hoping that others would follow us, other Ether DAT companies would follow. We've seen a few of them. Tom Lee's done a brilliant job helping to vacuum up all the excess Ether out there and continuing to light a fire under the ecosystem. And so I wouldn't say mission accomplished, but it's worked very well so far.
Yep, glad to hear it. I think it's definitely an interesting approach. So why do you think there's all this institutional interest in Ethereum? We see more and more institutions going on-chain. We announced, here with UBS going live with them using our transfer agency standard and data oracles for nav data. But they're a user of Ethereum. A lot of the folks that we work with and power globally now are users of Ethereum as institutions. Why do you see this trend happening? What is driving this institutional migration onto Ethereum?
So the big picture rationale is that in 2008, 2009, Satoshi Nakamoto announced that they had made this profound new invention, and the invention was decentralized trust, the most powerful form of trust that we know at this point. And Satoshi showed us how to operationalize decentralized trust in the form of the Bitcoin blockchain. Ethereum has taken that further, and lots of other protocols are doing similar things with it. And there really are two rigorously decentralized blockchain systems in the world, Bitcoin and Ethereum. And traditional finance has been skeptical because when your vested interests lie in doing things a certain way, totally transforming how you do things is not an attractive idea to tell your boss about. But as you keep seeing it and as the technology continues to mature, it becomes easier and easier to have those discussions and easier to win mind share. And so when you get to the point where a rigorously decentralized protocol has been operating nonstop with 100% uptime for over 10 years, and a decentralized finance ecosystem has been built where people are putting real-world assets in different forms, and people are inventing new approaches to money, to stable money. It starts to be really hard to ignore. That said, if the administration in this country had not changed and had not got behind the technology, then mainstream media and the powers that be would have probably continued to reasonably successfully repress the technology, at least in the United States. Fortunately, the floodgates have opened. The floodgates are open wide right now. You've been doing a lot of work institutionally in the Ethereum ecosystem and in your ecosystem, and Consensus itself has done a lot of that work over the years, even though we're much more focused on the public permissionless aspects of our technology. I guess I can mention that we've been doing some work with Swift, and you've been doing work with Swift for quite a while. That really represented a watershed moment from my perspective in how traditional finance was perceiving decentralized finance. We were in Frankfurt a few weeks ago at the Swift Sibos conference. The CEO indicated in his keynote that Consensus is working with Swift to build the Swift digital ledger. And it'll implement financial exchange messaging, ISO 20022. But there's also real intention, and this is a bit of a controversial part because some of the big money center hub banks like the correspondent banking system as it is, but there is real intention to have a bunch of those messages settled effectively in Ethereum token swapping infrastructure. And so bottom line is it's game on. There's real recognition at that meeting that it's just silly for TradFi and DeFi to be artificially separated and forced never to touch one another. We are seeing comfortably TradFi onboarding itself to DeFi with the Swift work, with work in the DTCC and NASDAQ, stablecoins, DAT companies, etc.
Yeah, I really see two layers to the adoption of Ethereum in the institutional world. There's the EVM, which is kind of a standard for how you build smart contracts. There's a lot of tools, libraries, templates. There's ERC20, ERC3643. There's all these great things that you can do with the EVM that you can't do with anything else, right? Because of the great ecosystem, a lot of the contributions that your team has made to the many different standards and ways of doing things on the EVM. And then there's Ethereum itself, right? Or technologies like Linea from you folks, which is an interesting, exciting technology with a sequencer. And then there's Besu, which is, I think, the most widely used form of Ethereum nodes or technology by institutions, in addition to the main Ethereum network. So I think there's like the EVM layer, right, where that's one level of adopting Ethereum, which kind of almost starts the top of the funnel where everyone starts saying, okay, this EVM thing has merit. And then that leads to another question of, okay, well, how do I use this EVM thing, right? Do I do it on Ethereum mainnet where I have other counterparties, right, which I've seen be the big driving factor there of, if I go on Ethereum mainnet, I get a bunch of counterparties that are there, which I think is the same network effect that drove Ethereum's success forward in the DeFi ecosystem, in the initial tokenization trends, the ICO trend, and those trends. But then I also see, some folks decide, hey, maybe I'll make an L2, or maybe I'll use an L2, or maybe I'll run some Besu implementation on my way to make a private chain of my own. And so then, it becomes a little bit more complicated, right? Because how do I run the EVM is a separate complicated question, which I know, Joe, you have had a lot of experience helping people think through that question, all the way back from the Quorum days, the good old days of Quorum and JP Morgan and all that stuff. And, when that was happening, that was also really impressive. That whole kind of Quorum set of ways to run the EVM, right? But I think the EVM really is kind of the leading environment. It has Solidity, the JavaScript of smart contracts on the EVM environment. So it's definitely something to be very proud of, and I can see why institutions adopt it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So enterprise blockchain is dead. Long live enterprise blockchain. So you're indicating that there are a lot of counterparties on Ethereum. There are a lot of protocols on Ethereum, very vibrant protocols, and most of the liquidity is on Ethereum layer 1. And so we're going to see the architecture of the world make use of rigorous rigorously decentralized networks at the base layer. So Ethereum layer 1 is going to be a big part of that, and it needs to scale massively. And we have credible paths to multiple orders of magnitude scaling, but we're going to need proper layer 2s, proper layer 3s on top of those layer 2s. Some of that layer 2 infrastructure will move down into layer 1, the zero knowledge proof stuff, and that's going to dramatically scale things. I think layer 2s are going to be political constructs, so nation states will want their own infrastructure. A country like France might want its own, layer 2 divisible into layer 3s. Switzerland, for instance, is going to want to make sure that certain data doesn't leave its boundaries, and so it'll run its own nodes. It'll still want to be connected into layer 1. The corpo chain phenomenon is, I think, very important. If you think about how corporations work, they have SQL databases and NoSQL and vector and graph databases, and so they splay their applications over a whole bunch of databases anyway. And so I don't imagine that corpo chains will be that different. Corporate chains will be stood up. They're going to be verifiable. They're going to be transparently auditable by the appropriate people. They're going to speak token. It's just a next generation kind of database. And so I believe that Ethereum will continue to fill an incredibly important civilization scale role. And if you think about the civilization stack, all the other chains will slot in at layer 2, either architecturally or functionally or at layers higher than that.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's the plan of Ethereum is, scale out over the L2s, L3s. Every canton in Switzerland can have an L3. All the corpo chains. Corpo chains is so dystopian, though, doesn't that sound dystopian?
I don't think so.
No?
So I think of decentralization as something that
I mean just the name.
Oh, corpo chain. I think it's pejorative in its current usage.
No, corporate chains are fine. It's
exactly.
Story as old as time.
But sufficient decentralization makes sense
right.
if your threat actors are the biggest nation states in the world with giant spy agencies. Then you need to define every possible dimension along which your chain can be decentralized. You need to figure out how to measure how you're doing and come up with some overall measurement. And you need to remain vigilant and keep pushing out decentralization because we continue to evolve the technology, and as we evolve the technology, we open up more surface area that can be exploited. And so if I'm just a corpo chain, I know who my adversaries are, and maybe I can trust a 20 validator system to not be corrupted by my adversaries and be happy that it's efficient and that I'm running my business on it.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Decentralization, super important. The recent AWS outage, there's a lot of systems, bridges, other oracles that went down, but the Chainlink system continued to operate because it's decentralized.
I hear Ethereum did too.
And Ethereum, exactly. That's right. So, I, like you, we're all big believers in decentralization and the value of it here. I absolutely agree with you. It's just that every time we say corpo chain, I figured out where I'm getting this from. Cyberpunk 2077. So as you just started talking to the spy agencies and the adversaries, I almost feel like we're talking about some part of that game. It's a great game. I really recommend it. I think they call them corpos in there, right?
Idealistic or dystopian future.
Dystopia.
We'll see how it goes.
I don't think it's idealistic. If that's your idealistic future, you have serious problems.
I'm an optimist, so I think we're moving through a rough period, but I think things are going to be. I think we're going to be moving into a world of abundance and much less stress and fear and damage.
Yeah, hopefully not Cyberpunk 27. That's a fun game. but you don't want to live in Night City, believe me. There's videos about that. All right. Well, Joe, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. Always a thoughtful, insightful, interesting conversation. Thank you so much for speaking with me here at the event. And it's always my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Sergey. Thanks, everyone.
All right, next we have William Riley from Chainlink, who's going to be hosting a panel on how CRE connects TradFi, DeFi, and tokenized assets. So welcome the panel to the stage.
Well, hello, everyone. William Riley with Chainlink Labs. I head up strategic initiatives at Chainlink and been with the organization roughly 5 years. Very fortunate to lead a panel with a star-studded cast here today with some fine folks from the likes of Banco Inter, Bridge Tower Capital, Kiln, as well as Hadron by Tether. Lovely to meet everybody, and thank you for joining us for the discussion today. Yeah, let's just go down the line. Bruno, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, thank you, Yo. I'm Bruno Grossi. I lead the digital assets efforts in Banco Inter. Banco Inter is a digital bank in Brazil, one of the most innovative financial institutions in our country, with a super app with more than eight products. 8 products, financial, non-financial products. Right? We are now listed in Nasdaq and exploring more about the US market.
Thank you. Surendra?
Hey, I'm Surendra, co-founder and CTO of Hadron by Tether. Thanks, William. I mean, excited to be here. I mean, in the New York City, I mean, we try to do like a lot of building things together, but like staying here talking about the tokenized assets. So what we are building is like the new layer for tokenization engine, bringing all the assets, payments, and liquidity unified together on chain natively, and then looking forward to advance on that tokenization discussion.
Thank you. Corey?
Thanks, William. Corey Pugh, Bridge Tower Capital. We are a blockchain tokenization and AI company. We've been around for about 5 years. Here in the US, in Switzerland, and in Abu Dhabi.
Awesome. Thank you. Laszlo, please.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So Laszlo Szabo, the co-founder and CEO of Kiln. And we are the leading platform when it comes to on-chain yield for institutions and high net worth, offering staking, DeFi, and on-chain asset management. Very excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. Awesome. With that, let's kick it off. Laszlo, I'd love to start with you, what you guys are working on over at Kiln. Recently, we've been discussing, you're opening your doors to DeFi. Walk us through what you're building for DeFi at Kiln, and how does Chainlink runtime environment enable you to combine critical factors such as data, automation, and multi-chain execution to make this product that you're developing happen?
Right. Yeah, so 5 years ago, we started to offer the first yield in crypto, which is staking. First yield on chain, where you collateralize your assets and you get rewards from the network by being paid by network fees. Essentially, we launched a DeFi product, lending and borrowing in DeFi for stablecoin yields with our customers, the wallets, a year and a half ago, with very nice traction. But we needed to think of what is the future of on-chain yields, right? And I think on-chain asset management, that is, you will see
today, DeFi firms, but more and more of traditional financial players that have been running and managing asset off-chain will manage asset on-chain through vaults and on-chain funds. Vaults are on-chain funds type. And I think CRE really helps us and helps the asset manager to have the right data, for example, the NAV, right, of the funds, do a lot of automation when they rebalance the assets across one DeFi protocols or to a real-world asset, for example, and do cross-chain execution, because you always need to chase for the most and the best risk and yield adjusted product. And sometimes you have to move from one chain to the other, and that's what CRE is very, very good for and central to our product today.
Awesome, incredible. And quite honestly, I'm loving building with your team, and I kind of view what you're working on as the true next iteration of DeFi and where we're going, and kind of like a more abstracted, automated place for yield creation. So really excited about that. Thank you, Laszlo. Surenja, I'd like to turn it over to you. Working on incredible products over at Hadron, tokenized assets, they're accelerating across different blockchains, asset formats. I know over at Hadron you're focusing on enabling tokenization, and given your connection to Tether specifically, obviously there's a natural fit with payment use cases. Can you expand on what Hadron aims to achieve, and how does technology like Chainlink runtime environment kind of help bring that to life?
A few things that we do on the tokenization engine. Maybe let me talk about the mission of why tokenization, what we're trying to do. So the tokenized asset should be as frictionless as sending an email. So at Tether, the mission is very simple. We wanted to kind of move the value freely as information. So the primary mission that since we have an advantage being closer to the Tether ecosystem, and then we have the widely adopted digital dollar in place, our philosophy or the next logical step for us is to bring all the on-chain assets closer to kind of settling this onto the on-chain, onto the digital dollar ourselves, which is probably what we are solving for. So specifically for CRE, it's everything. So the tokenized assets is one form of where you have the assets to be kind of tokenized in a format. But where we really need is the liquidity. That's more important. How you can able to kind of move this from the traditional finance into the digital finance. How you can able to move this forward. Through that, I mean, CRE, since some of the integrations we are working with the pricing oracles for the price discovery, which is extremely important for the secondary markets, and some of the tools on the compliance firewalls, and also doing the interoperability part. Right. These are the things that what we think that bringing the tokenized assets and in addition to the liquidity is probably what's going to unlock. Again, it's been the philosophy is the real unlock is not on the tokenized assets. The real unlock would be how you make the tokenized assets more liquidity into this ecosystem is probably what we are aiming for.
Yeah, fantastic. And could you briefly expand on how important is it to have seamless transfers and settlement capabilities within these tokenized assets specific to payments?
Let's take an example. One of the things that probably what we are also focusing on, a big nation state, thinking about issuing a bond issuance, on the blockchain. So the problems that what we see is again, do you do this on a traditional finance in the legacy rails, or you wanted to do this natively on a blockchain? So now the point of view is from a investor who is in a New York City or in a Mumbai, who really wants to kind of access to the country bond. They can really go through the traditional legacy rails, but once these things are on chain, now we are talking about the transparency, full auditability. Now how you kind of have the payments. So the three things that are more important here is once the asset is on chain, how the payouts happen on the coupon payments and everything, and how the distributions happen on the chain. Once we decode all the complexity of the legacy traditional finance rails, and then if you put this actively on a native on-chain, with transparency, full auditability, I think that's going to leapfrog into many, many on-chain. And our view of the world is there is a 100 trillion on-chain capital coming to the markets. And stablecoins is the first wave of the tokenization format. And what we have seen in the traditional finance was mutual funds moved into ETFs, and ETFs moving into the tokenized formats, and that's where we see like all the payments, yield payouts, and everything will become like more natively on-chain.
Of course, yeah, creating a more smooth and reduced friction experience to really tap into that speed and liquidity. It's really going to become a powerful thing. I do agree. Corey, we'd love to touch on what's happening at Bridge Tower. You know, we've been working together for quite some time now. And let's look at fragmented systems. I know this is a topic very near to your heart, and how like one platform can actually tie all this together. You know, we've been discussing with you at Bridge Tower, you're working on so many different items, from agentic AI, tokenization, international commerce, payments. You have it all. How is Bridge Tower able to do so much? And you know, how are we helping you achieve some of these goals with Chainlink runtime environment to overcome what we see as fragmentation within not only traditional finance systems, but also DeFi protocols and tokenization platforms today?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Wish I had all the answers.
Yeah.
Now, Bridge Tower started 5 years ago with the fundamental premise that the blockchain was the vehicle to democratize access to a global ecosystem. And we came in and actually wanted to do tokenization as the first product. Now, the problem with tokenization was this thing called liquidity. So one of the first groups we met was Securitize and Avalanche. And we decided to tokenize our own equity of our company. So Securitize is still our transfer agent today. So we went through that process, understood it, and then we started to look at different assets and what liquidity existed, which was a challenge. So we started to look at what kind of platform needed to be built. And we decided liquidity existed in the commerce, consumer ecosystem. They already have customers.
Yeah.
So if we could take a platform that could take an asset, in fact, it was 3 years ago we were here talking about proof of reserves.
That's right.
So we take an off-chain asset, put it on-chain, have multiple opportunities with onboarding wallets, primary, secondary markets, that would eventually evolve into an opportunity to have real offerings and real companies. And I think what we're seeing today are real companies coming into tokenization. Right. We've taken a little different approach, and we're taking physical assets. So we're working in natural resources, we're working in consumer goods, showing them how the blockchain, stablecoin settlements, and the rest can really come and tie together. The global part came when we realized the regulatory side of the US was difficult. So we went to Switzerland 4 years ago, then there's a little more regulatory statutes. And then 2 years ago, we went to Abu Dhabi and got an entity registered through ADGM. And so with those three groups, we've been able to really anchor in. And the only way to tie this all together is partnerships. And so we didn't try to be an expert at any one or at everything. We partnered with the likes of, well, the Securitize, the Avalanche, the Chainlinks of the world, MoonPay. And so we forged partnerships where we could build these platforms and a white label opportunity for other clients, customers. We manage it for the life of the platform because it's too complex. And then we set out to connect global ecosystems through the governments and through the private markets. AI is something that came in about 2 years ago, and AI is a hot topic. I think it's something that's greatly misunderstood. We've been fortunate the last 2 years to have a phenomenal team who's built at scale for multiple companies. But if you think about blockchain and AI, they inherently match. AI's got a powerful engine. The blockchain is essentially a ledger for data. And if you can combine those two and put agentic AI agents within a tokenized platform, you can start to automate it. So what we have today is a tokenization platform that's end-to-end, bring customers in. CRE becomes invaluable because we have all these moving parts. So proof of reserves, real-time NAV, CCIP. Now we're looking at ACE as well. And that becomes the orchestration layer. And then on top of that, you have agents, like data agents, regulatory agents, compliance, payments. and you create one ecosystem that's seamlessly connected. And honestly, without CRE, that really has not been possible. And you can't streamline for opportunities. As far as the liquidity goes, I think liquidity is going to follow real companies and real offerings. So we're not too keen to go explore all the different areas. We want to find companies with customers, with real products, and use tokenization to bring them in.
Really doing a lot, yeah, and tying it all together with CRE has been a fun and exciting journey with you, and I know we have a lot to build together still. So, thank you, Corey. Bruno, I want to turn it to you at Interbanco, and I think you touched on this in your opening, but you led the charge at Interbanco to build an international trade finance application, your super app, which also involves some major players like HKMA, Bank of Brazil, Standard Chartered, GSBN. What problems does this app solve, and how does it benefit the likes of farmers in Brazil? And kind of to tie it all together, where does CRE play a part in here, and are you going to expand this thing in the future, or how are you helping these farmers and other folks in Brazil?
Yeah. First of all, I hope you understand my English. It's not my first language. I think we are very proud of this project that we created with the support of BIS, but also with the Central Bank of Brazil and the DKMA. It's to look how we can bring technology and purpose to solve real world problems, right? And the main focus was in small farmers in Brazil. Think of a farmer in the countryside of the Brazil, right? They grow right quality products there, like soybeans, coffee, and sugar, right? But they don't have access to the global market, to the global trade market. The trade market is so fragmented, and so they have a lot of layers of intermediaries to give access, and they are paid weeks after they send the products. And depends with a lot of bureaucracy, right? There is a lot of bureaucracy. So this project was created for the second phase of DREX. DREX is the Brazilian CBDC, the central bank digital currency, right? That was developed by the Central Bank of Brazil. In the second phase, the central bank asked us to propose new and more complex use case, and this use case. We connected DREX with the Hong Kong CBDC. That's called Project Assemble, right? To create liquidity and to create a trade finance platform over it, to connect the buyer and the sellers, make it create the opportunity to negotiate these commodities, and use the DREX and the Assemble as a liquidity layer, right? Connecting everything. Using smart contracts, we create a more programmable, more reliable, and more more trust between the participants of this transaction, right? As Surendra tell us, it's making it easy to transfer value assets using blockchain, using tokenization, give us the power to how do I say, to connect and to create more business between across borders, right? So imagine, for example, a farmer in Minas Gerais, that's my state, that state that I live in Brazil, selling his coffee, right, coffee to Hong Kong buyer, It used to take weeks to connect, to negotiate, to receive the money, right? And CRE was responsible, make it possible to connect this, because on the Drex side, on the Brazil side, you have Drex that use an AVM blockchain, and on the Hong Kong side, you have a symbol connecting through an REST API. So CRE translated and created atomicity between these two different networks, right? Creating an opportunity to movement these assets atomically and instantly between these two countries, right? For the next step, we are thinking in connect more jurisdictions to this platform and to put in production, make it possible to tokenize more commodities and negotiate real-world assets between Brazilian farmers and the buyers around the world, right?
Really? Yeah, that's, I mean, truly an app that's doing good for people who need it today. It's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, the idea is not to bring if you are a small or a big farmer in Brazil, but everyone wants to negotiate and to sell across border.
Yeah.
And I think that tokenization will solve this totally.
Yeah, really tapping into the powers of blockchain. So, well, gentlemen, I have one final question, kind of just open it up to the floor. Maybe we start with Laszlo. But let's look at the future. At Chainlink, we have a grand vision for CRE and what it will achieve. You know, what does the end state of a unified on-chain financial system look like, where DeFi, TradFi, tokenized assets, they're all operating under shared standards? Any kind of general thoughts around this?
Yeah, I think you might see just a full convergence between capital markets that are by design today off-chain on 80s, 90s rails, often inefficient, not cross borders, expensive, to everything moving on-chain, from stocks to commodities, to this combined with DeFi protocols, lending, swapping in a very efficient way, transparent way, because it's on-chain. And you still have a lot of fragmentation on these environments, on these blockchains. And I think that's why CRE is quite important to bridge the gap. And for us, we're just trying to think of what's the future of yields, right? And I think the future of yields is bringing top-tier asset manager on-chain so that they can distribute products that hundreds of millions of customers wouldn't be able to access before. And that's very exciting to us.
Yes, and I do agree. And, you know, guys, I would like to thank you for joining me for such an insightful conversation. Again, at Chainlink, we're very excited about Chainlink Runtime Environment. This isn't a new product that Chainlink has developed. This is the next iteration of Chainlink. You can actually view it as Chainlink. And what you're looking at here with these 4 projects on stage with us today, these are folks building on top of CRE, doing real-world use cases around tokenization and payments, and helping folks with insurance issues live today. So this is really just the beginning. We're looking at some of our 4 best projects building on CRE today under our private beta status. So really a great conversation. So thank you for the time. And yeah, I'm excited to see what you guys will build next. So thank you.
Thanks, Blaine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're back and moving on to Bermuda's leadership in digital finance adoption and regulation. And this conversation is between Kerem Kolgalu of the Government of Bermuda and the Honorable and the Premier, the Honorable David Burt of the Government of Bermuda.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh. Let's try that again. It's a little more life. Good afternoon, everybody. There we go. Nice. Well, thank you so much for being with us here today. My name is Kerem. I'm the managing partner of a firm called Penrose Partners. I'm also the digital finance advisor to the Government of Bermuda's Ministry of Finance. And I have the pleasure of moderating a fireside chat with the Premier of Bermuda, the Honorable E. David Burt. Can I get a round of applause? Not many head of states that go on the crypto circuit, so we got to make sure he stays on the circuit with us. So just a quick background on the Premier. He is actually a tech leader and a tech entrepreneur first. He's got a master's in information systems. He has come off winning his third election in Bermuda and has been in power for 8 years. I was going to make a he's getting old joke, but I found a few white hairs in my beard this morning, and so I will hold that to myself. But really, we want to talk about the history of Bermuda and the United States and the innovation that we've been providing in digital assets in Bermuda from a regulatory clarity perspective in hopes of building a stronger partnership with the United States and allowing digital assets to succeed globally. So with that, Premier, maybe we'll go right into it. You've been championing digital assets since 2017. Why did you take such an early leap, and what does that journey really look like for you in these past years?
So, Kerem, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everyone here at SmartCon. We got into the digital asset space in 2017, just after the election when we were elected. But the reality is that it wasn't that I was, some crazy Bitcoin maxi or something else like that. It was nothing. It was just that the conversation 2017, kind of like the conversation 2025 is AI will kill everything. In 2017, it was blockchain will kill everything. And we literally went down this path to ensure that the companies and the financial services companies that were in Bermuda had the capacity to innovate in Bermuda and did not leave our shores to innovate someone else. Bermuda has one of the largest insurance parks in the world. We're known for our funds industry, our trust industry as well. And it was just important to know that our financial services firms could innovate in Bermuda. That's how we are. I mean, since then, we have had the journey. We are now, I can say without fear of contradiction, sorry, people who might take offense, we have the best digital asset regulator on the planet. We've been doing this since 2018, uninterrupted, and have done everything from derivatives exchanges to yield-bearing stablecoins to licensing DeFi protocols and other things of which I will speak about. So yes, this guy looked up. He said licensing DeFi protocols. Absolutely. That is what we are doing in Bermuda.
So, Premier, with the leadership that you've provided for regulators around the world in understanding digital assets and being ahead of the curve, what does it look like now that the U.S. is achieving regulatory clarity with the Genius Act and soon a Clarity Act? How does the Bermuda regime fit and complement the U.S. regulatory landscape?
Well, one of the things about Bermuda is because we are such a reputable international financial center, we work very closely with global regulators. And so whether those are regulators in the United States, whether those are regulators in Europe, or whether those are regulators in the Far East or the Middle East, it is a relationship of which we've already had. We're pleased to see the progress which is made here in the United States, and we feel that it only helps what it is that we're doing here. Because from a perspective of Bermuda, Bermuda is a small jurisdiction. 20 square miles, 65,000 people. No company is going to come into Bermuda to try to make money off of our market. But what we do allow is for companies that are in the United States or other places who want to access the rest of the world and a global market, we're the ideal place for you to launch your global business from. And so any business, whether they're a startup, whether or not there's people who are investing and looking at your long-term strategy, if you have a US focus or another focus, what the question is, how are you going to address the rest of the world? And from the Bermuda regulatory regime and the footprint, that is what it is that we are seeing companies doing. So I'm not going to name companies because I don't know who sponsored this event, but we have a number of various companies that are in Bermuda that are doing just that, utilizing our platform to go ahead and serve a global audience.
Thank you for that, Premier. So try to get to meat and potatoes of it. I hear Chainlink has been doing some activities in Bermuda. Could you speak to some of the innovations on the government side as well as with the Bermuda Monetary Authority?
Certainly. So from the government side, as I said, we've been at this for a while. And what we continue to do is we continue to innovate our regulatory regime. So whether or not it is where we started with the Digital Asset Business Act, whether or not it was adding clarity for lending, for staking, for derivatives, where it is that we're going now with, of course, the digital identity, we're looking at regulating digital identity service providers, which will enable there to be compliance that can be embedded and built in to the various protocols to reduce that compliance cost. These are all the things which we're doing. And from a Bermuda perspective, we like to be ahead. So what we do is we listen to industry. Industry will come to us. Industry being all of you will come to us and say, these are the types of things of which we do not have the necessary clarity for. I mean, earlier today I was meeting with a team that says that we need some minor changes to rules and regulations that will make sure that our funds can be recorded on blockchains and it meets with your standards. And those are things of which we can change easily. But what you had said is we were talking about DeFi protocols earlier and the licensing of DeFi protocols. The Bermuda Monetary Authority is trying to remain ahead of the curve. So they put out an RFP for a embedded supervision pilot. Chainlink did I guess I would say reply to the RFP. Chainlink was successful, and they are progressing with the Bermuda Monetary Authority right now on an embedded supervision pilot in DeFi protocols, which basically means that the supervision elements, what the Bermuda Monetary Authority does, can be embedded inside of the DeFi protocols, which means that that supervision can happen. This is how we are making sure that we are staying ahead of the curve, because we know there's persons that are innovating on the space of DeFi protocols and wanting to do that, and they want to make sure they do it in a regulatory environment. And that's why for the people who are, whether you're VCs or others looking at the long term, the reality is that if you have a company that has been able to pass the regulatory muster of the Bermuda Monetary Authority, they are far more likely to attract institutional capital, because it is not an easy license to get, but it is a world-respected regulator. For instance, there's only 2 regulators on the planet that have regulatory equivalents when it comes to risk with both the United States and the European Union, and that is Bermuda and Switzerland. And so that is the class where we're in. And so if you're looking for high-quality regulation, this is a place that you'll find it on a global scale.
We appreciate that. So the Bermuda Monetary Authority, for those who don't know, regulate not just digital assets or funds, but also banks, reinsurance, and insurance sectors. So for a history of financial services and international business, how does the reinsurance business of Bermuda, this multi-trillion-dollar industry, how does that coincide with the innovations that we're seeing in Bermuda on digital assets specifically?
So here at SmartCon, I think what Chainlink has done a great job of doing is talking about how we, I guess, move from TradFi to digital finance, and how this merge and all the institutional adoptions, and speaking about the tokenization of everything where we're going, and how do you do that in a compliant fashion. So the way that we look at the digital asset industry, the insurance industry, and the opportunity from digital finance is that our insurance companies do have these massive reserves of which they must hold. And from the perspective of this, if we're talking about the tokenization of financial assets, this is, as we look at it, a very large buy side on the various types of tokenized assets which may be able to be enabled. So from our perspective, we are already focusing in the Bermuda perspective on tokenized money market funds. We have tokenized money market funds that are in Bermuda, and it's something that we want to continue to attract. But if you're looking at it from the perspective that these insurance companies have these massive balance sheets, but can manage them more effectively and with less, I guess I would say, friction if those particular assets and reserves were tokenized. That is stuff that we are already seeing that is happening with our insurance companies in Bermuda. But further than that, just to give an example of what the Bermuda Monetary Authority has been able to do, we are not just dealing with what exists currently. We've also licensed digital asset insurers. So there are insurance companies that are in Bermuda where claims are paid in digital assets, where the balance sheet is kept in digital assets, and where premiums are paid in digital assets, all recorded, all regulated currently right now. So those are the types of things that are taking place. So we view the opportunity of the insurance industry, and we would encourage persons who, may be having views around tokenized money market funds, wanting to do things on a yield-bearing basis that they can do in Bermuda underneath our regulatory structure, to examine how that may work, because there is a very large institutional buy side inside of an economy that already is digital asset friendly, where there may be opportunities for there to be investments based upon the balance sheets of our insurance companies.
Thank you for that, Premier. So I'll round it out with a final question. What do you want the companies, the leaders, the policymakers in the United States to know about Bermuda, and how can Bermuda support the growth and acceleration of this industry at the global level?
So here's the funny thing. Every time I go to a conference like this, or I speak to persons, all the rest, they're stunned. Like it was when I met Sergey last year, and we just sat down and we were talking, and he's like, so all of this is actually happening right now? I'm like, yes. So this isn't something that you're planning for the future. It's like, no, we've had it on the books for some time. Here's the reality. Bermuda does not have the marketing dollars of some of the fancy jurisdictions around the world, which may be trying to attract any and everyone. But the reality is that you will not find a higher quality digital asset regulator on the planet. The same team that started our digital asset regulation sector inside of Bermuda Monetary Authority is the same team that is here today. They have seen it all. They have seen the boom. They have seen the bust. They've seen the scams. They've seen the nonsense. They've seen everything. And they have continued to evolve this regime. So some of the largest players in the world are doing business from Bermuda. And so from that aspect, if you have a global strategy, or if you're examining a global strategy, what you want to do is to make sure that you consider Bermuda. It is not something you will hear often, but if I'll just say it this way, the Coinbases, the Circles, the Krakens, they cannot be wrong. There is a reason why these large companies are in Bermuda running their operations through Bermuda. It is because we have the best digital asset and most advanced thing. And if there's something that you can dream of, ask our regulator. The regulator will either say, yes, we can do that, or no, we can't, but you will get an answer. You won't get stuck in a line. You will actually get an answer. And we're pretty good at doing this, as we've seen many types of things. We are making sure that we continue to innovate. So whether or not it's digital identity, whether or not it's embedded supervision, whether or not it's looking at what is coming next inside of this landscape, we have the ability to do it. So from that perspective, it's great to see the progress in Bermuda. It is a great thing to be working with Chainlink when looking at how we can utilize their tools to assist our Bermuda Monetary Authority in regulating better. And it is great to see the, I guess I would say, more attention being paid to what it is that we're building in Bermuda. And I encourage any and all of you to, say hello. There's not many people here in a pink tie. They're around. Our regulator, our team, Karem, we're happy to introduce you and to let you know what you can do inside of the best digital asset regulatory system on the planet.
Well, Premier, I think it's safe to say everyone is overdue for a trip to Bermuda. I would like to invite all of you in May of next year. We'll be hosting the Bermuda Digital Finance Forum. We'd love to see you all there. Come see the Premier in person.
You undersold that. We have 2 weeks of events that are going to be taking place in Bermuda at the beginning of May. It's always a busy calendar, but you need to come, whether or not it's Sail, JP, whether or not it's golf, whether or not it is the Digital Finance Forum or other things. We are ready to welcome you to the country, and it will be my last Digital Finance Forum as Premier, so it'll be quite an event. Please come and join us at the beginning of May in Bermuda.
Well, you heard it here first. We look forward to seeing you all in Bermuda. Thank you so much for having us.
All right, next up, we have Chainlink's own Lorenz Breitenbach, who's going to talk to you about the fundamental building blocks for on-chain finance. Please welcome to the stage, Lorenz.
We are assembled here in New York, home to iconic skyscrapers like the Empire State Building. It's only been for 100 years or so that we've been able to build these skyscrapers, because only since then fundamental technologies like concrete and high-strength steel have made it possible to build so tall. Now, unless you work in construction, you probably don't think about concrete and steel in your everyday lives. And that's because these technologies are so reliable, so dependable, that you can confidently forget they're even there. They always work. Coming up with the fundamental, highly reliable technologies behind Web3 and on-chain finance is the mission of Chainlink Labs' research team. There are two requirements for a successful fundamental building block. One, it needs to be truly fundamental. You need to be able to combine it in various ways to construct all sorts of systems. And two, it needs to be of very high quality, because the taller we build, if any of the building blocks that our systems are constructed from crumble, break, have a flaw, the entire building tends to come down. And especially in a space like ours, where we are responsible for securing vast sums of money, our users deserve only the best quality. These are the builders on the research team that are doing this difficult work of coming up with innovative, fundamental, and dependable building blocks. And this is hard. It's one thing to come up with an idea for something, and it's an entirely different thing to truly come up with a block that stands the test of time in production under the adversarial conditions that we find ourselves in Web3. So huge shout out to the team, and also big shout out to our amazing cast of academic advisors that we are so fortunate to work with. Many of them have been doing blockchain research before the word blockchain had even been coined. So I've been telling you about concrete, I've been telling you about steel. Now let me show you what the actual building blocks of Web3 and DeFi and Chainlink are. They are fundamental technologies from computer science. At the bottom here, we have cryptographic primitives like encryption, signatures, and so on and so forth. On top of that, we have incentives, peer-to-peer networking. On top of that, consensus. And on that foundation, then, rest the Chainlink runtime environment and the Chainlink standards for interoperability, compliance, data, and so on and so forth, that in turn support the entire Web3 and DeFi ecosystems. Today, I'm going to talk to you about two building blocks, one old and one new. The old building block, a little bit like steel, you might almost forget it's there, is our Oracle consensus protocol family called OCR. It's been running in production since 2021, and it's been the solid foundation of all of Chainlink's products. On top of it, we have the Chainlink runtime environment, we have all of the Chainlink standards, and we have Web3 and DeFi. And recently, we had a great example of why it's very important to build on solid foundations. The two major cloud providers, AWS and Microsoft Azure, both suffered major outages to their systems. Hundreds of millions, if not billions of people were affected by these outages. They went down for many hours. And unfortunately, even in the blockchain space, where we prize ourselves on reliability, on dependability, on decentralization, many other major projects, many other interoperability and Oracle solutions were down and were suffering from this outage. But, and I'm very proud of this, not Chainlink. Chainlink was up throughout this entire time period, 100% network uptime, and did not suffer any degradation. And again, at the root of this is the reliable building block of Oracle consensus that allows us to have these systems running even in the face of downtime of some of the nodes, even in the face of malicious nodes participating in the system, all through the magic of Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus. Let me illustrate by virtue of example a little bit more quantitatively what's going on here. So if we look at our most recent OCR3 Oracle Consensus Protocol, which is powering the data streams product that's launched in 2023, we see that we've secured over $200 billion of trade volume. We are consistently achieving a data latency in the sub-second range, so below 1 second between data being observed and ingested by the consensus protocol, all the way to an attested, secure consensus report having been generated. And despite this fast speed, despite the system having run for such a long time, the uptime is the gold standard of mission-critical systems, 99.999% or higher. This is not some promise. This is not some documentation entry on a website. Oh, this is what we hope to achieve. No, this is the actual number that we have achieved over the last 1.5 years or so. And so I'm very, very proud of that. That's a difficult thing to do. And yeah, it's a fortunate moment when one gets to be on stage and have such nice numbers to present about the past. Thank you. But of course, we don't stay idle. We don't rest on our laurels. We keep improving. And so in the newest version of the OCR consensus protocol that's going live here at SmartCon as part of the Chainlink runtime environment, we have greatly amplified the system's ability to process data. Because for CRE, we want to target institutional-grade workflows that process lots of data, that store lots of data, we have amped up the data processing ability of the protocol, all while maintaining the same battle-tested reliability, the same battle-tested low latency of previous protocol versions. And so to illustrate this again in a quantitative manner here, I have two numbers that we have measured recently in a fully decentralized DAWN with nodes distributed throughout Asia, North America, East and West Coast, and Europe. And in blockchain land, there's a bit of a tendency sometimes where people tune their benchmarks to death. 10 billion TPS, 10 trillion TPS, the higher the number, the better. So it's just important for me to point out these are not numbers that we tune particularly. This is just us running the software in its default configuration and kind of seeing where we get on pretty reasonable hardware, nothing crazy. There's all the little fine print at the bottom for the technically inclined folks that want to know the details. But what I want to point out here for everyone is that, first of all, we can store a lot of data in the system in a fully replicated, self-healing, secured by consensus manner. So 302 gigabytes, to put that in perspective here, is actually a little bit larger than the entire world state of Ethereum. So the entire state that Ethereum has built up over a decade, we can now store in a single decentralized Oracle network. And mind you, we run more than 1,000 of these things in production today. Second of all, we have greatly amplified the ability to disseminate data through the system. So a lot more data can flow through the system now. And again, to also put this number into perspective, we're talking here about the scale of, again, a blockchain cliche, but it's true, the scale of Visa. So all of the transactions in the Visa network that are flowing through the Visa network, this is roughly the bandwidth that you arrive at if you do the math. And also, since we're here in New York, the scale of, for example, the New York Stock Exchange's equities BBO feed. You can look at their technical documentation online. You will end up with a number very close to this. And this is all now supported in a globally decentralized, highly reliable, distributed Oracle network running OCR. So we are really getting to institutional-grade, decentralized solutions here. And speaking of institutional-grade, we are here in New York, the epicenter of global finance, home to Wall Street. And we're here at a special moment in history where the US financial system is now so open to blockchain innovation. But there's a problem. There's a wrinkle in this story. If we want to bring banking and capital markets on chain, we need to solve privacy. public blockchains today, as the name implies, make everything public, everything transparent. And there's no way that Wall Street, that traditional finance, are going to come on chain and make public their trade positions, their portfolios, their balances, all of their proprietary confidential financial information. So if we want them to come on chain, we need to solve this blocker. We need to find a way to provide privacy on chain. And this is where our newest building block comes into the picture: Chainlink confidential compute. On top of this building block, the Chainlink runtime environment rests, and inside of it, the Chainlink privacy standard, which unlocks banking and capital markets innovation and TradFi coming on chain. And what this gives rise to then is the notion, instead of the old notion of a public smart contract, the new notion of a private smart contract. A private smart contract is composed of three parts here. First of all, we have the on-chain part. Very traditional, just like on public chains. We can access all of the world's tokens, all of the world's liquidity. We can interact with the DeFi Legos running on all of these chains. Second, we have the off-chain part. All of the world's data, whether it's public web data, private web data behind some kind of authentication wall, proprietary price data, identity data, you name it. And then in the middle, bringing it all together, orchestrating it all, connecting it all, we have the Chainlink runtime environment, now also running Chainlink confidential compute. And there are three core capabilities to this in the Chainlink runtime environment: confidential workflow execution, confidential connectivity, and the Vault Dawn powered by Chainlink distributed key generation, Chainlink DKG. Let me show you how it all fits together. The key component that I'm going to start with here is the Vault Dawn, which is responsible for long-term, decentralized secrets management. Secrets are stored here in a way where no single entity ever has access to them. No single entity can look at them. It's all fully decentralized, secured by advanced threshold cryptography, and even the setup for the system, the initial generation for the key shares that are needed to store this information, is done fully trustlessly through our new Chainlink DKG protocol. And so then developers can store their long-term secrets in there, for example, through the CRE CLI, or other capabilities in the system can also encrypt their secrets to the Vault Dawn and have the Vault Dawn store them long-term. But the Vault Dawn does not just store the secrets, it manages them. And managing the secrets also means providing access to the secrets only at the appropriate time, only to the appropriate recipient after all appropriate authorization, authentication, and remote attestation checks have been performed. And the Vault Dawn is the keeper of the secrets that performs this role in the system. And again, it does this on a principle of least privilege, need-to-know basis. So it only gives access to secrets when they're strictly needed in that moment, and it's fully programmable, fully configurable by developers building on top of CRE. What this enables is not only best-in-class security, it's also future-proofness, because what it means is that we can keep all the secrets in the Vault Dawn, and we can add more capabilities over time to the system. And all of these capabilities will be able to integrate with the Vault Dawn, and depending on how a developer configures and programs the system, will be able to access the secrets stored in the system. Let me walk you through an example of a flow here, just to give you an idea how it all comes together. So here we have a contract running on a public blockchain, and that contract wants to participate in or wants to rather offer a compliant securities offering on chain, a compliant tokenized security. Now, when an investor wants to buy into this security, we need to make sure that the investor is, one, not sanctioned, and two, an accredited investor according to, for example, SEC, Reg D, Rule 501, or something like that. To do that, we need to perform income verification. We need to make sure that our investor makes enough money to fit the definition of this SEC regulation. And we want to do this fully confidentially because we're going to be looking at confidential financial information of that investor. That's not something that you would feel comfortable putting on chain. And so all this confidential magic can now happen in the Chainlink runtime environment. The only piece of information that ultimately goes back on chain is a single bit, yes or no. And the way this works, to put it all together here, is that the request comes from the contract to confidential workflow execution. Confidential workflow execution is running inside a secure cloud-hosted enclave and can run all the logic that performs this checking. It will, through confidential connectivity, access an API that provides, for example, identity or tax data. This API is secured behind an authentication wall, and the credential for this API will be stored in the Vault-on and will be provided just in time on this principle of least privilege basis to the confidential connectivity capability, which will return the confidential information fetched from the identity and financial API back to the confidential workflow execution, which can perform all the appropriate checks. If you're curious about that, I recommend checking out another talk we did at the event about protected pipelines, where we have a very cool demo. And then ultimately put a single bit on chain, yes or no. The investor's approved or they're not approved. So to recap, the three key properties we achieve are: one, end-to-end verifiability. A private smart contract, just like a public smart contract, is fully verifiable. Users and relying parties can know exactly what logic is running. But in addition to that, the contract can, in a flexible way, provide different levels of auditability to different parties, again, with this theme of privacy-preserving computation. We perform decentralized long-term secrets management in the Vault-on. And all of this makes our architecture future-proof, where we can plug in more capabilities, and as time goes by, we can, as privacy research evolves, it's a very active area of computer science research, plug in more and more exciting cryptographic techniques to allow users and developers to choose their preferred trade-off between, for example, performance and trust assumptions. So that's, I think, also very important here, because it's still such a rapidly evolving area of research that it would be hubris to assume that we can achieve perfection on day one. We need to stay on top of what's happening in the space, and we can evolve the system alongside that to make it remain at the state of the art, remain at the forefront throughout. To learn more, I very much encourage you to check out the Chainlink Confidential Compute white paper. I want to take this opportunity again to give a big shout out to the very talented and hardworking set of folks listed here that have done all the hard work, turning this from a vision all the way into a reality. And I encourage you to check out the announcement blog listing all sorts of exciting use cases, private tokens, proprietary data, and so on and so forth. So please check those out. I also want to give a shout out to our hardworking privacy engineering team, whom we have closely collaborated with to make this happen. And so while I'm on the topic of giving credit in research and academia, this is always a very important part of the culture that I deeply believe in. And so another thing that is very, very cool here, and that I think, especially for those who have been following Chainlink for a while, will also be exciting, is that the confidential connectivity capability of the CRE, of Chainlink Confidential Compute, is based on Town Crier, an academic paper from 2016, two of whose authors are closely working with Chainlink. Fan as our academic advisor, and Ari, of course, as our chief scientist. Chainlink Confidential Compute is more than a paper. Early access is coming at the beginning of 2026 in the Chainlink runtime environment. Please try it out. Please let us know what you think. Please build the future of institutional-grade, privacy-preserving workflows. And that brings me to the end of the talk. And I hope that you take away, by virtue of these two examples of consensus and privacy, how we in research create highly dependable and innovative fundamental building blocks that power Chainlink and the entire ecosystem. And yeah, let's build taller and taller together. Let's build towards the future of on-chain finance. And Let's have that future be constructed from rock-solid building blocks that you can literally bank on.
All right. Next up, we have Scott Dykstra from Space and Time, who's going to talk to us about securing on-chain finance. But before that, let's roll to a video.
All right, there we go. It's what, almost 5 o'clock. They're opening up drinks back there, so I can't tell you how immensely grateful I am for y'all sticking around. I'm not actually the last presentation. I'm second to last, I believe. And usually, I'm the most technical, but given the research presentation y'all just sat through, this will actually be the second most technical presentation. I'm so thrilled to be talking about Space and Time today. My name is Scott Dykstra, co-founder, CTO of Space and Time. We were born within the Chainlink ecosystem. We were essentially incubated within Chainlink, and we built the data blockchain, the first ZK-proven, tamper-proof database for the EVM. And we're so thrilled to be partnering with Chainlink. As a Chainlink build partner, I believe the second Chainlink build partner that started all the way back in early 2022. This is now our 4th SmartCon. So we did Barcelona, we did Hong Kong, and it's really nice to be back in New York. We were in New York, I guess, 3-4 years ago. Everyone asks, what is Space and Time? How do you provide data to smart contracts? Isn't that what Chainlink does? The answer is yes, of course. That is what Chainlink does, and we're a complementing solution. Let's quickly journey back through we're good. Quickly journey back through kind of the milestones of Space and Time. We worked with Microsoft in early 2022 to kind of with backing from Microsoft as Microsoft M12 Ventures kind of only crypto investment. They were starting to get into blockchain and wanted to partner with strong ecosystem projects. We also partnered with Chainlink in 2022 to kind of begin building Space and Time as a sister solution or as an incubated solution within Chainlink. In 2023, we released an indexing product so that everyone could get accurate institutional-grade blockchain data from the EVM, from a lot of EVM chains, as well as non-EVM like Bitcoin and SWI. And we onboarded about 100 customers to the Space and Time data set. In 2024, we launched testnet and we open sourced all of our ZK research. We invented and patented the first ZK proof for SQL. What that means is we can cryptographically prove that a SQL query in a database is accurate so that smart contracts can actually query data for the first time. And I'll be talking about that in a lot more detail. And then finally, this year, we launched mainnet of Space and Time. You could think of Space and Time as 20 nodes sitting off-chain listening for requests from Ethereum and Base and Hyperliquid and every popular EVM. We've got about 150,000 users today across the ecosystem, mostly devs building and vibe coding on top of Space and Time using our data, as well as some smart contract engineers that are building DeFi protocols, and most importantly, a few major institutions like US Bank that are using Space and Time to begin securing their off-chain data, which I'll talk about in a lot more detail as well. So what does this mean? Right now, all these institutions, I'll say the word institution a lot this presentation because Chainlink has really pioneered this. Like, Chainlink started harping about this in 2020 to a point where everyone was almost like, we get it, Chainlink, yes, institutions are coming, sure, like there's gonna be some banks that use blockchain. But Chainlink kept saying it, and they kept sticking to it, and they kept building the right infrastructure. And here we are now in 2025, and there's a lot of folks in this room are actually have a name tag on that is from a bank. And so we listened to Chainlink in 2021 and 2022. So when we set out to build Space and Time, we realized that these financial institutions don't really have a way to ask questions about their on-chain and off-chain assets, especially historical questions, from a smart contract. So if you have T-bills, treasury bills in a traditional account, or equities, or any money market assets, you have a balance in a traditional off-chain account. What that really is a row in a traditional database, in a transactional database like Oracle, not to be confused with Chainlink oracles. I'm talking about Oracle, the database company. All these accounts from, T-bill reserves to Tesla equities to bonds, money markets, you name it, right? There's no way for these institutions to get that data out of those source databases and connect it to a smart contract in order to mint stablecoins, RWAs, et cetera, without an oracle like Chainlink. And Chainlink does an incredible job of grabbing that source data and coming to consensus and delivering it to a smart contract quickly in the current state. Meaning, what's happening right now? What's my current balance of treasury bills that I want that I'm eligible to mint new stables on chain? What's my current balance of Tesla stock, of Tesla equities in this portfolio that I can then connect to a smart contract to mint a 1-for-1 equities to new tokenized asset ratio? And Chainlink helps solve that problem. But what happens when I want to go beyond just a simple data point of like, what's the current state? What's the current price of Tesla, the current balance of my portfolio? And you want to ask historical questions like, hey, if over a 7-day period, if over a 7-day period we mint more than X amount, do X, Y, Z. Or, hey, if the total market cap of this stablecoin reaches a certain amount in a 24-hour period, burn some. That kind of logic requires looking back on chain an hour, 24 hours, 7 days, sometimes 30 days for rewarding validators. We have teams that come to us and say, hey, we want to look back 30 days on chain and give rewards to node operators for what they did over the last 30 days. So all these kind of use cases around balance sheets from a traditional database getting sent to the blockchain for minting can be facilitated by Chainlink plus space and time. Chainlink for the real time and space and time for complex questions that facilitate SQL style analytics on chain. Right, today, when teams want to ask a complex question from a smart contract, think all the DeFi protocols we know and love. If they're actually sending data, like a SQL answer to a smart contract, they're usually doing that off-chain and usually with a centralized oracle they built themselves. Right, this is teams that are doing centralized data indexing into, for example, a Postgres database that they're operating themselves on, for example, AWS, which, for example, will probably go down via the last presentation we all listened to. And then that Postgres database, they're using a centralized server to have their smart contract, a DeFi developer's smart contract, query some data. For example, I'm building a new lending protocol, and I would like to know who's borrowing from me. So when a wallet connects to borrow, I'd like to query their previous borrow history. I'd like to query, have they already paid off loans? Have they been liquidated, and how much and when? Maybe I give you a better borrow rate if you've already paid off loans in the past. What's shocking to everyone, and was shocking to me when I first started in crypto, is like, there's no database on chain. The EVM has no way to ask that simple question. A question as simple as, has Scott's wallet already paid off loans on chain? There's no way from a Solidity smart contract in Solidity to look up that historical information and run that complex aggregation, looking up my wallet over time, finding all of my lending transactions and adding up how much I borrowed or how much I got liquidated or how much I paid off. Let's usher in a new era of data-driven smart contracts. Chainlink issued in the first era, right? DeFi summer. That was ushered in by price feeds. Chainlink built this very robust and very forward-thinking solution for providing price feeds to smart contracts so that DeFi developers could finally access some data in Solidity and make DeFi decisions like liquidating a loan. Now take that a step further. The next generation provides historical aggregation, asset provenance, and to derive metrics like, hey, for this wallet, show the balance that they've been holding of this stablecoin and for how long. I mean, we'll give them extra rewards if they've been holding a certain stablecoin or staking a certain token like space and time token for a certain amount of time. Historical aggregation like, hey, if the total volume of RWA outflows across this bridge is greater than X amount over 7 days, execute some logic to like mint more and increase our collateral. This data-driven next generation of smart contracts is necessary for institutions to actually deploy complex logic on chain. Like if a major American bank wants to, build a new money market on chain backed by their bond collateral or T-bill collateral, for example, it's not as simple as just slap an oracle in the middle and you're done. There's complex questions that need to be asked to stabilize that stable coin and peg it to the value of their assets. And space and time allows those smart contracts to run ZK-proven queries by sitting in the middle. And the best part is, this can be done through Chainlink. We've integrated with Chainlink, so for devs that are already comfortable with Chainlink, already building with Chainlink, already calling Chainlink from their smart contracts, they can call space and time through Chainlink if they're more comfortable doing that. The point is, space and time listens for all of Ethereum's activity, events, you name it, collects all that in a ZK-proven, tamper-proof, BFT consensus-driven way. And then when a smart contract wants to ask a question, they just call the space and time contract or call Chainlink, either one. Next block, space and time returns back to the DeFi dev, back to their contract, the SQL query answer already verified on chain. What this ushers in is verifiable indexing, a DeFi protocol asking questions about their own events, their own activities, as well as verifiable off-chain data, a bank loading in a bunch of history of bond prices and then making decisions on-chain that relate to those bond prices, right? Now, today, space and time is a network of about 20 validators that are listening to Ethereum, listening to ZK Sync, listening to other L2s like Base or other, all L1s like Hyperliquid. And we're coming to consensus that we've collected the right data. We're building new cryptographic proofs that the data hasn't been tampered since we've grabbed it from Ethereum. And SXT is the utility token that we stake on those validators, and we pay the validators in SXT in order to run queries. So a smart contract developer on Ethereum would call the space and time relayer contract and say, hey, give us some data back, and they'd pay in SXT. That SXT goes to the validator set, goes to the stakers. So we're constantly iterating and constantly improving our staking and creating new value for our stakers and new rewards programs. Today, we're targeting about an 8% yield, and we'd love those in the audience that are Chainlink stakers that have received SXT as Chainlink rewards to go stake it with the space and time network and earn that yield. And we've been so pleasantly surprised at the amount of participation from the Chainlink community. It's been nothing but incredible. Like, going back, we're always thinking, hey, being born in the Chainlink ecosystem set space and time up for success in such an incredible way with the Link stakers supporting the space and time network. So for stakers in the audience, I want to encourage you to run a validator. It's very easy to stand up and start operating a space and time validator and join the network. And of course, for delegated stakers in the community, grab SXT and stake it. We're ushering in a new era of data-driven smart contracts. And if you're a smart contract developer and you want to start asking questions from a smart contract and building with SQL on chain, like you're already used to, come contact Space and Time. And today we're very proud to have announced Space and Time V2, which allows institutions to create their own tables self-custodied on Space and Time chain. We just announced that today here at SmartCon. We always come to SmartCon with some kind of exciting announcement. So Space and Time is not just collecting data from the major chains, it's also allowing banks to put their own tables in Space and Time, load their own off-chain TradFi data, and then query it from their smart contracts with ZK proofs. Thank you all so much for attending Smart Contract 25, and I'll see you all around.
All right, and now we have a fireside chat with Sergey Nazarov and Patrick Witt from the White House. Welcome them both to the stage.
So I'm really thrilled to be joined by Patrick, who's the executive director of the White House Crypto Council. He's the one who's actually doing the hard work of supporting our industry day to day, moving things forward, working with the senators, congressmen, getting the ducks in a row. It's actually the White House Crypto Council and that office that we have to thank for the stablecoin legislation moving forward. They did a ton of work getting that to happen for our industry. And I've seen them really put forward a huge amount of effort in favor of our industry and its progress. So really thrilled to have him here. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
So I think it'd be interesting for people to hear your views on why you think our industry is important for America, how it will kind of benefit America. Why do you think that the current administration has taken such a positive view of our industry?
Well, I think if I step back and not just look at blockchain and the crypto industry overall, but really just look at it as it's a tool of innovation, right? There are so many different revolutions happening across different industries, whether that's biotech with these different molecules that they're developing, whether it's AI and the amazing things that we're seeing come out of that. Blockchain and crypto in particular is another one of these that we view it as the president's a business guy. We're proud Americans. We want to make sure that the United States is continuing to be an engine for innovation on the global stage. And thank you. What allows America to have its hegemonic position on the world stage? Well, obviously the military is a big part of it, but the other second part of it is our leadership in the financial space, our deep liquid capital markets, and the leadership that we provide to others to kind of draft off of the advances that we're making. So we view it in that way. We want to make sure that everything that we're doing, we filter it through the lens of, is this going to drive innovation offshore, or is it going to bring it back here onshore? We're trying to dig ourselves out of the hole that Gary Gensler and Senator Elizabeth Warren and others put America in. We think there's still an opportunity to catch up and reestablish American dominance in this area, but we need to act, and that's why the Genius Act first, the market structure legislation that we're trying to get across the finish line now, and then all of the interagency actions to follow on from that, the rule makings and pulling back the erroneous guidance from let's call them misled or misguided previous policymakers. So every day there's a new adventure, there's a lot to do, and I'm incredibly grateful to be in this role to help shape it.
Yes, and thank you again for all the hard work you and your team do. It's a great role. I'm thrilled this role exists in the White House and the Trump administration. So I'm getting the sense that you're feeling that it's not just about cryptocurrency, it's also about the financial system, and you see this technology as contributing to the U.S.'s role in the financial system. That's one of the things I picked up. The market structure bill that you mentioned, I think, is kind of a key piece of legislation that I know you're spending a lot of time on, and is kind of in the final stages of hopefully getting to where it needs to get to. What do you think will happen with the market? Excuse me, with the market structure bill in the near term? What do you think are the next steps for the market structure bill to move forward from here?
Yeah, it's definitely dominating my time. I've pretty much established residence on Capitol Hill and some of these different senators' offices on Senate Banking and Senate Ag. But, where we are right now is, the House passed the Clarity Act, and now it's come over to the Senate, and they're going to take their own chop on it. The two committees, are working through their different sections of the bill, the SEC side on the banking side, CFTC titles on the Ag side. Within the past 3 weeks, I would say we've really seen some demonstrable progress from both sides, people asking the right questions. As we get closer to a deadline, it kind of sharpens the focus, and some of those folks that were maybe quiet or neutral on the bill are now really engaging and digging in. We're going to get there. We're driving it forward. We're continuing to make sure that we're applying that pressure. The president just the other day on 60 Minutes, talked again about his promise to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. David reiterates that point all the time in the conversations that he has with senators, and I do my best to reinforce it. So I'm very encouraged by the progress that we're making. I think we're going to get it done. From there, as with Genius, once you get a bill passed, that's kind of the starting gun, and then you have to work through the interagency to make sure that the follow-on rules that are drafted based on that legislation maintain the consistency with the intent of the bill in the first place. That's really where a lot of the work begins, because a lot of the legislation is just directing rulemakings over at the agencies to address particular problems, and that takes a long time. And there's a lot of nuance that Congress is kind of punting over to the agency to get right. So we'll have our hands full for many years ahead.
Yeah, well, once again, I think you all can see what I mean. There's clearly a very strong commitment to move this critical piece of legislation forward, from the White House through actual activity and not just making it someone else's problem. And that sense of ownership is something that I've experienced in my conversations with folks from the White House, and it's always been really impressive to me. So once again, thank you for all the time and effort it takes to move that forward. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you. I would just say on that point, a lot of folks, come into our office, meet with us. We've had the pleasure of spending, various meetings together, talking about different issues. And when they thank us, they're really thanking President Trump.
Absolutely.
They're thanking David Sachs. They're thanking all of those, senators that voted yes, that worked through the bill on Genius, and that are now working through the issues on market structure. So on behalf of them, you're welcome. But then also, our job in this is to establish the rules of the road, to allow the innovators, to allow the builders out there to build their products, to develop new technologies and new applications of blockchain technology across the board. So we are here to do our part to allow you to do the great work that you're doing. So it's really a salute to industry and the amazing work that y'all have put into this industry to drive it forward.
Great. Thank you to Trump and Sachs and everyone involved. Absolutely. So what are your views on stablecoins and how that technology has been positive for US dollar dominance, and how you hope it'll impact US dollar dominance from here?
I think talk to pretty much anybody nowadays, and what's the kind of watchword, and the things that's on the tip of everyone's, tongues in the traditional finance space and with central bankers the world over, it's US-backed stablecoins, US dollar-backed stablecoins. So I think they're going to proliferate around the globe, even more so than they already have. We're having conversations all the time with my counterparts, in different countries, understanding how it's going to affect their economies and how to establish regulatory frameworks that are consistent and reciprocal with the regime that we've established. I'm very bullish on their growth. I think they're going to provide that base layer of interoperability and liquidity to allow other financial products to be built on top of different chains, and provide products to folks that, number one, don't have access to the US dollar. That's one, but then also don't have access to other products that they can now get access to basically a synthetic US dollar, a US dollar-backed stablecoin, and potentially lend it and get yield from it. And I'm incredibly excited about what the industry is going to do, and I think it's going to continue to supercharge in the years ahead.
Yeah, it's been always really interesting to me how in many emerging markets where the local currency hasn't done well, stablecoins, US dollar stablecoins, have emerged as their own form of, wages, payment, and I think it's one of the things that's really one of the best use cases of crypto. And I know the creators of stablecoins like Tether and Circle really love to see these emerging markets adopt their US dollar stablecoins as a way to sidestep a broken domestic financial system. So I definitely think that emerging markets have already, even in a very anti-crypto, anti-stablecoin, which is just a crazy environment. Like, why wouldn't you want something as the US government that perpetuates access to the US dollar? You know, God knows why, you know, these people were doing this before the Trump administration, but even at that time, even in that, you know, kind of hostile environment, you had a huge amount of adoption of US dollar stablecoins. Yeah. Now, with this legislation and with this kind of, you know, newfound support from the US government, I think that's going to just massively accelerate stablecoin adoption. And I think it'll be, you know, good for the US dollar. I think it'll be very good for our industry. And, you know, it's very interesting to me also because there's all these countries that own the US dollar, but when the US dollar is owned by stablecoins as a group, it's actually millions or billions of people owning US treasuries by extension. Yeah. Right? So it's actually, interestingly enough, just another pathway for the US treasury market, which we know, you know, is a critical market, or let's say the critical market for the US government. So from your point of view, in addition to stablecoins, how do you see blockchain technology being implemented to benefit the financial system and the US economy? So how do you see it, you know, impacting, you know, beyond stablecoins, the economy and the financial system?
I think, in particular, like the work that you do with Chainlink, you know, that fusion between traditional finance and the crypto industry is only going to accelerate. You've seen a number of acquisitions in this space, you know, with, you know, MasterCard, and, you know, banks are getting into it too. Because you can either develop it homegrown or you can try and buy your way in, and I think we're going to see a lot more folks do the latter. The future, there's not going to be a difference between traditional finance and the crypto industry. It's going to become one thing. I think about, you know, I don't have kids yet, but my brother has 2 daughters and 2 sons, so I'm an uncle 4 times over. And, you know, for them, the thought of, you know, a world before crypto is going to seem strange to them in the same way that they look at me with 3 heads when I talk about, you know, landlines or, you know, dial-up internet. You know, that's where we're headed. And, you know, folks like you, the work that you're doing to integrate, you know, traditional finance into that future economic system is so pivotal. There's going to be all sorts of different innovations in that space, and I really do think as the old guard, you know, kind of moves out, definitely there's a generational divide here. Obviously, the younger folks, you know, right, left, you know, TradFi, crypto, I think are all going to come together and really rally around the future of financial innovation.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. There's already interesting statistics on how millennials save their money versus previous generations. So, like, for example, equity and bonds were a much more commonly held thing in previous generations, but millennials seem to value alternative investments, including crypto. So alternative investments like real estate investments and others. And I think that's because millennials grew up in a time where there was the 2008 financial crisis. And so, you know, they don't necessarily believe in the traditional big blue chip stuff. They believe in these alternative things as, in a way, even being less risky. And I think what'll happen to your point is that there's a generational shift. And as a lot of new types of assets get tokenized and made available to millennials, which are now going to be the big spending generation with, you know, more capital than others for a time, I think there will be, you know, to your point, a newfound kind of interest in not only cryptocurrencies, but tokenized things.
Yeah. I think one other thing I would add to that too is they grew up in a world in which you had basically 0 or near 0 interest rates, and so, you know, savings and yield on their assets just was non-existent, and so they're chasing different ways to capture some of that upside and build for the future. So I think all of those things come together in such a way that is very, very bullish and provides a lot of tailwinds for this industry and the innovation that's yet to come.
Yep. Yield on tokenized real estate, yield on tokenized gold, yield on a whole bunch of stuff is something that I think will be very attractive when it can finally get done on chain the right way. So absolutely, completely agree. There is this distinction between cryptocurrency and digital assets. I wanted to know how you viewed that and which of those two categories you saw as having the largest impact on the U.S. economy.
Yeah, I think this was something I talked about earlier, how crypto is not a monolith. Blockchain technology is not a monolith. And so a lot of the infrastructure that Chainlink and others are building in this space is pivotal to taking real world assets, securities, you name it, and tokenizing them and bringing them on chain in a way that's different than a Bitcoin or other crypto assets that are out there. So I think they're both instrumental in the growth of the industry. I do think that fusion of traditional finance and building the infrastructure to allow traditional products that exist, but then also new products that are enabled by the blockchain technology to come together. I don't want to pick a favorite there, but I think the two are definitely complementary and will continue to proliferate and grow.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally think that the cryptocurrency trend and Bitcoin as a safe haven asset will continue to pump a lot of capital into our industry. And then that capital will reach a lot of teams building, exciting, innovative stuff. And generally speaking, I think that's kind of one of the most, amazing things about the modern, capitalist system is that you have all this capital, it goes to people that can build things, some of them succeed, some of them fail, but at the end of the day, you get a few amazing things. Mm-hmm. And I do think that, the cryptocurrency trend has brought a lot of capital, in addition to the capital that's flowed into Bitcoin, that's flowed into systems that generate really valuable outcomes. I think Chainlink is one of those systems. There are other systems like Ethereum and others that have generated, I think, a lot of value because the cryptocurrency trend has existed. Yeah. And then it gave birth to DeFi. So even if it is based on Bitcoin or whatever other speculative activity people might have, it fundamentally has created a lot of really innovative stuff. So I generally view it as a huge positive. And now what I think is going to happen is that thanks to the Trump administration and thanks to the very strong position of President Trump and the chairman folks that he's kind of chosen for the SEC and that he's going to help choose for the CFTC, and your and his and everyone's involvement in the legislative process, I think all of that innovation that was basically financed in various ways by the cryptocurrency side of our industry can now, a lot of it can be repurposed for the financial system. Yeah. And so it can be implemented not just for cryptocurrency, but it can be implemented for a new version of the financial system, which as we've talked before and I've mentioned many times in DC, I think is fundamentally a good thing for society, right? Because this new version of the financial system reduces risk, creates transparency, has many, many benefits that the current system doesn't have. And I think from my interactions with the largest institutions in the current system is that they want to be part of whatever the new system is. So while there might have been some resistance initially, and I think the initial resistance was really a result of the extreme negativity of the previous administration, because the banks, especially the big banks, are very sensitive to what the regulator thinks. Whatever the regulator thinks is what they think, basically. And I don't even think that there was any real animosity from banks towards our industry. I think that animosity was driven by regulators that signal to the banks that they need to have animosity and they need to, create issues for our industry and debank people in our industry. And that's the right thing to do. And so I think we're at this critical time now where there's been all this influx of capital and smart people to build this next level infrastructure and this next level cryptographically guaranteed set of systems like chains and smart contracts and Oracle networks. And now we're in a world where institutions, as you can tell from this conference and everything that's happened here over the last 2 days, and all the announcements we've had and all this work we've done with the largest institutions before this conference, is you have kind of a perfect storm where all that great innovation can get implemented for the financial system, right? But none of that is possible without the support of the Trump administration, Patrick, and all these folks moving this forward for us.
I would say too, for folks in this room, it's a privilege to represent the White House here in the administration, but we have a great leader in President Trump who, just reiterated the other night on 60 Minutes, our commitment to making this the crypto capital of the world. It's David's leadership. You will not have a bigger advocate in the White House than President Trump and David Sachs for this industry. Every day we are, waking up early and working until late on figuring out the ways that we can remove the regulatory impediments to allow this industry to flourish and to really build here at home. So I consider it a tremendous privilege to be part of that effort. And it's also at the SEC with Chairman Atkins, CFTC with soon-to-be Chairman Mike Seelig, the regulatory harmonization that needs to take place over at the Comptroller Gold. It's a team effort, and President Trump has assembled a group of folks who are forward-thinking. They understand that this is the future, and they're doing everything that we can to ensure that America continues to set the example and allow innovators to build their products here at home and really allow this industry to flourish. So yeah, we're working with you to do everything that we can to allow you to do what you're doing in the space.
Yes, that's fantastic. Thank you again. So what can the crypto community do to make this easier, for you and other people in DC? How can the crypto community help gain more positive favor from the legislative, the executive, whatever other groups that are necessary in DC? What would you want to see from the crypto community, and what would you want to see them do?
I think the main thing that I would say is there's a number of well-meaning, well-intended folks, especially on Capitol Hill, but then also throughout the agencies, that want to understand this at a level that then allows them to explain it to somebody else or advocate for a particular policy position. And this is complicated, right? I mean, there's a reason why there are such brilliant folks working on this, because it requires a lot of brain horsepower to build the kind of products and to develop these technologies. And sometimes there's a bit of lost in translation element to it, where some of the folks, especially those that are advanced in age, in different agencies or on Capitol Hill, that are just struggling to understand it. So really meet them where they are, try and explain the concepts at a level that they can understand, that especially, builds off of what they know from the existing traditional finance space. And I think you're going to find that a lot of people, if they express reservations or appear to oppose the technology, it really comes from a place of misunderstanding or a lack of education. So be patient with them, continue to engage with them, because there are a lot of folks that want to get to the right place and want America to enable this technology and not stand in its way, but they need to get comfortable with the implications and the consequences for the decisions that they're making or the policy positions that they take.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I found. So we have a head of public policy, Adam, who's doing a great job.
Adam's great.
Yeah, he's a great guy, doing a great job for us and our industry. We have a team, working with him, lobbyists. We're spending, significant time and resources. I'm spending a lot of time in DC, meeting with Democrats and Republicans exactly for this goal of educating them, because that's actually the point. That's actually the time when I've seen that it's worthwhile to educate people about our industry. Like, if someone understands and they're still not interested, then it's not worth your time, right? They understood, they're not into what you have, it's time to move on. But what I find consistently is what you've described, is that there has been this period where blockchains are bad for money laundering, when actually they reduce money laundering, or Bitcoin is used for drugs, or all this weird bad stuff that was perpetuated. And so there's not enough people that have gained a full understanding of the benefits of DeFi, or what DeFi is or DeFi isn't, or why blockchains will benefit the financial system, or why the largest US institutions are implementing this technology. And so I completely agree with you. And it's fascinating for me to see how dispelling these ideas, for whoever it might be, it's not, the good news is it's not the regulators. So the regulators have become so educated at this point, and we've also been talking to them a lot, that it's not the regulators. So it's not the immediate people who could create real problems. So that's huge. But there's still, to your point, a lot of education, congressmen, senators, all this stuff. And we plan to continue spending significant resources, being in DC, helping with this, because I see it as worthwhile, because once I haven't met a senator and a congressman so far that I've had successful meetings with, or not successful, but clear meetings with, where they understand, oh, that's what DeFi is. Oh, that's what blockchains do. And they always get on board.
Yeah.
So I think, with your help and with the help of other great, crypto companies in our industry, we can dispel these misunderstandings. We can be in a whole different world.
We're going to get there, and I think you've seen a number of different legislators get elected in recent cycles that get elected on a pro-crypto platform. So you don't necessarily have to educate them and get them on board. They're already there once they get in office. And they become champions who earn the respect of their colleagues, and then those colleagues, even if they don't necessarily understand it fully to the same level, they at least trust that, Senator Haggerty, for example, understands this, and he's telling me that this is a good bill that I should support, and others in the House too. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but that contingent, in the House and the Senate, and also on the Democrat side, it's not just Republicans. On the Democrat side, there are a number of elected officials in recent cycles that have been elected on a pro-crypto platform, and they bring others along with them. So the future's bright. We're still working through it. A lot of work to be done now. But I'm very encouraged and very bullish on the industry overall, and the work that you're doing and other projects out there building this financial infrastructure of the future. I'm very grateful to be a part of it.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, to your point, one of the things that I've also noticed that had a huge change was the massive amount of money that got donated to elect and help elect, various representatives. So that's always a good idea. So from my point of view, not Patrick's, I guess, but from my point of view, if you want to, help the crypto industry, go donate to the things that are going to help get pro-crypto congressmen and senators elected. And if you have a vote in one of these districts or places, vote for the pro-crypto candidate. That simple reality of like, wow, these crypto people can get seats in Congress. These crypto people can help get seats in Congress. In the Senate. These crypto people can influence enough of my constituents that it's an important factor for how the vote goes in my re-election or my election to have a seat in the legislative body. That's very powerful. So that's the other thing that I noticed. I noticed it kind of at the beginning of the year, at the inauguration, the inaugural ball, when Fairshake and a number of other groups did such a great job getting so many seats for pro-crypto candidates. But that's how U.S. representative democracy works. So I would just keep that also in mind. I'm definitely keeping it in mind, and I would pay attention to how you can support the candidates that are pro-crypto. And to your point, there are absolutely pro-crypto candidates on both sides. Chairman Scott of the Senate Banking and Finance Committee is doing a great job. Senator Gillibrand here from New York is doing a great job organizing the Democrats in favor of the bill and doing all that education that we just discussed. So I think it's really thinking about what are your interests and what are the representatives going to do for your interests as people who love and believe in the crypto industry.
I would also say, just building off of what you said about supporting pro-crypto candidates, it tends to be one of those issues that where you stand on crypto is also indicative of where you might stand on other issues that are important, whether that's free speech, individual liberties. The folks that are pro-crypto, just given kind of blockchain's, promise as a technology, also tend to be in favor or more in favor of those other issues that are near and dear to people's hearts. So yeah, I would echo that you know, crypto is not just, you know, a political issue in the, you know, technological sense, but it's also an issue that I think indicates how some people approach different issues or other technologies that, you know, might pose, you know, uncertainty about the future. But if folks are forward thinking and progressive in the truest sense about, you know, wanting to advance technology and you know, all the attendant benefits that come with it, I find that those go hand in hand.
I completely agree. You know, we don't want some loony bin senators or you know, whoever who's going to implement the thought police through their own agency. You know, that's not something we want.
Correct.
That's not something I want. But in any case, vote your interests and support people in the Congress and the Senate who support crypto. That's what you should do. That's my strong advice. You know, last kind of question here. What do you think will happen next in DC in relation to our industry?
Well, we've talked about it a number of times, but you know, the top priority for me, priorities 1, 2, and 3 right now, is getting this market structure legislation passed. As I mentioned, I think we're close to doing it. There will definitely be a vote in the Senate this year, and then, you know, hopefully over to the president's desk as soon as possible thereafter. You know, but again, it's the beginning of the implementation part of it. That needs to happen. There will be additional tax guidance coming out of the IRS over the coming, you know, weeks and months that is going to update and reflect the unique nature of crypto and the tax treatment there. And again, all of it is filtered through the lens of what are we doing to ensure that this technology, this innovation is occurring here at home in America. So, you know, we're doing everything that we can to drive that forward. But the future's bright. There will continue to be activity, you know, announced out of the White House, the SEC, the CFTC, the OCC, all the 3-letter and 4-letter agencies out there that are going to reflect President Trump's position as being the most pro-crypto president in history. And I think that's only going to continue over the next few years.
I absolutely believe it. So thank you very much once again for all your and President Trump's and the administration's hard work. Thank you for sharing your views here with us at the conference. As always, it's been, you know, a very thoughtful and interesting conversation, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sergey.
All right, and there you have it. 2 very full days, huh, Zaji?
Yeah, it was amazing. We're super grateful to have you all come out today. That closes our sessions. We want to remind you that SmartCon After Dark is tonight at 9 p.m. at the Hall de Lumiere. If you have a pass, you're welcome to join us. And then right now, and that will be sponsored by Space and Time, so thank you. And now you can also move to the Expo Lounge to network and have some drinks, sponsored by Hedera.
And obviously, none of this would be possible without the incredible contributions and effort of our speakers and sponsors. So thank you, all the speakers and sponsors, and thank you. And thank you to all the attendees, and thank you also to our platinum sponsors, Aptos, OKX, Plasma, Polygon, The Graph, and Layer. Thank you all, and we'll see you down the road.
See you, thank you.
Let's get out.
Night out.